So I'm going to get started here. I want to welcome everyone out to Antietam National Battlefield. My name is Brian, and I've been a ranger here over 20 years. And I'm very excited to be out doing programs again. We missed last year's battle anniversary, so this is, after skipping a year, it's good to see everyone out here with me this evening. I'll start by mentioning, I'll first ask anybody visiting for the first time this evening. Any first-time visitors? All right, very good. Well, welcome. Let me start by just talking a little bit about our visitor center. We are in the middle of about a $12 million restoration of the visitor center. That building was constructed for the 100th anniversary of the battle, so it was supposed to open in September of 1962, but about 2 months before it was supposed to open, the government threw some money at the project to install a fallout shelter in that building. And so that was the local fallout shelter, and on the other side of the building you can see they've already kind of dug that area out, but you can see there's a huge tube coming out from the bottom of the building, and that was kind of the escape hatch. So at any rate, the building is about 60 years old and it needs a lot of work because it is historic in its own nature. It was part of the National Park Service Mission 66 project in the 1950s and 60s. That gives it kind of that historic designation. So we can't tear it down and remove it. We can, and what we're doing is the shell is staying there. We're expanding it a little bit out front. There'll be some more room in the lobby. But most of the funds are going for improvements to add to the accessibility of the building. The front walk is quite steep, and so that walk and that front area is being reworked. You can see, if you notice as you walk past there, all the sidewalks have been torn up and whatnot. So that area is going to change a little bit. The visitor center is 3 floors, and there's not an elevator that goes between those 3 floors. So there's going to be an elevator put into there, and with that being the fallout shelter, there was only one way down in there as well as one way back out. So for safety issues, that's not very good for us today because we have offices down there as well as the museum. So there's going to be an emergency exit out that south end of the building. And so that's where most of the funds are going to go. The latest update on the project, it started back right around the beginning of the year with a lot of work with the utilities and whatnot, digging out to Route 65, connecting us into the Sharpsburg city sewer, as well as the water. We were on our own out here, so that's also a good thing. But just small things, like there aren't any drains in the restrooms, and that is a problem. It's become a problem. Boy Scouts, we love the Boy Scouts, but when they come and visit, sometimes in the past they've pushed corn cobs down the toilets, and that backs up the bathrooms, and the water flows out into the hallway because there are no drains. And so, long story short, it needs a lot of work. Right now, the entire building inside is gutted. We're about 50% finished with the project, or I should say the contracting agency is 50% finished. All the new exhibits have already been designed in the basement and the exhibit area. All new exhibits, we were able to work on that last year. We're fortunate in that we worked from home and we were able to put a lot of time just into that exhibit plan. And so that plan, the contract has already been awarded, and actually the group that's going to be fabricating the exhibits for us, they're going to come out for a site visit in the first couple weeks of October. So a lot is moving forward with that. In addition to the exhibits, we also received funding for a new movie, and so this fall we're going to start working on a new movie for the visitor center. So the project is supposed to be finished next July. They're supposed to turn the building back over to us next July, and at that point the fabrication of the exhibits and all the interior work is going to begin. So the idea is that will be open for the 160th anniversary of the battle, and we'll see how that goes. We'll see. Fingers crossed we'll be in that building next year for the 160th. But our program this evening, the evening of September 16th, 1862, 159 years ago, historian, you could say first historian of the battle, Ezra Carman, he's a member of the Antietam Battlefield Board, and as we walk around the field today, you might notice some of the War Department tablets, the black tablets. Carman was one of the key writers of those tablets. He wrote of the evening of the 16th, the skirmishing, the fighting that went on. He said, "The losses in the affair were not heavy." And so the walk this evening is not really a detailed walk. There's not a lot of action, but there's a lot of moving and shifting going on. There's a lot of posturing. Soldiers moving into position for what will become tomorrow the bloodiest single day in American history. 23,000 casualties in 12 hours of fighting. So this evening our walk will take us from here up to the high ground about a half a mile away. We'll then make our way down the south edge of the cornfield and into the large group of trees over here to your front left, the East Woods. In addition to all the work going on in the visitor center, about 2 years ago, the Park Service received a $1 million donation to improve our trails and add to the interpretation. And so this year we worked on expanding and changing the Cornfield Trail, and that includes adding a section going along the historic Smoketown Road up into the East Woods. And so we're going to take advantage of that today. This will be the first group that's going to go out there and get on that trail. So we're excited for that. We'll showcase the trail again tomorrow morning for those folks that are going to be here with us on their all-day hike. So we'll make our way up into the East Woods, and then we'll come back via the Smoketown Road, looking at Confederate position first, and then moving out to where the little bit of fighting occurred on the evening of the 16th, and then making our way back here. So sunset is right around 7:15, 7:17 actually. So I'm not sure that we're going to get a sunset this evening, but the last bit of our hike will be coming down the Smoketown Road, so if it's getting a little bit dark, we'll be on the roadbed rather than walking through a field. At any point, if there's any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer questions for you, point things out. The only restroom you might have noticed, probably walked past it as you were coming up here, the portable restroom. Fortunately, that's what we're dealing with at this point in the renovation process. So, all right, very quickly, to understand why a battle is fought here, we have to go back to late August of 1862. A great battle had been fought just outside of Washington, D.C. From here, Washington, D.C. is about 75 miles away. It's on the other side of the mountains, down to the southeast. 20 miles outside of Washington was the Second Battle of Manassas, or Second Bull Run. It's the latest in a string of victories since Robert E. Lee had been given command of the Army of Northern Virginia. Now, when Lee was given command, it was June of 1862. Union forces 5 miles from Richmond, 5 miles from the Confederate capital, arguably 5 miles from ending the American Civil War. But it's at that point that Lee was given command of the Confederate forces in the east. Union forces fell from Richmond back up towards Washington. After Lee's victory at Second Manassas, Union soldiers fell back to the capital in disarray. Great fear in the north that Lee was going to try and move and take the capital, but Lee had different plans. We call that his first northern invasion or northern raid. Lee wanted to take the war to the north for many reasons. He believed one more victory might be enough to just flat out end the American Civil War and force Abraham Lincoln to sue for peace. If he didn't end the war with a victory, there was strong possibilities that England, France, Russia, Spain, other European countries might join in, aid the Confederates in their war effort. Another reason Lee was moving north, before this battle, 2/3 of the American Civil War battles in the Eastern Theater had been fought down in Virginia, so Lee wants to get out of Virginia, give the people down there a break from the war, let them prepare for the approaching winter, bring in crops, or maybe replant crops that had been destroyed. So Lee never stated that when he moved north, he wanted to go towards Washington or Baltimore, Philadelphia, Harrisburg, New York. But what we do know is that he wanted to get out of Virginia. He was hoping to spend the rest of 1862 living off the lush lands of Maryland and possibly Pennsylvania, 15 miles to the north. So it was on September 4th, 5th, and 6th of 1862, Lee crossed the Potomac River. When he started, he had about 70,000 men. He moved from Virginia into Maryland, and things didn't get off to a good start for Lee for the Maryland campaign. That was because you can imagine 70,000 men moving through one part of the Potomac River. There wasn't a bridge they were using. They were marching or wading through the Potomac, about chest deep. So you can imagine 500 soldiers walking down a dirt embankment through a river, and as they exit the dirt embankment, they're dripping wet, wagons dripping wet, horses, mules dripping wet. The dirt embankment quickly becomes muddy, a mud pit, a mud bog, and the line just ground to a halt. Confederate General Stonewall Jackson, sitting on one bank of the Potomac, obviously did not like what he was looking at. He wanted to see the line of men and material to continue moving northward, so Jackson called out to his quartermaster, Major John Harmon. He told Major Harmon that, "Sir, you need to go out and fix the situation, get the line of men and material moving once again." So an observer wrote that Harmon rode out into the middle of the Potomac River, and then he poured out a string of profanity that would have been enough to excite the admiration of the most scientific mule driver. Now, you know that Jackson was a religious man, did not like to hear words like that coming from the mouths of his soldiers. Harmon knew that as well, frequently broke that rule. And as he rode back to Jackson, he decided he was going to speak first to hopefully clear the air. Rode up to Jackson and proclaimed, "The ford is clear, General. There's only one language that will make mules understand on a hot day that they must get out of the cool water." This, maybe a smile, a nod, a thank you, but the important thing, the line cleared up, and the Confederates continued their way, and eventually Lee and his army halted in the small town of Frederick, Maryland, which is 25 miles on the other side of the mountains. And it was while in Frederick that Lee encountered his first real problem. He realized that the Union garrison down at Harper's Ferry had not fallen back to Washington. And so Lee could not continue driving northward with over 12,000 Union forces behind him. He was forced to divide his army. And so, long story short, Lee writes out an operational plan which divides his army 7 times, 25 miles in length. The Confederates are sent north to Hagerstown, 10 miles up the road. About 5,000 men are sent out to the South Mountain Range, 7 miles behind me. There are 3 mountain gaps out there, each mountain gap defended by Confederate infantry as well as artillery. Final group of Confederates, almost a quarter of Lee's army, sent to Harper's Ferry to surround the Union soldiers to lay siege on the garrison. So Lee's army spread out very thin along the countryside in unfamiliar territory. We've moved up now to about September 11th. These armies very thinly divided out after that operational plan. They're moving to their separate destinations. While that is unfolding, back in Washington, President Abraham Lincoln forced to make a very difficult, a very unpopular decision, and that was to put 35-year-old George Brinton McClellan back in overall command of the Union armies in the east, as well as the fortifications, the defenses around Washington, D.C. Not a popular decision with many of the people living in the north at the time. Not a popular decision with any of Lincoln's cabinet members, but the ones that liked that decision, the ones that it mattered to the most, were the soldiers that fought under General McClellan. You could argue he was one of the best-loved Union generals during the early stage of the American Civil War, and when the troops heard he had been reinstated, the morale of the army skyrocketed. McClellan, known as a great organizer, in less than a week's time, able to reorganize over 100,000 soldiers. He's able to strengthen the defenses in and around Washington, D.C., and in less than a week's time, he was able to begin moving north out of the capital following after Lee. His orders from Washington stayed between the Confederates and the capital city. Being able to reorganize 80, 90, 100,000 men, get them on the road and moving to different places in less than a week's time, that's a huge undertaking. I always like to ask the families visiting the battlefield during the summer with little ones running around and whatnot, how long did it take for you to get your troops ready this morning and get them out here to the battlefield, right? In some cases it took a little while. So you can imagine trying to move 100,000 men and get them on the road and moving in less than a week's time. During the American Civil War, to move 10,000 men required 1,400 horses and mules. And if you put 1,000 soldiers on a stretch of road like here, just out in front of us, that line of 1,000 would stretch for about a mile. So just in your mind's eye picture, George McClellan said his army was 87,000 soldiers. And from here to Washington, D.C. is 75 miles. If we had one long road from here to Washington, the Union Army would stretch past Washington. Now that's not how they moved on one road in one single line, but just again, to give you the idea of the size of these armies moving around the countryside. About a day after the Confederates left Frederick, Maryland to head out to their separate destinations, Union soldiers started to pour into town. 2 troops from Indiana over in the corner of a farm field found a package. They went over, picked it up, and inside they found a couple cigars. And so to these Union soldiers from Indiana, that find of tobacco was a great find, but as they stood along there congratulating one another on the find, they started to look more at the sheets of paper, and on the sheets of paper they saw names: Lee, Longstreet, Jackson, Stewart, Hood, McLaws, Walker, Hill, another Hill, all names of the high-ranking Confederate officers. So the real find for the Union soldiers, not necessarily cigars, but the papers, because the papers were a lost copy of Lee's operational plan telling how he divided his army 7 times 25 miles in length. So those sheets of paper passed up through the chain of command into the hands of George McClellan. McClellan has these plans. And then what happened was, these two words don't typically go together, McClellan and quickly. McClellan moved quickly to try and attack each little section of Lee's army before Lee had the opportunity to get them back to one central location. Within about 13 hours of being handed those sheets of paper, Union and Confederate forces are engaged in the Battle of South Mountain. So on September 14th, 1862, 3 mountain gaps out there defended by Confederate infantry and artillery, they're engaged with Union troops moving out of Frederick. And after a day-long battle, McClellan's troops were successful. He drove the Confederates off of South Mountain. The Battle of South Mountain was a Union victory. Around 4,000 casualties at the Battle of South Mountain. 4,000 casualties. And that was in the evening of the 14th that Robert E. Lee contemplated ending the Maryland campaign and falling back into Virginia. But on the 15th of September, Lee received word from Stonewall Jackson down at Harper's Ferry stating that the Union garrison is going to surrender. And at that point, Lee decided this was going to be the ground where he was going to consolidate his army. And so throughout the 15th, 159 years ago yesterday, Confederate forces are forming up on this high ground here, facing in that direction. And if we can look out here towards the tower, and everyone in this group will be looking to the left of the stone tower. Actually, right here in front of us is a cedar tree, kind of the first tree we could see. Some of you might be able to look to the right of that cedar tree and see some buildings out there in the tree line, side of a red barn, maybe a silo. To the left, you can see another silo out there. All of those structures are on the other side of the Antietam Creek, but that's the general location of the middle bridge. The Antietam Creek, for which the battle is named, is out here about a mile away, runs north and south, parallels the mountains out here. But the middle bridge is important because that is the kind of the avenue where the Confederates retreating off of South Mountain moved down the Boonesboro Turnpike, today modern Route 34, and Union forces also moving down the Boonesboro Turnpike to kind of follow after Lee and his troops. And so on the 15th, as the sun rises, Union troops start moving off of South Mountain. They were not sure of the disposition of the Confederate forces. They had been moving off the mountain all evening. They had pushed through Boonesboro. There was a small skirmish in Boonesboro on the 15th, and the Union forces slowly moved down the Boonesboro Turnpike. And when they get to that middle bridge, they can see Confederates are forming up on this ridge. There's some artillery firing on the 15th. Union officer Rufus Dawes, a member of the 6th Wisconsin, they fought up in the northernmost gap, the Battle of South Mountain at Turner's Gap. 6th Wisconsin also fought here up at the Cornfield. He remembered in the afternoon of the 15th, we turned off the turnpike into a field and marched into a ravine where we had some protection. Still fragments of bursting shell fell thick in the fields around us. Our batteries came galloping along the turnpike and wheeling rapidly into position along a ridge, and they returned the fire of the rebel artillery. Unmindful of this clatter, our men rallied for the fences and building fires made their much-needed coffee with little regard for the fragments of shell flying around them. So there is some artillery firing on the 15th. Sun sets on the battlefield on the 15th. Throughout the night, fog settles in on the morning of the 16th, even before the sun comes up on the morning. So we're on 159 years ago today. At about 2 in the morning, George McClellan will send a small scout group from the 6th New York Cavalry across the bridge to try and scout and see where Confederate positions are in the fog. In the early morning hours, they're returning back across the bridge. By that point, more Union scouts had been sent forward from Edwin Sumner, the commander of the Union 2nd Corps. He sent about 140 men from the 61st and 64th New York. As they make their way to the bridge, quiet, heavy fog settling, they can hear across the bridge horsemen coming towards them. The commander of that group of 140 men will yell across the bridge for these horsemen to identify themselves. They can't hear, and so the infantrymen let loose a volley across the bridge. 3 Union horsemen are killed. 3 horsemen are wounded. 1 horse is killed, all by friendly fire in this incident that occurred at 4 o'clock in the morning on September 16th. So there's a heavy fog on this field. And there's a lot of confusion in the area. Probably a lot of what people would say itchy trigger fingers. All the soldiers moving in this position. It's dark, it's foggy, and so on. But as the fog lifted at about 10 o'clock in the morning on the 16th, on the other side of the creek, on the other side of the Antietam Creek, McClellan is able to look over here. You can see the position of the Confederate forces along this ridge. He thought that maybe Lee would fall back off these ridges on the evening of the 15th and the early morning of the 16th and fall back into Virginia, but that did not occur. And so throughout the late morning hours of the 16th, McClellan is scouting. He's talking to General Ambrose Burnside. He'll send Burnside down towards the lower bridge to protect that area. Confederate skirmish line, Robert Toombs, soldiers from Georgia, they had crossed the Antietam Creek and they were kind of scouting around that far end of the Union line, but very quickly soldiers from Ohio forced those Confederates back across the lower bridge. morning hours, as soon as the light burned off the fog, once again, an artillery duel kicks up in that middle part of the field. By that point, long-range Union artillery, 20-pound Parrott rifles capable of firing over 2 miles. They're able to easily fire from that side of the creek up to the high ground where the National Cemetery stands today. The Confederates did not have the guns to reply to that. They did not have these long-range artillery pieces. And fast forward to about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At that point, Robert E. Lee, James Longstreet, Stonewall Jackson are down in the town of Sharpsburg at the Grove House. They're meeting, kind of laying things out, determining what to do. And it's at that point, 3 things kind of unfold simultaneously that really puts things in motion for the events that unfolded on the 16th, as well as what's going to unfold on the 17th. Jeb Stuart will arrive down in Sharpsburg. He'd been out here east of the East Woods, and he reports back to the Confederate High Command that Union troops are crossing the Antietam Creek by way of the upper bridge out in this direction. Also, word has finally filtered up from the south end of the field from Toombs and his men. Messages passed up the line, and so right around 3 o'clock, messages are saying that Union forces are down near that lower bridge. And about that same time, artillery fire, again in the middle part of the field, kicks up. So those 3 things are going to force Lee's hand. And it's really after the finding of Lee's operational plan, Special Order 191, at that point, throughout the rest of the campaign, Lee is on his heels. He's reacting to things McClellan is doing. He's forcing Lee's hand. And so that's what's going on the 16th. Union troops crossing up here. They're forming on the south end of the field. They've put artillery on the high ground on the other side of the Antietam Creek. So Lee's response to that is to send Confederate troops up here to the Cornfield area, the Miller Field, as well as the East Woods. And that's where our first stop from here is going to be, up to the East Woods, or excuse me, up to this high ground around the Cornfield. We'll talk more about the Confederate response in this northern end of the field. But before we go from here, let me just point out all the key areas for those that haven't been here before, and just a lot of you probably haven't been here in a couple of years. So we're going to get everyone back on the same page. We're pretty much in the middle of the field. As we look off here towards the north, the land drops off. There's a fence line here in front of us. There are a couple telephone poles, open fields, a couple trees out there. And then you can see a cornfield out in the distance. That is the famous Antietam cornfield, about a half mile to the north of us. The trees about a mile away, that is the area of the North Woods. The large group of trees out here to your front left, that is the area of the East Woods. There's a white house just out here in the distance. The trees to the left of that house and the trees to the right of that house, kind of equidistant from that middle point of the house, that is all the East Woods. It's all the East Woods. The West Woods behind you, of course, the Dunker Church, 150 yards away. On the morning of the 17th, the first 4 hours of battle raged on this square mile of land. After 4 hours of fighting, close to 10,000 casualties covered this square mile of land. After 4 hours of fighting on the morning of the 17th. About 9:30 in the morning, the battle quiets down up here and then shifts to the middle part of the field, which is where the Sunken Road is located. So you can look and find the stone tower out in the distance. That tower sits at one of the corners of the Sunken Road. If we were standing here on September 17th, Union forces would have moved across our front, left to right, attacking the Confederate position in the Sunken Road. 9:30 to about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the fighting down there unfolded. Again, neither side gained or lost much ground. 5,500 more casualties in that middle part of the field. Final part of the battle took place 2 miles down to the south of us. That's where the famous lower bridge, or the Burnside Bridge, crosses the Antietam Creek. Union forces start moving towards the bridge to try and get across at about 9:30 in the morning. By 1, they had carried the bridge. It then took about 2.5 hours to get 10,000 men across the Antietam Creek to get them reformed and resupplied. And the final assault unfolded right around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And as the sun set on the battlefield, the fighting slowly faded away. So on the evening of the 17th, neither side gained or lost much ground. 23,000 soldiers killed, wounded, missing. Bloodiest day in American history. The 3 main outcomes of September 17th ends Lee's first invasion of the North. Lee retreats the day after the battle, falls back into Virginia. As I mentioned, it is the bloodiest day in American history. Third, it allows Abraham Lincoln to announce the Emancipation Proclamation, really changing the reason the war is being fought, from this idea to preserve an old Union of States. They're now helping, Union Army is now helping, fighting to create a new Union where there's to be freedom for everyone in the country. Main outcomes of the Battle of Antietam, bloodiest day, ends Lee's invasion of the North, leads to emancipation. The Emancipation, the first in many, many steps to provide freedom for millions of enslaved people, leading to the 14th, 15th, 16th Amendment. It will also allow over 200,000 African Americans to join and fight in the Union Army. So in the end, some would want to argue it was not a resounding battlefield victory for George McClellan, and we could debate that. Political outcomes of the battle make the Battle of Northern victory, make it one of the key turning points in the American Civil War. That's kind of jumping ahead a little bit. But at any rate, we're going to now move back. You have to remember, sometimes I'll try and keep it on one side or the other, but at any rate, there was not daylight savings time in 1862. And so even though we're here at about 6:30, 6:23, it's actually 5:23 back. But it is about this point when Confederate forces are moving behind you, massing down here. Confederate artillery or Confederate cavalry, Fitzhugh Lee's have is right down in here. Union forces are moving from that direction. They're on the other side of the East Woods. One regiment, 13th Pennsylvania Reserves, they're the ones that are going to be really engaged on the evening of the 16th. So, any quick questions before we head out from here? Yes, sir.
Can you see the Pry House from here, and can you see here from the Pry House?
I'm looking right there. If there's a seam right here in the monument, right in the center of these stairs, and if you get on top, right there where Sharon is, you might be able to look out and see the Pry House. The trees have grown up to a point now where you can't see it. It's difficult to see. When the leaves fall down, you can see it, but it is.
But at that time, McClellan could see.
Absolutely, yeah. He had a good view of the battlefield from where he was. Okay. Yep, he could see from the East Woods all the way across this area down to the south end of the field.
Yep. Which is South Mountains?
Yeah, South Mountains.
Sure. This ridge right in front of us, Elk Ridge, and also on the 16th, Union Signal Station is set up on Elk Ridge, which can send messages back to the Pry House, also up to this north end of the field, as well as down to the south end of the field. But this little bump here in front of us is not South Mountain. South Mountain is the ridge beyond it, 7 miles away.
Is it the last peak that we see here?
Yeah, from here, the highest, just to the right of this group of trees here in front of us.
Yeah.
That highest point is Turner's Gap. That's the northernmost gap. And if you look right here, the barn in front of us. To the left of the barn, you can see a little bit of the roulette house. Above those structures, that little dip is the middle gap, Fox's Gap. And Crampton's Gap is the southernmost gap. It's above the observation tower, but again, not the ridge we could see, but it's in the ridge beyond it, and it is 6 miles from Fox's down to Crampton. So you have one battle of South Mountain. There are 3 mountain gaps and essentially 2 battles, because Turner's and Fox's, the action does influence what's going on up there. Crampton's is way down in itself.
Had Lee ever been here before? Had Lee ever been on this
Had
project?
Lee ever been here before? He was not here in this area before. No, he is working. What he does have is he's working with one guy who was on Stonewall Jackson's staff, Henry Kit Douglas, who grew up 4 miles away.
Plantation at the bend of the river.
Yeah. So he has a better idea of the lay of the land than McClellan did.
Did Lee know that the Union forces had his plan?
A great question. Did Lee know that the Union forces had the plan? He knew something was amiss because of the way that McClellan was moving. Didn't know exactly what had happened, and there's debate as to when Lee knew. Some, it's 9 months later he said he knew what happened, and then years later it wasn't until he saw something in the paper. There's a lot of kind of theories out there as to when he knew and when did he admit that did he want to admit that he knew, kind of who lost the plan, all that other stuff. So he knew something was wrong, yes, because of the speed that the Union troops were moving.
Did McClellan ever understand that Lee's army was still divided when he began the attack? Did he ever understand that
When he began the attack,
that the Confederates were still in Harper's Ferry, that a large part of the army? He said 25%.
He did not know that, no. McClellan didn't know that, no. From what he could see, and from the Pry House, he could only see this ridge. And at the time, I mean, it's again this idea that McClellan made up numbers. You could say he dreamt up numbers, made up numbers. But during the Maryland campaign, he receives what he perceived to be reliable information coming in from numerous sources. And intelligence gathering during the American Civil War isn't very good. It's a matter of counting soldiers as they march past your house. 2 days before the battle, Union General Joseph Hooker over there looks over here and says Lee has 40,000 soldiers in the high ground in the distance. At that point, Lee had maybe half that number. So McClellan can't see what's going on past this ridge over there, and what he can see is that Lee has a very good position, and there were, quite a few thousand soldiers. He knew that Lee's army was divided. He knew that they were divided. He didn't know how many soldiers were in each separate place, and he didn't know kind of how fast Lee was able to move his men. And by the time he's looking at this special order that says Confederates are supposed to be in A, B, and C, well, they're not there. They're in C, D, and E. So there's some question also as to how authentic are the orders, but very quickly they're able to determine that they're good, but they're not really jiving on paper. It's not really going along with what's happening in real time on the ground from the reports that he's receiving. But the short answer, he did not know, McClellan did not know that Lee's troops were still arriving, from Harper's Ferry, and that there were 3,000 guys still down there on the morning of the 17th. That's what's down there. On the morning of the 17th, 3,000 Confederates under A.P. Hill are left down there to parole the Union soldiers. One more and then we'll get going.
I had heard that a Southern sympathizer was at McClellan's headquarters in Frederick when they were found, and he wrote to find Lee to tell him he's got your order.
Yep, that is one of the stories. Yep, one of the stories. Yep.
It's not true.
I just not verified. That was Harrison, right?
Sure, it was Harrison. Yeah, there's a lot of stories. Some we can kind of add weight to. Others, yeah, that's possible too. But Lee never mentions that's how he found out. So,
Brian, one of the things that we do know is that Special Order 191, while it talks about dividing his army, does not mention any troop counts or troop numbers. So even though McClellan knows he's divided, he doesn't know how many men. He's, again, like you suggested, he's relying on the erroneous reports that are coming in.
Exactly. Yeah, as we mentioned, that Special Order 191 told how Lee had divided his army. It did not say how many soldiers Lee had, and that's the problem. If you had an army of only, when he divides, it's probably 60,000 men. If you had an army of 60,000 men, would you divide them 7 times in unfamiliar territory, 25 miles in length? Probably not. So that could also add to the idea that Lee had a large army. But we could talk about Special Order 191 the rest of the night if we wanted to. But we're not going to do that. So we're going to head up here and start our walk.
The quote you had from Rufus Dawes, that's because the 6th was down to the Middle Bridge at the time?
As they're coming off of South Mountain, they're part of the troop. There's a division from the 2nd Corps kind of leading the way out of Boonesboro, and the 1st Corps is right behind them. So they're kind of the first ones arrived.
Oh, really? 2nd Corps was?
Richardson's division was leading them, and then Hooker jumped in to follow them down and through Boonesboro, and they make it here to the bridge.
Okay, back at the visitor center, there's a question about, can you see the Pry House from this ridge? I don't know where that, who asked the question about the Pry House? Okay, pretty much from where you're looking now, straight out. Okay, if we find the water tower, move to the right of the water tower. Just along this tree line, there are 2 telephone poles pretty close together, a darker pole on the right, smaller on the left. Move to the left of that, and down in the trees, there's a little bit of white. That's the Pry House. That's the Pry House. And so it's from about that point. I mean, if you look out right behind me here, the trees behind me are the East Woods. And so you can kind of line that up, and you can see McClellan, as we stand here, he couldn't see all this field to the left, but from kind of the point in front of us, you could see all the way down to the right. The Sunken Road is right down in front of him. Thank you. You bet. Yep. There's other places where you can see it. It's just the way the trees have grown up around where the visitor center is, that you can't see it, except during the winter time. Okay, very quickly, the plan at the park as far as the trails go. For those familiar with the kind of the old trail system at the park, we had a Cornfield Trail, a West Woods Trail, Union Advance Trail, Bloody Lane Trail, Final Attack Trail. Each of those about 1.5 to 2 miles in length, give or take. We thought those were a little bit too long for someone that wanted to get out and just do a quick walk. And so now what we're doing is each one of those trails has been cut down to about a mile, and it's a mile, very loop trail. All the other bits and pieces of these older trails are staying intact. And right now, if you were to walk from the visitor center, you could walk all the way to the south end of the field, but there's only one way down there and one way back up. So, you know, the last bit of our trail plan in a couple of years, there'll be another way to kind of make a big loop around the entire field. The plan is online. You can find it on our park website. It's our visitor use and circulation plan is what it's called. And it has all these new trails mapped out. And so this summer we had a trail crew come in. They specifically, their job was to kind of redo, if you will, the Cornfield Trail as well as the West Woods Trail. And so the Cornfield Loop starts right here at the parking lot, comes right out to here, and walks down this little area along the tree line. That puts you along the initial Confederate line in the morning of the battle. About 1,100 soldiers from Georgia under the command of Marcellus Douglas along there. It goes out to those two telephone poles that I use kind of as a landmark, and then cuts up through this new young growth of the East Woods, cuts over the tour road and through the thicker area of the East Woods. And that's what we're going to get on in a little bit, kind of the old part of the East Woods. It loops up then along the north edge of the cornfield, and then you cut through the cornfield back to this point. So it's a mile loop. West Woods has been cut down a little bit. This little hole that we came through right here to get to this point, this is kind of the connection, if you will. This little bit's the connection from the cornfield to the West Woods. So you would cross here, you could look at the Alexander Gardner photograph that's looking up the Hagerstown Turnpike, and then you start by heading down into the woods. It'll take you towards the Dunker Church, and then you loop back up past the 15th Massachusetts Monument, which is out on Route 65, and then it cuts straight back through to the parking lot right here. So each year we're looking at kind of taking care of different parts of the battlefield. This year was these northern trails. Next year we're going to start, the last discussion we had was looking at the south end of the field. A lot of work needs to go in down there, especially on the Snavely Ford Trail, because it runs right along the Antietam Creek. It might be a situation we have to call the Corps of Engineers in to help kind of shore up the area along the creek and move on from there. But
you going to incorporate any of Hauser Ridge, Brian?
At this point, there is not a plan to incorporate Hauser Ridge into this trail plan.
Okay.
Hauser Ridge is on the other side of Route 65. In the end, there's discussion. There's a new plan coming out in the next couple of months that's going to look at it's a cultural landscape report. Yeah. It's going to be opened up to the public for public comment, and there'll be a public meeting. Okay. And that is discussed over there about really trying to bolster the trails on the other side of Route 65. Yeah. The issue we have now is crossing Route 65. Yeah. It's a dangerous endeavor.
Yeah.
So
Brian, so I have a stack of the old trail pamphlets. Mm-hmm. Are they still good?
They're still good.
Thank you.
They're still good.
I don't want to have to throw them all away.
Okay, so back to the evening of the 16th. Reports that Union forces are crossing the upper bridge. They're down, forming up around the lower bridge. The artillery fire in the middle part of the field. And so the reports of Union troops crossing at the upper bridge are coming back from John Pelham's horse artillery. Jeb Stewart is out there with those guns, and they're going to be about a half a mile past the East Woods on the Samuel Poffenberger farm. There are 3 Poffenberger farms here at Antietam. Joseph is out the front of us. Samuel is down there, so I'll try and distinguish between the two as we're talking about them, because Union forces are moving off of Joe Poffenberger as well as moving through Samuel Poffenberger. The Alfred Poffenberger is the one on the other side of Route 65. But at any rate, a couple pieces of Confederate artillery on some high ground. They're overlooking the approaches that are moving off of the upper bridge. And so the 9th Virginia Infantry, they are sent out to help reinforce those artillery pieces. They moved right down the Smoketown Road, which is the road we traveled on just for about 100 yards as we came kind of through that fence line and then up the Hagerstown Turnpike. But you could use the telephone poles out here to mark the Smoketown Road. Down here in front of us, you can see the Moomaw Lane branches off the Smoketown Road. But at any rate, follow the telephone poles, and that is the Smoketown Road. So in addition to the 9th Virginia going out that way, a company from the 11th Mississippi, a little under 100 men, a company from the 6th North Carolina, again, a little under 100 men, and about 100 soldiers from the 4th Texas. They're sent up the Hagerstown Turnpike, the way we just walked. They go through the cornfield. On the other side of the cornfield is a pasture field, and about 100 yards into that pasture field is a fence line. And that fence line is halfway between the cornfield and the North Woods. And so those roughly 300 guys will form up along that fence line. More artillery is brought up. About 3 to 4 guns are placed right there where the Smoketown Road and the Moomaw Lane intersect. And they're pointed towards the East Woods and beyond. 4 guns, Lane's artillery, is placed right on this high ground. They're facing in that direction. And what in the history books is called a small battery. There's 1 or 2 guns from Blackshear's Georgia Artillery. They're also in this area with Lane. And what's interesting to note in reading the accounts and going back and through, it's something we just really figured out yesterday. I was standing up here with my co-workers. As you look out in this direction, now we're going to be looking to the to the right of these 2 monuments here in front of us, the Texas Monument and the 14th Brooklyn Monument. Looking to the right of that, there's a lot of open fields, but then there's a tree line. At the time of the battle, that tree line was not there. It was wide open, and you could look straight back to another woodlot, which is the Samuel Poffenberger woodlot. And so you can kind of see how that line of trees that I'm talking about is pushed back a little bit. And to the right, you have the East Woods, and to the left of those monuments, you have in the last bit the point of the North Woods. And so the artillery from here, in reading the accounts of specifically the Pennsylvania Reserves, George Meade's division, the 13th Pennsylvania Reserves, the 6th and the 5th, they're getting hit by artillery as they're moving into the East Woods. And it's not necessarily artillery coming from there, it's the guns that are here that can look straight through that opening between the East Woods and the North Woods that they're taking artillery fire from. And later on, Union artillery is brought up south of the North Woods. From where I'm standing, I can't quite see it, but those up on the high ground, you can look over the cornfield here. You have a view over the cornfield. And again, it was one of these things, until you can come out here and stand on this point, you can't understand how there was Confederate artillery here firing that way. Didn't the corn kind of obstruct the view? Well, we could stand here today and we could say, no, it did not. These artillerists here could look over the corn, and we're fortunate enough. The plan here at the battlefield is to return it to the way that it appeared. We leased the land out to local farmers. About 75% of the battlefield is leased out to local farmers. This year the cornfield is planted in corn, so we can see that. You can look above that corn and you can see some high ground, some green ground out there. And that's where later on Ransom's artillery is positioned. And it's the guns here, and then later on, Pogue's artillery on the other side of the pike is brought up. And there's another artillery duel up here, back and forth. The Confederate infantry that's engaged is really just John Bell Hood's division. And that's important to remember because it's later on, after dark, after all the fighting is over, you have this famous story of where Hood goes to Stonewall Jackson and asks him if he can replace his men off of the front line. And that is because Hood's men had been up in Hagerstown. They had marched back towards South Mountain. They had marched from South Mountain back to here, and then they're quickly thrown into the fight. And so it's Hood's men that are engaged on the evening of the 16th. And they're really the only Confederate infantry engaged. Again, going back to what Ezra Carman said, that there really were no significant casualties. And I think if you could go back, I've never seen an exact number for casualties on the 16th. And I mean, a couple reasons why. Probably because what unfolded on the 17th sticks in people's mind more so than on what happened on the 17th sticks in people's mind more than what happened on this evening. Well, that's possible, but certainly not for the guys that saw their comrades killed. But I would say that if you had to put a number on it, maybe just throwing a number out there, maybe 50, lower than 50 casualties on the 16th.
Nothing in the OR?
I'm not sure.
Colonel Philip Lydell of the 11th Mississippi is a key loss for long.
Right, there are key losses, there are numbers, but again, numbers.
Yeah.
If I had to put a number betting over under, I'd say 50 would be a good number to put it at. Again, it's a lot of posturing, it's a lot of moving, it's a lot of saying, hey, we're here, we're going to defend this ground in the morning. Okay, we're going to move off of this ground along the trail. We're going to walk down the Cornfield Avenue. That road that we're going to be on was not here at the time of the battle. It was put in by the War Department in the 1890s. And we will then take a left up into the East Woods, and at that point we'll be on the historic roadbed of the Smoketown Road. The Smoketown Road has changed a little bit over the years, and when we get out there we'll be able to kind of lay that out for you. You can see how things changed a little bit.
Hey Brian, to further support what you were saying about the view for the artillery from here, we don't have the tall, tight hybrids of corn in that era too, so they could see further than what we could see today.
Yep. High ground, or I should say the point of the National Cemetery where the land starts to climb. So their 5th Corps, they're engaged. After the 1st Corps up here and the 12th Corps are used up, the 6th Corps will come and take this position, pretty much stretching from the North Woods all the way down to the South Farm, and they'll hold this entire line throughout the afternoon. Youngest casualty of the battle, Charlie King, is hit by an artillery shell. He's part of the 6th Corps, and they're on the front line. So, okay, I just wanted to pause here briefly, just to talk a little bit about the reforestation of the East Woods that's been going on. If you haven't been here for a couple years, you can really see this young section of the East Woods starting to take off. When I started here a couple of years ago, this tree, these taller ones right here, these 6 were really the only things that designated the East Woods. And now today we have this section over here. We've planted all of this. And so the East Woods has really come back to life, and it's really kind of closed in the battlefield and made it a lot smaller. At the time of the battle, the field where this trail goes through that we've just kind of walked around, the field that we've been around was a pasture field at the time of the battle. It was owned by Miller, who owned the cornfield. So Miller owned land south of the cornfield as well as north of it. And it was a pasture field, and so last spring and throughout the fall, we've replanted that in warm season grasses. So if you've been out here in the past, you might remember there's always been crop fields in here, cornfields, clover, and so on, soybeans. From this point forward, that's going to be pasture field like you see it right now. So that's a good thing for us interpreters and for those that study the battle, because you're looking at what it looked like at the time of the fight. Go ahead.
Is the cornfield about the size it was?
Well, because of the land being leased out, the cornfield that we're looking at today, we have some fence lines out there that delineate the parameters of the famous cornfield. But because of the way that there's corn planted north of the cornfield, kind of over here to the east as well as in the west, it looks a little bit different.
Is that boundary of fencing marked in some way?
Anytime you see the worm fencing, the zigzag fencing, that's the same type of fence that was here the day the battle was fought, sitting on a historic fence line. Same thing with that 5 or 6 rail fence, same thing that was here. Same thing with rock walls. They're long. You'll see more on the south end of the field. Those 3 types of fences, same thing that was here the day the battle was fought, sitting on a historic fence line. And so, yes, the cornfield is sectioned off by worm fence on the south edge, as well as the eastern edge, as well as the north edge. The western edge is a rail fence, post and rail fence. One more question. Yes, sir.
Replanting the trees, the same varieties and types?
Yep, they are. Hardwood trees, locust trees, black walnut trees. What other trees? Where's my natural resource person?
I've seen dogwoods and redbuds.
Like a locust behind you.
There's a lot. A lot of different things. In the past 20 years, we've had over 50,000 volunteers plant 100,000 trees in the battlefield. A lot of scout groups. And the majority of them are smaller trees. We will put 3 or 4 foot tall trees in there to kind of get things started, but the majority of them are smaller when they start. So, okay, as we cut up here into the woods, this is actually, we're going to be on the historic roadbed of the Smoketown Road. The Smoketown Road today is out there 100 yards away, but this is the roadbed of the original Smoketown Road. So that's pretty cool. We were able to reestablish this trail on that roadbed. And it's where it starts back there. That's where it started at the time of the battle. And so we'll see that when we go back out, back to the visitor center.
Same distance towards the East Woods, right? Okay.
Brian?
Artillery, they're about 500 cannon, and it's split about 260 for the Union, 240 for the Federals. Federals had 40 20-pound fair guns that could fire over 2 meters.
Okay.
The Federals had that. That's long range artillery difference.
Okay, as we stop here, I wanted to point out that the terrain has not changed very much. Now that we have this trail in here, you can really see how this all worked out back at the time of the battle. So the Smoketown Road continued on, and the trail continues on up in this direction. You can see there's a gap in the trees right up here. Some of you might be able to even see the Tor Road up there. So off to the left, this branches off. There's a kind of a Y in the road at this point. Smoketown Road comes to a Y. The left half goes up to the Joseph Poffenberger farm. This was a Poffenberger lane, so just an old farm lane. The Smoketown Road runs in this direction. And again, you can see the gaps in the trees straight in front of us. And this runs all the way out past the George Line Farm, eventually connects into the Williamsport Road. So this really is the point where these roads V off. At the time of the battle, this was wooded. This was wooded. Where these tall trees are out in front of us, that line is where the woods stopped. They ran along what was the road here today. The monument across the way, you can maybe see the tall monument to the left, the Mansfield Monument. You can maybe see the mortuary cannon out there. That's another historic line of the East Woods. Another historic line of the East Woods. Kind of the, you could say, northeast line of the East Woods. And the trees stretch all the way to the tops here where they ended. They abutted right up against the cornfield. Okay. So we have Confederate skirmish line kind of stretching over here in towards the East Woods a little bit. Again, you get about 300 guys from Mississippi, from North Carolina, from Texas, all in here, pointing in this direction. The guns where we just left from back there, Lane's artillery. You can see up here, again, this V or cut in the trees. That group of trees to the left, that's where the East Woods ended. And so the artillery fire would have been on the other line of that tree line. The artillery shells would have been on the other line of that, on a line just on the other side of that tree line to the open ground out here. Out in this direction, again, the Smoketown Road, the Samuel Poffenberger farm, which had a couple plowed fields that allowed for the Union infantrymen to form up in. It also had a woodlot out a little ways here to the east of us as well. And so with Confederate skirmishers in here, they're able to move up just a little ways and they have an open field of view. And so what happens is the 1st Union Infantry Regiment down the Smoketown Road was the 13th Pennsylvania Reserves. Initially 4 companies are sent forward. Very quickly, they'll engage with the Confederate skirmishers, and that causes both sides to kind of break back and fall back and reform. And it's at that point more Confederate forces are thrown up in this direction. Alfred Colquitt's men, his brigade was from D.H. Hill's division. They were initially positioned down near the Sunken Road. And he'll take from all of the regiments in his brigade, Alfred Colquitt, you have the 6th Georgia, 23rd Georgia, the 27th Georgia, the 28th Georgia, the 13th Alabama. There's one company in each of those regiments that's the skirmish company. And so they combined all of those skirmish companies together and they threw those guys out here in this part of the East Woods. And then Law's men. So Hood's entire division is pushed up towards the East Woods, and it also stretched by this point on the other side of the Smoketown Road. Evander Law's troops over there. What's happening out here is those 4 companies from the 13th Pennsylvania fall back. They'll reform. They'll pick up the other 6 companies, so the entire regiment starts moving forward. Aiding the 13th Pennsylvania was the 5th Pennsylvania. They were coming in on their kind of rear and to the right. A.L. Christ remembered that during our advance to support the Bucktails, General McClellan and his staff were coming on the field a short distance to our right and rear. The men saw him and commenced cheering. The general rose in his stirrups and waved his hand in such a manner as it was understood, and the cheering ceased at once, because they're drawing the artillery fire. Then it was that we received the contents of the rebel batteries that were positioned between the Samuel Poffenberger Woods and the East Woods. And so the guns back out here, firing in that direction. Leading the 13th Pennsylvania Reserves was Hugh McNeil. He was their commander. He's leading them back down the Smoketown Road. There's companies on the left of the road, companies to the right. He's out in front. Reports said that after forming a line in the plowed field west of the Samuel Poffenberger Woods, 4 companies on the right of the lane, 6 on the left of the lane, they were given the order to charge and drive the enemy. Placing himself at the front and on the left of the road, he led his command under severe fire of the Texans and the artillery. When within about 15 yards of the East Woods, he was shot down, shot through the heart with a rifle ball. So if we're taking a guess, just on the other side of this wire fence over here, 15 yards away, I think it's a pretty good guesstimate where McNeil was shot down in the evening of the battle. The 2 monuments we see out here are for the Union 12th Corps Commander Joseph Mansfield on the morning of September 17th. The Union 12th Corps, they're the second large Union Corps to be pushed into the fight. Mansfield is out in front of his men, leading their advance. He was the first time he's commanding soldiers on the battlefield, and he's trying to assist the 128th Pennsylvania. They were moving into a position right where this high knoll of trees is. 128th Pennsylvania, a brand new regiment. And he's trying to connect that regiment with the 10th Maine Regiment, who was positioned again along this fence line. Again, they were along the northern edge of this part of the East Woods. Even though the Union troops outnumbered the Confederates, about 60,000 to 40,000, just big numbers, about 20% of the Union Army had never been in battle. Some guys loaded their weapons for the very first time in the days leading up to the battle. Guys from the 16th Connecticut down in the south end of the field. Ezra Carman, mentioned him before, he's the one that wrote the text for all the War Department tablets. He was a commander of the 13th New Jersey. They were also in the 12th Corps, and Carman later wrote that the commander of the 128th Pennsylvania, 2 days before the battle, asked him how to form up his soldiers in a battle line. So you can imagine things were not going well, and that's why Mansfield is out in front of his men. And just right out here, he's moving between that knoll and the 10th Maine, and it's right out here. He is mortally wounded on the morning of the 17th, and he's taken back up the Smoketown Road to the George Line Farm, where he'll die from his wounds on that morning of September 18th. And so his men, the state of Connecticut, will erect this tall monument right here in the corner. The one further up the road, a little bit hard to see, you'll notice it as we come out here, there's a mortuary cannon. They represent locations, or they're in general positions where 6 generals were mortally wounded here on the day of the battle, 3 from the north as well as 3 from the south. And so that cannon marks the general location where Mansfield's wounded. There's a plaque on that cannon. That plaque, as well as the 6 others around the battlefield, were cast from a cannon that was here on the day of the battle. But the plaque reads that Mansfield was wounded, I forget the exact numbers, 70 yards west, 30 yards north of here. Those aren't the exact numbers, but each one of those mortuary cannons have that labeling on them. General Stark fell here, General Mansfield fell here, and then the coordinates from that spot of the cannon. All right, we're going to traipse through the grass here just a little ways. We'll get on the road and start making our way back to the visitor center. Okay, this little ground is pretty inconspicuous, but once you get up here, you have a very kind of commanding view of all around you, and it's no wonder that 13 different batteries, Union and Confederate, hold this high ground throughout the 17th, throughout the action, pull up into this position. And so again, on the 16th, there were Confederate guns here. The 2 that you have right here, they represent Confederate artillery that was moved up here on the morning of the 17th. So they're not pointing in the right direction for us this evening, because the guns on the 16th will be pointed out there. And so now as we moved out of the East Woods, on the right of the road, you could see the line of trees, and where it kind of drops off, that's about where the East Woods ended. About where the East Woods ended. Now we've seen a couple farms. We've seen the Moomaw farm down in front of us when we started, as well as the Roulette farm. The Joseph Poffenberger farm is about a half a mile away. And on the evening of the 16th, the Union 1st Corps About 8,200 guys are up on the Joseph Poffenberger farm. Joseph and Mary Ann Poffenberger, throughout the summer of 1862, they had a very successful growing season. They had wheat, flax, corn, clover, apple, bales of apples. They have peach, plum butter. They have barrels of pickles and preserves of all sorts. They have over 100 pounds of smoked meat, as well as 1 barrel of whiskey. And that's all used up throughout the day. His barn after the battle really becomes a distribution point for Union supplies. He puts a claim into the government. He is never repaid for his losses, and his wife dies in 1864. But the family was able to survive in the area. The Moomaw family down here, their home is set on fire early in the morning of the 17th, and to be compensated by the government, you had to provide and prove damage was caused by the Union Army. And in some cases, we just heard, that didn't work. Joseph Poffenberger couldn't reclaim for his losses, get any payments. Moomaw farm, they're told the Confederates burned your house. Can't do anything. They also survived in the area. They survived in the area. The Roulette family. In his claim to the government, Mr. Roulette said he had 700 bodies buried in his fields.
Oh.
There were no civilian casualties on the day of the battle. About 2 months after the armies moved through the area, their young daughter, who was about 2 years old, she died from disease, more than likely disease brought in by the armies. Let's see, we are 2021, so it was the springtime of 2020. Many of you might be aware of this, some of you may not be aware, but a really great find was made up in New York City Public Library. And it was a burial map of the Antietam battlefield, created in 1864. And if you haven't seen it, the easiest way, just go to our park website, and across the top there's a search bar, and you can search Antietam burial map or Elliott. Elliott was the cartographer, and it really puts, again, these numbers that we're talking about into perspective. Almost every square inch of this northern battlefield is covered in graves. It's incredible. It just, again, it's another way to kind of help visualize the tremendous loss that occurred here. Right. The town of Sharpsburg, at the time of the battle, about 1,200 people. Today it's a little bit smaller, so you can imagine the impact. I mean, I just talked about 3 families quickly. You can imagine the impact on those that were here when you bring 100,000 soldiers into a town of 1,200 people.
Is the plan to have a luminary drive again?
There's a plan to have the luminaries this year. Yep, it'll be the first Saturday in December, which will be the 4th, weather permitting. All right, now that we got everybody back together, I think we're just in the essence to get back to the visitor center. We'll make our way down the Smoketown Road, and we'll gather up again right at the Maryland Monument, and we'll finish up from there. Okay, so just kind of wrapping things up, and how do we leave things for the morning of the 17th? Again, we're now at about a little after 7:30, so we're going kind of back in time. It's 6:30 Civil War time. So at about 10 o'clock, there's some more shifting going on, and it's at that point Hood, whose men are out there and the vision is out there, that's when he goes back to Stonewall Jackson and says, my men had been held back. They've been up to Hagerstown, South Mountain here, not a break. I want to give them an opportunity to cook some meals, so on, take them off the front lines. Jackson agrees to that with one condition, and that was that if Jackson needed soldiers the next morning, he called for Hood to bring his men to the field. Hood had to do so immediately. No questions asked. Well, certainly Hood agreed to that. So at about 10 o'clock in the evening, 11 o'clock our time, fog had started to settle in. Soldiers had pitch black. In a few hours, it's starting to rain. But Hood's men quietly moved from the area around the East Woods, the Miller Cornfield, and they moved back. And the Confederate line then, on the night of the 16th, you'll have a brigade of soldiers along the Moomaw farm lane, stretching from the farm up to the Smoketown Road, right where we gathered. There also is a group of soldiers from Roswell Ripley's brigade down in this low ground, waiting to be pushed northward. There were to be a fight on the 17th. Again, out along the road, when we first made that stop up on that high ground, I mentioned the Georgians. Along that line that we now have the trail that you could walk, about 1,100 soldiers up there. One regiment, the 31st Georgia, they have about 50 guys thrown north into the cornfield, skirmish line stretching almost the entire length of the cornfield. The rest of the regiment is about 150 yards behind the corn, and then you have that main line of about 1,100 soldiers. On the other side of the pike, you have Stonewall Jackson's old division. There are 2 brigades over here in the woods, Stark and Talifer, and then Penn and Grigsby, they're up along Stark Avenue. And so, in addition to that, the Confederate artillery out on Nicodemus Heights. Fitzhugh Lee, Stonewall Jackson, after positioning the artillery up there, they'll fall asleep. Night of the battle. And so the line stretches from Nicodemus Heights in through the West Woods, across the front here, and down towards the Moumont Lane. That's the initial Confederate line. Union line, Joseph Hooker's 1st Corps. Again, they're up on the Joseph Poffenberger farm. And at 2 in the morning on the 17th, Union 12th Corps, commanded by Joseph Mansfield, 7,200 guys, they start making their way from the other side of the creek. They'll cross by way of the upper bridge and move on to the George Line farm. One of the soldiers remembered that as they were halted in order to rest for the evening, it's raining, it's dreary, they've just marched, they're sweating, and they're ordered to lie down in a freshly manured field. In this area was some Confederate cavalry as well as some artillery up on the high ground there. Stuart's men rested in the field east of the Dunker Church and observed the shells from 2 directions passing overhead. They said they're burning fuses, making fiery streaks and gleaming like meteors, and the whole was making a comparatively harmless but brilliant, spectacular performance. So throughout the night there's artillery around every now and again. There's some shots over in the East Woods. Soldier from the 8th Ohio, Franklin Sawyer, he wrote, the 8th Ohio fought in the Sunken Road in the 17th. They went into battle with, well, in the morning, I should say, after the fighting in the Sunken Road, the 8th Ohio, they had 162 killed or wounded, which was about half of the regiment. Casualties for them started on the morning of the 16th. Sawyer said, on the morning of the 16th, we're awakened by the roar of artillery in our front. Occasionally a solid shot dropped among us. One of those came tearing down, and among our stack of muskets, it struck Colonel W. W. Farmer of Company D, literally cutting him in 2. If you go to the National Cemetery, you will not find Colonel Farmer buried in the Ohio section. But you can find him buried in the Connecticut section. I think that just goes to show the confusion when you're dealing with 5,000 casualties in the burial and then the reinterment in the National Cemetery. On the night of the 16th, Sawyer remembered, just in the dusk of the evening, the most terrific artillery duel erupted. Some of us crept up to the hill among our guns to witness it. Nothing could be more grand, he said. The red glare of flame along the rebel line for more than a mile, the answering volumes of our fire from the batteries, the bright streams of light along the tracks of their shells, and the loud clouds, or I should say the livid clouds of smoke as a shell burst in the air. This constituted a spectacular brilliance beyond comparison. This gradually died away, he said, and the men lay down on their arms again to a quiet slumber, many alas for the last time. The night was clear and beautiful. It was still and awfully solemn. We thought of the morrow. For me, just knowing what happened 159 years ago tomorrow really makes this quite a sad night. Just thinking of those that suffered here the following day, and thinking of 100,000 lives that were changed by the events that unfolded here 150 years ago tomorrow, 159 years ago tomorrow. So with that, I'll finish up. I want to thank you for joining me on here. I hope you enjoyed the walk, and hopefully we'll see you in the morning. Thank you.
I didn't think you guys were here.
What's up, John? I didn't think you were here.
Tested you.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's so nice to be back out on the battlefield this year after a very difficult challenge for us last year. On behalf of the entire staff of Antietam National Battlefield who have the privilege of working here, we welcome you to the anniversary of the Battle of Antietam, the 159th. I'm just enjoying the quiet myself, but as we gather here this morning, you stand, if you were here 159 years ago, on the precipice between life and death. You stand between reunion and sorrow. And if we were here 159 years ago, even with this loudspeaker, you wouldn't hear a word I said because the battle has already begun to rage. Artillery is firing from this direction, that direction, that direction, and that direction. At this very moment, 2 Pennsylvania batteries have moved up directly behind me and are blasting the corn you just walked through with canister. And in about 2 minutes, over 1,000 men from New York and Pennsylvania are going to push their way through the corn. Abram Duryea's brigade, 1,100 men. All you would see as we look south is the tops of the bayonets glistening through the corn. We have 2 goals this morning for the next hour. The first is to soak in and enjoy the incredible sense of place that this restored and preserved battlefield gives us the opportunity to enjoy. And the second, this is not a strategic or operational study of the Maryland campaign of 1862. Our goal this morning is to make the Battle of Antietam personal. We're going to spend the next hour bringing the battle down to the individual, sharing with you their memories, their writings of the next hour of the Battle of Antietam. But to do that, we need to set the stage. We need to prepare you for this hour, and we're going to do that by starting actually last night. Because there was fighting on the night of the 16th. There were casualties on the night of the 16th. 2 regimental commanders are killed on the night of the 16th. So we're going to start last night. And we're going to start with General Alpheus Williams, a former newspaper editor. In about an hour and a half from now, he'll have to take over command of the 12th Corps. He said last night it was so dark, so obscure, so mysterious, so uncertain, with the occasional rapid volleys of pickets and outposts, the low, solemn sound of the command as troops came into position. There was a half-dreamy sensation of it all, but with the certain impression that the morrow was to be great with the future fate of our country. So much responsibility, so much intense future anxiety.
Private David Thompson of the 9th New York spent the night before the battle about 2.5 miles to the south of here, down near the lower bridge. You remembered, all through the evening, the shifting and placing had gone on, the moving masses being dimly described in the strange half-lights of earth and sky. There was something weirdly impressive yet unreal in the gradual drawing together of those whispering armies under the cover of that night. Something of awe and dread, as always, in the secret preparation for momentous deeds.
Clara Barton traveled from Washington, D.C. with bandages and supplies she had collected for the soldiers. On the evening of September 16th, she remembered. We reached the Antietam Valley. It was miserable night. There was a sense of impending doom. We knew, everyone knew, that 2 great armies of 80,000 men were lying there face to face, only waiting for dawn to begin the battle. It gave a great, terrible sense of oppression. At the Joseph Poffenberger farm just north of us, General Joseph Hooker turned to his staff before catching some sleep and stated, "We are through for today, gentlemen, but tomorrow we fight the battle that decides the fate of the Republic."
Samuel Toombs, 13th New Jersey. It was a trying situation for us, though we had become in a measure accustomed to the sound of conflict and impatiently awaited the orders that should send us into action. We could not drive away the thoughts of the hidden dangers that menaced us. The certainty of death never before seemed so near. The approach of dawn was dreaded as though it was to witness our last day upon earth, and our thoughts wandered back to home and the loved ones there. Private Frederick Krause, 128th Pennsylvania. The constant firing of the pickets kept us from sleeping, but at the break of day, everything became as still as death. It was only the calm that precedes a terrible storm. Breakfast was not to be thought of, although we had scarcely eaten anything for the last 2 days.
Private Frederick Hitchcock of the 132nd Pennsylvania Infantry woke up on the morning of the 17th on the other side of the Antietam Creek, and he wrote, "Never did a day open more beautiful. We were astir at the first streak of dawn. No reveille call this morning. Too close to the enemy. Nor was this needed to arouse us. A simple call of the sergeant or corporal, and every man was instantly awake and alert. All realized that there was ugly business and plenty of it just ahead. This was plainly visible in the faces, as well as in the nervous, subdued demeanor of all. The absence of all joking and play, and the almost painful sobriety of action, where jollity had been the rule, was particularly noticeable." The 132nd Pennsylvania would spend September 17th attacking the Bloody Lane and lose 150 members of their unit, including their colonel, Richard Oakford.
Private William Vidhue of the 3rd Wisconsin wrote the morning of September 17th, 159 years ago. "It was in the gray of early morning when the sergeant major, walking rapidly along the line of sleeping men, awakened us with a gruff voice to roll call. I arose with a feeling of numbness in my left side, caused by the pressure of my cartridge box against it all night, for we had slept ready for the battle to come. We were certain would occur with the daylight. Even as the roll was being called, the musket fire of the picket lines commenced quite briskly. Looking along the line, I saw the men wiping the moisture from their muskets, for the dew had been heavy. And just now there was considerable fog. The premonitions of battle were growing stronger. The symptoms of an impending battle had been apparent for more than 24 hours, and we knew that the culmination of another great tragedy was at hand. The 3rd Wisconsin lost nearly 27 men on the battlefield, 173 wounded, totaling up to about 200 casualties.
Captain J. Alfred Monroe, Commander, Battery D, 1st Rhode Island Light Artillery, awoke with his battery just north of us at the Joseph Poffenberger farm. We were awakened before daylight by the cook, who had brought up a pail of steaming coffee and some Johnny cakes, and the officers gathered around on their haunches. It was the early gray light that appeared just before the sun rises above the horizon, and we could little more see than distinguish each other. We had not half finished our meal, and we could see the first rays of the sun lighting up the distant hilltops, when there was a sudden flash, and the air around us appeared to be alive with shot and shell from the enemy's artillery. The opposing hill seemed suddenly to have become an active volcano, belching forth flame and smoke.
A.J. Warner, Commander, 10th Pennsylvania Reserve Infantry, describes the artillery of early morning. As it grew fairly daylight, boom went a shot from one of the guns on the hill behind us. It struck a little off the mark. Our men lay close to the ground. In an instant, another and another from other guns, and then a plume of smoke from one of the rebel guns told that they were awake. The rapid booming of the guns themselves, the quick crack and thunder like crashing of bursting shells, the whistling, rushing, shrieking of the heavy missiles bellowing through the air over our heads, smashing through the treetops, was a blending of terrific sounds that none but those who have heard the noise can imagine, and which it is impossible to describe.
Sergeant Austin Stearns of the 13th Massachusetts Infantry, Hartsuff Brigade, who advanced right here where we stand. A foggy morning was the 17th of September, and each army was astir and preparing for the deadly struggle that the lowest private knew was to take place. Without building any fire to cook our coffee or anything else, but simply eating our dry, hard bread, we were prepared for what was to come. The sun coming up drove the fog away, and we were quickly in line and advanced out of the friendly shelter of the woods and into an open field. Directly in our front, but a short half-mile away, was the rebel line of battle waiting to receive us. The ridge behind their line was crowned by their batteries, and I remember one planted near a church that opened fire on us as soon as we showed ourselves. The artillery he describes was S.D. Lee's battalion of guns, 19 of them, about a half mile to the south.
Frank Schell was an artist for Frank Leslie's Illustrated newspaper. He was at the Pry House, about a mile to the east of us, as the battle unfolded. Wrote the Yankee line pushed. Its position and direction were beautifully indicated by the national and regimental colors waving above the cornstalks and by the sparkling flashes from the gun barrels and bayonets. Who that stood upon the hilltop there could ever forget the soul-racking suspense, the burning anxiety, the heart thumps of those history-making moments? Major Rufus Dawes of the 6th Wisconsin. Before us was a strip of open field, beyond which, on the left-hand side of the turnpike, was rising ground covered by a large cornfield, the stalks standing thick and high. The rebel skirmishers ran into the corn as we appeared at the fence. We climbed the fence, moved across the open space, and we pushed on.
That morning, the 12th Massachusetts Infantry lost a staggering 49 men killed, 155 wounded, and 10 missing. 224 of the 324 men were shot down. One of the soldiers in the 12th remembered. Thompson's battery, that has followed close in our rear, unlimbers and opens on them. Other batteries in position open fire, but the enemy's fire does not slacken. Up again and onward, through the field to the heavy fence that bordered the memorable cornfield, where later in the day, the dead were literally piled up. Just then, a shell struck the fence and exploded right in the midst of us. It seemed for a moment that all was chaos, as dust, splinters, and smoke filled the air. But it staggered us for only an instant, and rubbing our eyes, we saw that most of us were still in fighting trim, onward into the cornfield.
Private George Kimball, 12th Massachusetts Infantry. How terrible is the shock and how our men go down. What screams and groans follow that first volley. Then we load and fire at will as rapidly as we can. Our officers cry, "Give it to 'em, boys!" There is a pandemonium of voices as well as a perfect roar of musketry and a storm of bullets. Shells are bursting among us continually. In the wild excitement of battle, I forget my fear and think only of killing as many of the foe as I can. Our ranks are terribly broken now, but the line is kept up and we fight on. A man but a few paces from me is struck squarely in the face by a solid shot. Fragments of the poor fellow's head come crashing into my face and fill me with disgust. There are but few of us left now. The enemy's line, which looked magnificent when we opened fire upon it, seems as ragged as our own.
Another soldier in the 12th Massachusetts, fighting in the fields over here to your left, talked about his experience here at Antietam. He says, as they arrived in these fields, he says, "Ah, there they are. A long line of graybacks is seen filing in on our left and front. Give it to them, boys. This makes us feel better as we open fire within good range. The zip of the rifle balls grows more frequent. A terrible musketry fire opens on us, and the air seems full of leaden missiles. Rifles are shot to pieces in the hands of the soldiers. Canteens and haversacks are riddled with bullets. The dead and wounded go down in scores."
Private Julius Ribardi, Company K of the 12th Massachusetts, was severely wounded in his leg during the initial advance into the cornfield. Incapacitated, 2 members of his company carried him to the eastern edge of the cornfield and lay him at the foot of a large tree where others were gathering. Years later, Private Ribardi described what happened next as he lay unable to move in the midst of the firefight that morning. "Our troops advanced. Their firing was terrific. The corn stalks fall as if mowed. The air is full of explosions and the smell of brimstone. Missiles of all kinds strike the trees and dead branches fall among the wounded. I was shot through the right thigh by our men. I had till then steered clear from the shots of the attacking party by painfully dragging myself on the north of the south of the tree, but too weak to continue those tactics, I was aground on the east side of the tree, exposed to the fire of slavery and freedom. A poor fellow with uplifted arms begs for water. The arm is shot off, and the man speaks no more. Another Confederate lays in front of me with a horrible wound. It is hell. I close my eyes. It is probable that, weak from the loss of blood and sick at the sight of such carnage, I became unconscious, for I remember nothing of the last struggle for the possession of the cornfield."
A soldier of the famed 14th Brooklyn 84th New York Infantry wrote, "After moving forward, the right received a deadly fire from the woods on the right, and a long line of men in butternut and gray rose up from the ground. Simultaneously, the hostile battle lines opened a terrible fire. There was, on the part of our men, the intense, hysterical excitement, eagerness to go forward, reckless disregard of life, of suffering, of everything but victory."
Griffin Lewis Baldwin, Company K, 7th Pennsylvania Reserves. The battle was raging, both parties contending for the possession of a cornfield which covered a little hilltop. We bore to the left and engaged the enemy who was then advancing. This required moral courage and all that one could bring to bear, for it seemed almost like sure entry into certain death. It differed from the Sunday fight that required all my physical effort I could muster to carry me up the mountain. This required undaunted courage.
Major Rufus Dawes of the 6th Wisconsin probably wrote the greatest account that we can find of where you stand. He wrote, the men are loading and firing with demoniacal fury and shouting and laughing hysterically. And the whole field before us is covered with rebels fleeing for their life into the woods. Great numbers of them are shot down while climbing over the high post and rail fences along the turnpike. We push on over the open fields halfway to the little church. But then a long, steady line of rebel gray, unbroken by the fugitives who fly before us, comes sweeping down through the woods around the church. They raise the yell and fire. It is like a scythe running through our line. Across the turnpike, in front of the haystacks, 2 guns of Battery B, 4th U.S. are in action. General John Gibbon, grimed and black with powder smoke, is himself sighting the guns of his old battery. The pursuing rebels are upon them. The cannon was double charged with canister. The rails of the fence flew high in the air.
Private William Paul of the 90th Pennsylvania. Their regimental monument is just to your left at the grove of trees down there. He remembered we were in a hazardous and deadly struggle and were slowly but surely driving the enemy back when Color Sergeant Mason, who was 4 or 5 yards in advance of the regiment, was shot. A rebel detachment immediately rushed forward to capture the fallen colors. Seeing this, I placed myself at the head of a few men, probably 10 in number, and charged out to meet the enemy and, if possible, rescue the colors. We clashed with a shock, and a sharp hand-to-hand fight ensued in which 2 of our men were killed and 5 or so severely wounded that they were unable to further assistance through the day. The rebel had already seized the colors, but I grasped them and with one supreme effort wrenched the precious banner from his hold. Waving it high above my head, I carried it for the remainder of the battle. In the melee, my comrades managed to kill one of the enemy and capture another. The 90th Pennsylvania moved into position just south of the Cornfield with 220 men. In less than 30 minutes, 13 had been killed, 87 wounded, and 7 were listed as missing.
Another witness to the battle was the journalist Charles Carlton Coffin of the Boston Journal, who watched the battle unfold from near the Pry House, just over a mile to the east of us. It was no longer the boom of the batteries, but a rattle of musketry, at first like pattering drops upon a roof, then a roll, crash, roar, and rush like a mighty ocean billowing upon the shore, chafing the pebbles, wave on wave, with deep and heavy explosions of the batteries like the crashing of the thunderbolts. A soldier from New York remembered, "Men and officers of New York and Wisconsin are fused into a common mass in the frantic struggle to shoot fast. Everybody tears cartridges, loads, passes guns, or shoots. Men are falling in their places or running back into the corn. Many of the recruits who are killed or wounded only left home 10 days ago."
"4 days after the battle, a soldier from the 128th Pennsylvania Infantry wrote home to his friends and family. Dear friends, I was wounded in last Wednesday's battle in the morning before sunrise. I was fighting in a cornfield near the extreme left of the line of battle. When I was wounded, one ball passed through my thigh but did not injure the bone. The bullets flew so fast I had not time to look around, and I came off the field myself, making my way where I could and through a shower of bullets and shell. It was only the thought of home that brought me peace from that place."
Private Oni Sweet served in Battery F, 1st Reserve Light Artillery under Captain Ezra Matthews. Captain Matthews' battery would have been just north of where we started this morning, and they were engaged here for nearly 3 hours. And Private Sweet says, "The fight of last Wednesday was one of the hardest battles ever fought in America. Our loss was very heavy, but the rebels lost more than us. We lost 3 killed and 9 wounded. We had a good many horses killed. The rebels charged on our battery and came within a few yards of us when they were driven back. The bullets flew like hail and the shells burst all around us. The battle at Bull Run was nothing compared to this battle. The cornfield was fought over 5 times, but we held the field at last. I went over the field after the fight, and the dead and wounded lay so thick you could hardly step. Some had legs, arms, and heads torn off. Some groaning and some breathing their last. It was awful. I never want to see such a sight again, and I hope I may never have the bullets fly so close to my head again. I have seen enough of war."
Samuel Coates of the 124th Pennsylvania. "When we first entered the field, the stalks stood thick and strong, but by the close of the day, not a stalk, scarcely a vestige of corn, could be seen anywhere to show that a crop of grain had been suddenly gathered. Not by the hand and sweat of the brow in peace, but it had been destroyed by the red hand of carnage and blood in war." Joseph Hooker, commander of the 1st Corps, wrote that in the time I am writing, every stalk of corn in the northern and greater part of the field was cut as closely as could have been done with a knife, and the slain lay in rows precisely as they stood in their ranks a few moments before. It was never my fortune to witness a more bloody, dismal battlefield.
Up until this point, we've heard the stories the soldiers from the United States 1st Corps, 12th Corps, 9th Corps. We've heard the words of reporters as well as the words of Claire Barton. At this point, we're going to move a few hundred yards to the south of us to hear the stories from the soldiers in Lee's Army of Northern Virginia.
Got caught up in the crowd.
2 years ago, the last time we gathered on this spot, we've been out here before, but 2 years ago, it was still owned by the American Battlefield Trust. This morning, you own this ground. And one of the things we're going to highlight today in our other hikes throughout, well, actually the whole weekend, we're going to be highlighting is we have created a new trail. The Cornfield Trail has been rerouted. We just were on the beginning of it, and it continues down the Confederate battle line and back up through the corn. We've restored the original trace of the Smoketown Road through the East Woods. So in perpetuity, you'll be able to walk this ground, and for the first time ever, walk the Confederate battle line that we'll describe to you now. Just keeping with our theme of real time, Lawton's division is on this side of the turnpike. Jackson's division, the old Stonewall division, is on the other side of the turnpike. Hood's division is south, moving north towards the Dunker Church. And right at this moment, Harry Hayes is now reinforcing with his Louisiana brigade directly across the ground in front of you. Hayes will lose 60% of his brigade, but right at this very moment, he is charging across your front.
Captain Francis Parker, CSA, whose battery was positioned across from the Dunker Church. As we lay down upon the field and look up into the great sky, we can but blush for the wickedness of man. It was a beautiful night, and no man who lay upon that field and realized the deep tragedy was to be enacted on the morrow could not help but be sad and thoughtful. We thought of dear ones far away, and were glad that they knew not of the trying hour that the setting stars were bringing on rapidly.
On the eve of battle in the West Woods, just north of the Dunker Church, Colonel Andrew Jackson Grigsby, commanding a brigade of Virginians, said to E.E. Stickley, "I began to feel wretchedly faint of heart, for it seemed to me that the coming battle meant my certain death. I had a new pair of buckskin gloves and some new clothes. I got a stone for a pillow and laid it down. I put both my gloves on the stone and spread a blanket over them. I tied our horses to our feet, as was the custom in an emergency. I then lay down with another blanket to cover myself and slept the sleep of the just. About 3 o'clock, sharpshooting became fierce and active, seeming to point to immediate action. We arose at the touch of Colonel Grigsby, who had stood by the side of his horse all night. I untied my horse, which had been asleep too, packed up the blankets, and then undertook to pick up my gloves. But the right-hand glove was gone, and I never saw it again."
William Berry, 4th Texas Infantry. Just at daylight, a heavy musketry fire opened on our lines in our front, and very soon the deep-toned thunder of artillery was mingled with the steady rattle of musketry. The shells were bursting over our devoted heads and clipping the limbs of the trees and scattering them around our feet.
Gordon Bradwell of the 31st Georgia, Marcellus Douglas's brigade, remembered the approach of the Union columns. The 34th was positioned just 75 yards to our front towards the cornfield. Then a grand sight met our eyes. The number of regimental standards floating in the morning air indicated the immense numbers of the advancing enemy. It was a wonderful sight. The remnant of our regiment formed on the right of the brigade to assist in holding back the hosts of the enemies. Colonel Douglas, fearing the resultant of attack by so large of a force on his weak brigade, ran from regiment to regiment, exhorting his men not to fire until the enemy reached the fence and began to get over it. We were reminded to shoot low and make every bullet count. On they came, crashing down the rank growth of corn. Wide gaps were torn in the blue lines, but they continued to come on until they reached the fence and began to get over in great disorder. This was the signal for the Confederate troops to open. The volley made them stagger and hesitate, but the second line came up, and despite the fire of the Confederates, they came over and advanced slowly, step by step. They finally halted a few feet in front of us, where they kept up the fire.
Captain R.J. Jennings of the 23rd Virginia, Taliaferro's Brigade. I got a gun and cartridge off a soldier that was killed. Just then, a shell burst over us, and a piece of it struck me on the hip and knocked me over on my hands. I rolled a few steps and got behind a large old stump and found Captain Michaels, 23rd Virginia, and a lieutenant of the 48th Virginia. I laid down by the lieutenant and Captain Michaels. On the other side, there was a corporal of some other company standing up by the stump. Loading and firing, we tried to get him to lie down. Soon, a ball passed over my legs, which I had down close to the ground, and went through the lieutenant's knees. And soon after, a shot struck Captain Michaels on the ankle, and then the corporal was shot dead right in front, and fell right over us. And as he dropped, his hand scratched me in the face. And I said to Captain Michaels, "I am going out from here." And he said, "Do not try it. Captain, you will be killed." I said I had as well be killed running as lying still. So I got up, and my hip was very sore, but I did not limp. I did not limp more than 3 times, and the balls flew around me like a swarm of bees. And I just let out like a deer and made it, but I was almost scared to death when I got there.
Sandy Pendleton, Confederate States Army, on Jackson's staff. Such a storm of balls I never conceived it possible for men to live through. Shot and shell, shrieking and crashing, canister and bullets whistling and hissing, most fiend-like through the air until you could almost see them. An unknown Confederate soldier in Hayes' brigade. The fire now became fearful and incessant and merged into a tumultuous chorus that made the earth tremble. The discharge of musketry sounded upon the ear like the rolling of 1,000 distant drums. Hayes' brigade went into battle with 550 men. 323 of them were shot down within about 30 minutes of fighting, including every single regimental commander and every member of Hayes' staff.
Picking back up with the story of E.E. Stickley, who, as you'll recall, had just lost his right glove as he was gathering up his belongings. He continues with his account, saying, "In apparent double battle lines, the Federals were moving toward us at charge bayonet, and the sunbeams falling on their well-polished guns and bayonets gave a glamour and a show, at once fearful and entrancing. I was then in the act of mounting my horse, a fine animal which I had captured at Harper's Ferry, when the first artillery shell landed 75 yards behind our line. The second landed 50 yards behind, doing no damage. But the third shell struck and killed my horse, blew him to pieces and knocked me down and tore off my right arm, except for enough flesh to hold its own weight. I saw my horse about to fall on me where I lie, so I jumped up and went straight to the battle line and was caught by 2 of my men, thus prevented from falling. I was saturated with blood. My right side from the blood of my own person, and the left side from the blood of my horse. Now it was clear why I had lost my right glove, for I had no hand on which to wear it."
Lieutenant James Lemon of the 18th Georgia. The wagons did not reach us until just before dawn, and were almost assaulted by the men, wild as they were in their hunger. Calm was quickly restored, however, and rations were drawn. Cook fire started. To our everlasting dismay, the firing from the field from which we had withdrawn had greatly intensified, and we were ordered back to the front at once. Our men went almost wild with anger and furiously threw their rations down to the ground and poured out their coffee as they moved into line. General Wolford had ridden up and was among us as we formed, calling out, "Never mind, boys. There will be plenty to eat soon enough. It is the Yankees who have taken your breakfast. Make them pay for it." A savage yell went up in response, and the men's faces I shall never forget. Wild-eyed and furious, clenched teeth and oaths from every man, from the most savage to the most mild-hearted, all were as one in their wrath. They were like savage devils from the infernal regions, howling madly and looking for a fight.
Private Lawrence Daffin, Company G, 4th Texas Infantry. As we emerged from the timber, a panorama, fearful and wonderful, broke upon us. The Texas Brigade was ordered to charge. The enemy was on the opposite side of the stubble field, in the cornfield. As we passed where Lawton's brigade had stood, there was a complete line of dead Georgians as far as I could see. We made a charge directly to the west. We were stopped by a pike, fenced on both sides. It would have been certain death to have climbed the fence. Hayes' Louisiana Brigade had been on our left and had been driven out. Some of their men were with us at this fence. One of them was a better soldier than I was. I was lying on the ground, shooting through the fence about the second rail. He stood up and shot right over the fence. He was shot through his left hand and through the heart, as he fell on me, dead. The 5th Texas, 1st Texas, and 18th Georgia went straight into the cornfield, and when they struck this cornfield, the corn blades rose like a whirlwind, and the air was full.
Private Stephen Elliott Welch of the Hampton Legion, Wofford's Brigade, Hood's Division, remembered the attack and some of the difficulties he encountered once engaged. The day opened with a hailstorm of shell, grape, and canister. The first gun I had wouldn't go off. Throwing it down, I found another when, like the first, it wouldn't shoot, so I had to get a third, which fired well. After firing 5 or 6 shots, I fell doubled up and lay insensible for a while. As soon as my sense returned, I felt a queer sensation on my head and found my right eye closed, ear full of blood, and a pool of blood by my side. My rifle was thrown one way and had another. Picking up my cap, it bore no trace of a cut on the outside, but the inside was much torn. It is really a miracle I was not torn to pieces, for I never saw rain fall faster than the bullets did around us. Never have I seen men fall so fast and thick. In about 1 hour's time, our whole division was almost annihilated.
Lieutenant Colonel Martin Geary, commanding the Hampton Legion, who in about a half an hour are literally going to charge directly over top of you as they drive towards the fence along the turnpike. The battle opened at daybreak along the whole line. We began to advance from under cover of the woods in rear of the church, the enemy being in line of battle near the edge of the cornfield immediately in our front. We advanced steadily under a heavy fire and had not gone far when Herod Wilson, the bearer of the colors, was shot down. They were raised by James Estes of Company B, and he was shot down. They were then taken up by C.P. Poppenheim of Company A, and he too was shot down. Major J.H. Dingle then caught them and began to advance with them, screaming, "Legion, follow your colors." The words had an inspiring effect, and the men rallied bravely under their flag, fighting desperately at every step. Major Dingle fell in the bloody charge at Sharpsburg. He fell with the flag in his hands, and when I stopped over him to raise it again, it was with difficulty that I wrenched it from his grasp. So fondly had he clutched it in death. 56 out of 77 who participated in that battle had fallen under the folds of our flag. For those that charged and fought on this field where you stand, that cloth and thread was more important than life itself.
E. Scott Carson, also part of Hampton's Legion, remembered that it seemed the whole world was in arms against us. The new bright flags were waving in every direction. A.J. Barker of the 11th Mississippi, whose regiment advanced in the fields to your front. The 11th Mississippi made their way through the cornfield and to the north edge of the cornfield. My regiment went in on a run into battle. I was at once wounded in the foot by a fraction of a bombshell. This is the last time I saw Colonel Butler, and the last I know of the battle, except that it seemed to me that every blasted Yankee was firing at us with guns of illimitable range. My company lost every officer and private except for one in that battle, either killed or wounded.
Lieutenant James Lemon, 18th Georgia Infantry. We stepped off again in perfect unison, 1,000 Confederates. Bone-tired and starving, but with a burning fury for the hated Yankees. We saw the black-hatted Yanks coming on in style. Ruff, his fighting blood up, called out, "Looky there, boys, at them black hats. Let's go knock them off." Wild laughter and the piercing rebel yell is heard again, and at the command fire, a rolling volley blasted forth. A yell, more like a tortured scream, bellowed forth from every throat. Off we went at charge bayonet and at the double quick. The ranks of the Yanks shuddered and broke. On we swept like a cyclone, driving them before us in a demoniacal fury. As we advanced, we became aware of a battery of guns placed ahead and to our left. These guns began to do terrible work among us. Within about 40 yards, the most horrible blasts belched forth from the pieces, which killed and maimed dozens of our boys.
Private James Murray of the 4th Texas Infantry wrote to his father, "Dear Father, our brigade was formed and marched forward. Many of our own were already wounded by the grape from the Yankee batteries, we being in the direct range of their guns. Every discharge I could hear some poor fellow shriek out. It was a trying hour. We drove into Yankee lines 20 times our number. One thing I do know, we fought until we were completely flanked and nearly all killed and wounded. Our brigade went into the fight with 860 men and lost 554 killed, wounded, and missing. I'm sorry you made such poor crops in Texas this season, though I hope you will not suffer for want of something to eat."
J.M. Polk of Company I, 1st Texas Infantry. The air was full of shot and shell, and we were in an open field with no protection, and it seemed impossible for a rat to live in such a place. The dead and dying were in every direction. It didn't take time to load my gun, for there were plenty of loaded guns lying on the ground by the side of the dead and wounded men, and they were not all Confederates. The blue and the gray were all mixed up. Later in the day, John Bell Hood, going over the exact ground that you are standing on right now, he recalled, "Whole ranks of brave men were mowed down in heaps to the right and to the left. Never before was I so consciously troubled with the fear that my horse would further injure some wounded fellow soldier lying helpless on the ground."
Stonewall Jackson. About sunrise, the Federal infantry advanced in heavy force to the edge of the wood on the eastern side of the turnpike, driving in our skirmishers. Batteries were opened in front with shell and canister, and our troops became exposed for near an hour to a terrific storm of shell, canister, and musketry. With heroic spirit, our lines advanced to the conflict and maintained their position in the face of superior numbers with stubborn resolution, sometimes driving the enemy before them, and sometimes being compelled to fall back before their well-sustained and destructive fire. The carnage on both sides was terrific.
The carnage on both sides was terrific. That's an apt description of the last hour, 150 years ago. Where you stand is literally at the very vortex of hell. George Gordon described that first 2 hours as a hellish carnival. In just the time we've gathered, thousands of soldiers have been shot down, killed, and wounded. And we still have 11 hours to go on that fateful day. It took great effort for you to come here this morning, this early, and to join us in this tradition that we enjoy so much on this day. But nothing like the great effort that 100,000 men made to arrive on this very same field at this very same time at this very same place. You've done great honor to their memory, and we thank you for coming out and joining us. Thank you. Visitor Center opens at 9, and we'll have another hike starting at 9:15. We'll meet at the New York Monument. Hike, which is in 2 parts. We're starting at 9:15. The second half will meet at Burnside Bridge at 1:15. We're going to be out about 3 hours. And the most important kind of safety message I could give you is the greatest hazard in this park, besides traffic, is groundhog holes. We're going to be moving on across some of our trails and fields, so we all just kind of got to keep an eye on each other. This is a more detailed look at the terrain and the landscape. We're not going to give a full explanation of the Maryland campaign because we just don't have time, because we want to get out and explore the battlefield. That's the point of this hike. If anybody wants more of a general overview, we do have the Ranger guided car caravan at 10. So we're going to be hiking. We're going to go about 1.5 miles or so, somewhere in there. But I do got to give at least the absolute very basics. And the first thing, because we're getting questions about it every day, we are in the process of doing a full restoration of our historic visitor center. They're over there working right now, as a matter of fact. And we're about 45% done with that project. The goal, and as of today, we are on track that on this day, 1 year from now, we'll have a ribbon cutting. That's the goal. That building is a great visitor center. It just has lots of problems. The roof leaks. Raw sewage comes in the lobby 3 times a year. There's no accessibility, so we're going to fix it up. So that's the big project going on over there. And we brought our temporary visitor center in because folks are still busy. So. The Battle of Antietam was the result of Robert E. Lee's first Confederate invasion into the north. He entered Maryland in early September. First stop, Frederick, Maryland, 20 miles that way. Once arriving in Frederick, he divided his army to capture the Union garrison at Harper's Ferry. Harper's Ferry, 10 miles due south. Most of you are facing north. 10 miles south, there were 12,000 United States soldiers who are behind Lee on his line of supply and communication. So Lee, once he arrives in Maryland, divides his army to capture the Union garrison. Sends a quarter of his army to the mountains to the east, and a quarter of his army goes north to Hagerstown, Maryland. By stopping, that allowed time for the Union Army to react, commanded by George Brinton McClellan. About 70,000 soldiers will march from Washington, D.C. They will walk 50 miles, and these armies will first meet each other on the mountains to the east on September 14th, 3 days ago. 3 days ago, you had the Battle of South Mountain. Battle of South Mountain. 6,000 casualties. Most people never heard of it because what happens here today. The Union Army gained great confidence coming off that mountaintop, defeating Lee's army, driving them off the mountaintops, taunting them as they retreated. Lee is driven off the mountain and he begins to gather his army here. The Union garrison at Harper's Ferry surrenders on the 15th, 2 days ago. 12,000 United States soldiers surrender, the largest surrender of American forces until World War II. After the capture of the ferry, Jackson sends his forces to this field. And Lee's army gathers, and he has decided he's not leaving Maryland without a fight. So he gathers here. He bases that decision on the terrain or the topography. Folks, that's what we're going to look at today. If you are going to look at this battle, try to understand this battle, you must study the terrain, the landscape. It's everything. It dictated why Lee chose this spot. It dictates the outcome of the battle. And if you were here on September 17th, if you were here on this day 159 years ago, these key terrain features will probably decide whether you live or die. So we're going to take a good close look at that terrain today, and we're going to, because you've made the decision to join this hike, you're going to experience better than most. Nice. imagine that as a line of fire down a musket line. So Lee gathers here, the Union Army gathers on the other side of Antietam Creek. The night before, last night, 15,000 United States soldiers cross over Antietam Creek, move into position a mile out in front of you. We're going to walk halfway there in just a moment. The Confederates will turn to face that and fill this field. We're going to walk their battle line as we move north. We're going to walk the Confederate battle line for the first time because of the opportunities presented by new properties and new trails. We're going to walk that line. The fighting up there, for a lot of you came out of sunrise, really began at first light, 5:40, 5:45. The artillery begins the day, and the infantry becomes fully engaged by 6. Just as you're thinking through the battle and kind of some of the, we can't go real time, particularly now, we're a little behind. Remember, there's no daylight savings time at the time of the battle. So it's an hour later. Any questions on what we're going to do this morning or where we're going, what we're going to talk about? Anything burning in your mind, you just have to know that, especially for folks that have never been here before. Go ahead.
How far is Hagerstown?
10 miles. Well, 8 to 10, depending on the south end of town. 8 to 10. So 1/4 of the Confederate Army's there, half's on the mountain, the other quarter's at Harper's Ferry. Then they gather here the night of the 16th, some arriving the morning of the 17th, some getting here the afternoon of the 17th. Okay, let's. The one thing I don't want to hear from anybody is anybody saying, oh, that brigade should have gone here and that regiment should have gone here. Look how long it takes me to move 75 people 75 feet and trying to keep you guys together. And you can hear me. We would not have heard a word that morning. There were 520 cannons engaged in this battle, fired 50,000 rounds of ammunition. 3 million bullets were fired. You cannot see, you cannot hear. The terrain changes every 100 feet. That's what I want you to pay attention to this morning as we move around. Pay attention to what you can see and what you can't see. Because one thing you need to understand about the American Civil War, not just here at Antietam, but any Civil War battlefield, every decision made, every weapon fired is line of sight. Everything you do from sunrise to sunset is based on what you can see. And the problem here, what you can see changes every 100 yards. Every time we move on this field, it changes. On a positive note, 2/3 of Antietam National Battlefield has been purchased since 1990. The latest acquisition is all this property here in front of you. The Miller Meadow. We're going to hear more about that in a little bit. This is the very center, the very core of the park. And what our goal is to balance visitor use, care of the natural resources, and restoring the landscape to 1862. And this landscape right now is about the best it's ever looked as far as that 1862 appearance. So you have that opportunity to experience that. So throughout this hike, we're going to talk about these key terrain features. And one of them, which has been getting restored and is now starting to take shape, is this little piece of the East Woods. The state of Maryland helped us plant all those trees. The other thing, since we now own all of this property in front of you, we've built our new Cornfield Trail, which we're going to walk here in just a minute. And one of the things we did with that Cornfield Trail, we have a lot of tools at our hand that we didn't have in the past, including GPS. We have created a digital file showing the original roadbed of this road. You are walking on a historic road that was here in 1862. However, it did not go straight where it goes today. It wound up through these woods. We're going to be following that, a piece of that at least. So we have basically used the historic roadbed to place our new trail. So we're accomplishing 2 goals, restoring the 1862 landscape and creating a better visitor experience. That's a win-win for all of us. We lease about half the battlefield to local farmers. That's why you have soybeans and you have corn in the cornfield this year, which is pretty awesome. Just so you know, there were no soybeans here in 1862. But it's a good cash crop, you know. It's all about balance. That's part of, you know, managing a park. It's all about balance. So one of the things we have an opportunity to do this morning, which you didn't have until now, was to understand the Confederate battle line at dawn at the beginning of this battle. And the Confederate battle line on this side of the Hagerstown Pike is Alexander Lawton's division. There are 3 Confederate divisions that are going to fight in the morning. You have Lawton's here. On the other side of the turnpike, the Stonewall Division, and then Hood's division in reserve. That is your formation for Civil War combat. And this is true at almost every level of command. 2 up, 1 back. You always have 2 brigades up and a brigade in reserve, 2 divisions up and a division in reserve. And those first 2 would engage, and the backup division or brigade would fill in where they're needed. That's how combat is done. Out in front of that, you have a skirmish line to kind of feel out the enemy. Once you engage, your initial lines engage, and you have about 30 minutes of combat, about 30 minutes of combat power. You carry 40 bullets going into battle. You got about 30 minutes, then you take some off the dead guys laying around you. And then after months of sheer boredom, you have 30 minutes of terror. So Lawton's division starts at those trees directly behind you. That is the right flank. The 15th Alabama, to the next regiment coming towards us is the 21st North Carolina, and then right here is the 21st Georgia. And the unit I want to talk about is right here. 100 soldiers in a regiment, the 12th Georgia. 100 soldiers. And the reason I want to mention them is they are illustrative of the condition of the Army of Northern Virginia at Sharpsburg in 1862. The Army is in terrible shape. They have been fighting and marching for months. They just fought the Second Battle of Manassas, which had more casualties than here at Antietam. They marched all the way here. And the 12th Georgia, directly here in front of you, commanded by a captain, James Rogers. Captain James Rogers. Now, a regiment in the American Civil War is supposed to be 1,000 men. 10 companies of 100. But after a year of war, this regiment has been whittled down to 100. Here's James Rogers from Macon, Georgia. Captains are not supposed to be commanding regiments. That's generally a full colonel. But that's where we are in the fall of '62. And he has 100 men. When we're trying to figure out casualty rates, theirs is pretty easy. You got 100 men. I'll give you the numbers here in a minute. Now, as you look in front of you, you have the fence line on the southern boundary of the cornfield. The east woods to your front right. The west woods on the other side of the turnpike. Coming directly at you is the Union 1st Corps. The first initial line on this side of the advance, Rickett's Division, 3 brigades. The 1st Brigade Commander, General Hartsup, is wounded, and his units are delayed about 30 minutes while they try to figure that out. 2nd Brigade Commander, Colonel Christian, turns and runs that way as fast as he can. He is court-martialed. He dies in an insane asylum. Abram Duryea is the 3rd Brigade, and they'll lead the assault. They pop out of that corn at 6 a.m. and start to engage the 12th Georgia. Now, this is why the terrain helps us understand everything. The 12th Georgia initially was facing like this, kind of watching up the Smoketown Road. But they get attacked from the cornfield, and they're going to turn and move to, there's some, these are kind of rock ledges out in the middle of this field, and they're going to turn and face that attack. And as Duryea's men advance, they're going to take advantage of this piece of the east woods. And they're going to come through the woods and turn into it. So the main line is across the south edge of the corn, and one of the regiments swings around and gets into the woods. So in other words, the 12th Georgia is getting hit on 2 sides, not 1. And they will lose 59 soldiers killed and wounded. 59 soldiers killed and wounded. So we could do the math there pretty easy. 59 out of 100. That's a 59% casualty rate, which is unheard of. James Rogers, right here in front of you, right along this little rock outcropping, initially he's shot through the hand and it takes off the fingers of his left hand. Then he's shot in the thigh. And the last one gets him in the head. He's killed instantly. He's one of the 59%. 59 out of 100 killed at this rock ledge. So what we're going to do is we're going to take on the new trail and we're going to turn west. And just keep in mind, as we walk down this trail, we're literally walking down James Walker's brigade. Bulldog Walker challenged Stonewall Jackson to a duel when he was a student at BMI. He has 700 men extending from those trees to the left side of the 12th Georgia. 700. We're going to be walking his line, heading to Douglas's brigade.
Can't do that because of the border states. Eventually gets switched because it results eventually some other nation. So you have these two polar opposites occurring in a few days based on the upper Good. International implications. Yeah. Great book called World on Fire that talks about the British and what goes on in Europe during the Civil War. And most of it's, is it atoms?
All right, folks, this is was a house and barn used to be here. We acquired this property in the fall of 2019, and personally, amongst the staff, we feel this little spot right here is one of the greatest spots anywhere on the battlefield. You have a complete 360-degree view of the north end of the battlefield. It's just absolutely amazing. So about 2 years ago, in the fall of 19, we acquired 44 acres, what we used to call the Wilson property or the Triangle, because it's a triangle created by the Smoketown Road, the Hagerstown Road, and Cornfield Avenue. So guess what? We got 44 new acres, and how are we going to manage it? How are we going to take care of this piece of land? So we want to talk about that a little bit now, because we like to give a different perspective on our all-day hike.
Hi everyone, again my name is Jenna and I'll be talking about the natural resources here in the what we now call the Miller Meadow or the Miller Grassland. And as Keith mentioned, we acquired this property in 2019 from the American Battlefield Trust. And since then, we've been in the process of transitioning it into what we call a warm season grassland. But at the time of the battle, this is known as a clover field. And we know this because of Ezra Carmen. He's a veteran of the 13th New Jersey, and I'm going to start by reading a quote from him. And he's describing this area. He says, "South of the cornfield and bounded by the Hagerstown Road on the west, and by the East Woods and the Smoketown Road on the east and south, was a field of nearly 80 acres, most of it in luxuriant clover, some of it freshly plowed." So this is no longer a clover field here, but again, it is a warm season grassland. If you look behind you, the area we just walked through, that area of land was planted in 2020, so last year, and the area we're standing in right now was planted this spring and this summer. Now planted in here, there are several types of warm season grassland and warm season grasses, and they're mostly something called broom sedge, side oats grama, and a couple other grasses in here that are native to this area, meaning that they would grow here naturally on their own. Now the other things planted in this area are about 40 species of native wildflowers. Now a couple of the flowers in here that you might have seen as we walked up, it's kind of the end of the growing season for this meadow. The growth begins in late spring and the peak is from June to August. So we're kind of past that point right now, but I still saw a couple as we were moving through the area. That's mostly cone flowers, New England asters, mist flowers. There's some blanket flower out there as well as some black-eyed Susans and false sunflowers. Now this area is extremely important to the animals that live here on the battlefield. Now there are several of these areas throughout the battlefield, about 121 acres in total. Now the animals that live here today are the bird species are the eastern meadowlark, the grasshopper sparrow, the vesper sparrow, and the bobwhite quail. So we're hoping these animals will move into this area
as it's established. It takes about 3 to 5 years to get this area established. So it takes quite a bit of time. Now, the other mammals who move into this area, we're hoping, are smaller mammals, and that's mostly deer mice, least shrews, and the meadow voles. Now, when these small mammals move into this area, and the birds as well, this essentially creates a whole new food chain here on the battlefield, starting with those small mammals, moving up to the birds. We're also hoping that it will benefit the raptor species in the area. That is the northern harrier and the barn owl. We're hoping that they move into this area as well as those creatures come with it. Now, the wildflowers that I mentioned, they also help attract pollinators. Pollinators are vitally important to our ecosystem. Those are creatures like birds, bats, bees, butterflies, and moths. Now, they come here, they feed on the nectar from these wildflowers, and as they do that, they get pollen on their underside or on their belly. And as they move from flower to flower, they spread that pollen, and they help pollinate not only other flowers, but also crops that are grown by local farmers. Now, pollinators, they're responsible for spreading the pollen and pollinating about 90% of the wildflowering plants in the world. They're also responsible for pollinating 1/3 of the human food supply. So again, these creatures are really important to our ecosystem. Now, the vegetables that they go on to pollinate are flowering vegetables, and that's mostly squash, zucchinis, pumpkins, melons, and cucumbers. So all those things that you eat every day in a salad or enjoy over the summer, they are being pollinated by these little critters that you see every day and don't even give a second thought. So they are very, very important to our ecosystem here. And there's a couple things that threaten them that are mostly human actions. That is habitat destruction. That is why we were so happy to put in this meadow here. And we're hoping to continue to add areas like this to the battlefield to make a more continuous habitat for these creatures. We have a lot of it down on the southern end of the field, mostly by the final attack trail there, if you've ever walked it. And we're hoping again to make more of those as we move into the years to come. Now, the other thing that affects them is global warming. As the temperature of the planet gets warmer every year, the flowers that these creatures rely on bloom earlier and earlier. Now, when these animals move into the area, if they don't have a food source, it's really going to impact their rate of survival. So just a small thing like the temperature increasing or decreasing every year does have that significant effect on them. Now, the final thing here, we are in a rural agrarian area, is the use of pesticides. Pesticides used on farms in the area, again, are like poison to these animals. That does have an effect on them, and that is why we are using a 3-year prescribed burn. Once this area is established, we will burn it every 3 years. That not only helps reduce the number of pesticides we use or the amount of pesticides used here, but it also helps stop invasive species from growing and trees from encroaching on this area. Now again, this takes 3 to 5 years to get established, so we won't be burning here for quite a while, but prescribed burns are a very useful tool used by most land agencies, especially the National Park Service. Now, another benefit for these grasslands here, this warm season grassland, is that they have very deep roots. These plants are rooted into the ground about 5 to 8 feet below our feet. So this deep root system also helps to control soil erosion. So this soil is more firmly in the ground with this meadow planted here. So that again helps with soil erosion. The other thing this meadow, as Keith mentioned earlier, helps preserve is the viewpoints here at Antietam. This was a clover field or grass field at the time of the battle. This meadow is a pretty low growing area, meaning we can still see all the areas that the soldiers could see at the time of the battle. Between that and providing the benefits to those local animals that I mentioned, that is why we decided to plant a warm season grassland here, and we're hoping to plant more of it throughout the battlefield as well. Now, I'll ask at this point if anybody has any questions about what I just discussed, and if not, I'll turn it back over to Keith and Brian. Any questions, guys? Yes?
How does the prescribed burn cut down on pesticides?
So you're burning the field instead of treating it. There are invasives that move into this area. If you've ever heard of Atlantis or Tree of Heaven, Johnson grass, those are some things that move into areas like this. And a prescribed burn, since those are trees that kind of root pretty shallow, they're damaged by the burn, and these plants that root deeper in the ground are able to regrow, and those plants are killed off. And there are certain plants like the Johnson grass, per the state of Maryland, you have to treat them with a pesticide to kill them, because they are that dangerous of an invasive species.
You didn't mention groundhogs. Are they natural to this area?
They are definitely a pervasive force on the battlefield, and to my knowledge, they are natural to this area, but they definitely can become a pest. We'll probably see some more of those holes as we move throughout the field today. Prescribed burns, I don't know if they'll scare them away, but they definitely might vacate their holes in this area for quite a while.
Can you answer a question about the cornfield?
I can try. If not, I'll pass it along to my colleague.
Okay. I just wanted to know if the corn that we see right today, how does that compare with the actual size of the cornfield that was here? Is it the same size?
Pretty comparable. I think the difference there is that they were planted a little bit further apart back in the day. So you might see the rows planted a little bit closer together, but to my knowledge, it's the same size.
Yeah, the size of it is exactly the same. The dimensions of it. Is that what you were asking?
Yes,
The dimensions?
yes.
The dimensions of it are exactly the same.
And the reason I'm asking is the description after the battle, it said where it was all cut to the ground.
As closely as with a knife, as
Yeah.
Joe Hooker said.
That's just amazing.
Yes, sir. And how it looks would be a little bit different. It would. These are hybrids, probably a little taller, more dense. At the time, they would plant, as Jenna said, a little wider, because remember, it's all done by hand and horses. And they did more of a checkerboard, so it's a little clumpier.
But there's no smoke today, so that
Yeah,
helps.
it makes a big difference.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jenna. Appreciate it so much. And two things I want to make a point of there, and that is managing your park here is much more than sitting in my living room reading Bruce Catton. It is much more complicated and it's much more demanding. And we have an entire team of employees here that manage this landscape. We're in the process right now of developing our long-term cultural landscape plan, and we're going to try to balance these natural resource issues to visitor use to maintaining the historic landscape. I will tell you, this meadow is a huge win for you. Not only is it a huge win for the natural environment of this park, it is a huge win for you. Because if we did decide, and we could have very easily, we decide, this could have gone into agriculture. If this was corn, you wouldn't be able to do what we're doing today. You wouldn't be able to have these views. Also, you can't mix agricultural and trails. That's a very complicated thing. We face that even here now. So the fact that this is going to be warm season grasses in a meadow is a huge win for every person that visits this park for the foreseeable future. So let's be thankful for that. All right, that was just a little side note because we want to broaden this story here today, and we're going to jump back into the battle at about, I said, the first line of Union soldiers break out of the corn. Duryier's brigade, and one of the things it described about, one of the men in the regiment said, it looked as if the men in gray rose up from the ground. You hear this a lot in these comments. And the reason they had that sense of Confederates literally rising up out of the ground is because look how we're standing on this knoll. And the line was initially just a little bit behind you, and as they came up forward to engage, it almost looked like they rose up. So Duryea goes it alone for 30 minutes and he loses 30% of his men. He had 1,100. About 300 are killed and wounded in about 30 minutes and they pull out. Then General Hartsuff's lines arrives. Christian's line arrives. And they do the same thing. Come through the corn, come through the east woods and bend around that corner, providing devastating fire from two directions on the Confederates that are here. The initial line where you're standing was 6 Georgia regiments commanded by Marcellus Douglas. They're left on the turnpike, they're right going about halfway across the field. Then there was a small gap, and then we picked up with Walker's brigade. About a half hour in, they call for reinforcements. Hayes' Louisiana brigade, that'll charge right through the center of this field. Hayes loses 60% of his soldiers, every officer shot down. In Lawton's division, in the first 2 hours, the time we've been out, 13 of 15 regimental commanders are killed and wounded. 13 out of 15, and they lose about 50%. Now, we can't give even in a 3-hour hike, I cannot give you every detail, but I'm trying to give you some specific examples to illustrate some kind of overarching themes about this field and about this day. The first is they wish they had one of those bones. You could have changed the entire outcome of this battle with one of those. Two of them, even better. Yeah, Jackson had one here and Lee back there. So I completely lost my train of thought. But here I want to illustrate some key concepts about the battle, and here's one of them. Coming right directly in front of you is the Iron Brigade. I know this group, I don't need to explain who that is. Wisconsin, Indiana. Directly in front of you is the 6th Wisconsin and the 2nd Wisconsin. And they're going to drive through the corn, and they're going to push out into this open field. And they're going to get to right about here. And you have one of the Confederate counterattacks coming out of the West Woods. General William Stark is going to lead about 1,500 men in a counterattack against the Hagerstown Turnpike. The Iron Brigade, with help from Phelps's brigade, 2nd U.S. Sharpshooters, are going to turn to face that, driving towards those fences directly behind you. Stark's men are charging towards the fences on the other side, on the west side. This is one of the most famous Antietam events on September 17th. These two sides are literally fighting across the width of the road, 30 yards apart, with weapons that can shoot 300 yards. The 1st Louisiana loses their flag on the fence. Lewis Parmalee of the 2nd U.S. Sharpshooters runs to capture it. He's shot down. So, around, you got to be careful with the times, but around 6:30, 6:45, you have this, think about this now, you have Union soldiers facing west, firing that way. The Iron Brigade is going to be driven out of this field by the most important or most devastating Confederate counterattack that morning. And John Bell Hood's men, 2,000, come charging from behind the Dunker Church. They will cross into this field 100 yards north of the Dunker Church. They're basically marching out, halt, make a left face, and drive north. That's right around 7 a.m., so today about 8 a.m. Right around 7 a.m., Hood makes a counterattack with 2,000 soldiers into this field. Remember now, you had the two initial divisions, Jackson's, Lawton's, Hood in reserve. These two divisions are shot to pieces, and now you need Hood's counterattack to try to keep from having the whole left flank of the Confederate Army collapsing. Hood's men drive north, 2 brigades, Wolford and Law. The way I like to describe this, if you think about old barroom doors, double swinging doors. Wolford on the left, Law on the right. And they're going to march north and they're going to swing out. Opening up. Wolford's brigade swings to the left or to the west. Law's brigade swings to the east, to the right. And as they drive north and swing, the 2 other regiments of the Iron Brigade, the 7th Wisconsin and the 19th Indiana, counterattack from the west towards the turnpike fence. And the 18th Georgia, the Hampton Legion, and the 4th Texas, they all turn towards that. So within 30 minutes, this is the point I'm trying to make about the complexity of Antietam battlefield. 30 minutes apart now, you have Confederate soldiers facing the exact same direction, firing the same way that the Iron Brigade was 30 minutes ago. With Union soldiers attacking the same direction Confederates were 30 minutes ago. That's the complexity of Antietam. It is way more complex than we could even help to explain it to you, but we're going to do our best. At the very tip of that swinging door is the 1st Texas. They go straight. They go through the corn. They are literally marching over the thousands of casualties that had occurred up to that point. And you need to stop and think about that for a second. Almost every soldier, both United States and Confederate, that fought on this battlefield is walking over men who had walked before, who were shot down or horribly disfigured and maimed, or at the very least, they are screaming at you, help me, pulling at your pant legs. And you haven't got into combat yet. And the 1st Texas goes on this side, this brigade, farther north than any other regiment. They'll go all the way to the next fence, 30 yards short of the next fence. Waiting for them there is an entire division of Pennsylvania soldiers under the command of George Meade. And those two brigades plus Union artillery, Ransom's battery is going to devastate the 1st Texas. Their commander reported that he had 211 soldiers that morning and lost 186. That's 86% casualty rate. The highest rate for any regiment in the American Civil War. Now on this side, Law's brigade heads out, and on the tip of their door is the 6th North Carolina, 2nd and 11th Mississippi. They'll go farther north than any other units in Hood's command. They'll go up to the face of the East Woods, and the tip of the door gets out to that northeast corner, which we're going to be at in just a little bit. We're going to circle up around there. Some of the men of the 2nd and the 11th actually go over that fence. The 11th Mississippi loses their flag in that action. And the arrival of the 12th Corps will drive them back. We're going to be hearing about the 12th Corps at our next stop. But where we are, right around, what time, Brian? 7:30, 8 o'clock when 12th Corps arrives? 7:30? You have the remnants of Jackson. Most of Hood's men have been turned back. You have 3 regiments over there in the East Woods. This is another example of the complexity of Antietam battlefield. You have 3 regiments holding on in the East Woods, Confederate. 3 different regiments from 3 different brigades. 21st Georgia, 5th Texas, and 4th Alabama. 3 different brigades, 3 regiments, desperately holding on in the East Woods. It's about 7:30, and the United States 12th Corps arrives under the command of Joseph Mansfield. Any questions about any of that? Go ahead.
So that whole maneuver was choreographed. That was intentional. That barn door thing.
Because they're reacting to where the Confederate or the Union fire is coming from. Yeah. Now they probably would have liked to stay more compact, but with the fire coming from this side and the fire coming from that side, they kind of open up. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Well, thank you very much for what you're doing. The big question I have is this, and I know it's maybe outside the purview. McClellan's defeated on the peninsula north of Yorktown. Pope is defeated at the Second Battle of Manassas. And as you said, Lee's army coming up here was in pretty poor shape. My question, why in God's name was he here in the first place?
Lee?
Yes.
That's a very good question. I think he took great risk.
Did he hope to capture Philadelphia, New York? He couldn't have been that.
Harrisburg, maybe. Walter Taylor on the staff said Harrisburg was a possible target. His what is a modern term, a modern military term, is called the center of gravity. What is the source of power for your opponent? We still do this today. It's Clausewitz Day. Where's my friend from the War College? I'm getting a little too deep here. We got to keep moving. But the center of gravity, what Lee is facing this attack at, is not necessarily McClellan's army. He's facing it at the civilian population of the North, who is pretty sick of this war already. And if you have a Confederate army marching at will through Maryland, up into Pennsylvania, maybe to Harrisburg, they're done. And they're going to sue for peace, and we'll have 2 countries, one free, one slave. Yeah, that too.
There's also political pressure in England at this time to recognize the Confederates, and they're waiting for another victory by Lee, so that's also...
So the European question. So there's a lot of issues in that. I don't know if that answers your question or not.
Thank you.
Hood himself, he's on his horse in the middle of this field, worrying about his horse stepping on the wounded. Okay, we're going to follow Brian.
Yeah, it's like you said, he wish he had 2 telephones because it's mass confusion. If it's a long distance, it's maybe sending a note or a runner to somebody saying, you know, General so-and-so is wounded, you're now in charge.
How do they convey the flags and the uniforms as to, well, they're from...
Yep, sometimes that works, yep. Yep, but as you'll see up here, that's a problem as well, because they get very close and they can't tell who's who.
How do they convey the maneuvers?
They're using, if they're shouting orders, if they can't shout in here, kind of bugle calls, they would use that as well. Okay, pausing here just briefly before we step into up onto the East Woods Trail again. We're back to, or I should say the Cornfield Trail. We're back on a new section of the Cornfield Trail, the rerouted Cornfield Trail. Just to the south of us here, if we were to move in that direction, that puts us on the historic roadbed of the Smoketown Road, the historic Smoketown Road. The road out here, that was added in, or kind of say bypass, if you will. The historic section here runs back to the road. And as we turn up here, this is also the historic section of the Smoketown Road going through the East Woods. The reforestation of the East Woods started about 10 years ago. When I started here, the only kind of idea that gave you where the East Woods was located were these trees right here, the tall trees. These tall trees represented the East Woods. And it's unbelievable now that we have this woodlot here to the south of us, all these trees up through here as well. As we make our way through here, I'll just point out, make sure you notice the rock ledges in here and how large some of these rock ledges are and how difficult it would be to maneuver troops through here. And it also makes it a little easier to understand how 3 regiments from 3 different brigades could kind of be in this area, because they're not one brigade together. They're separated. So they're coming in at different points and at different places to kind of form up this new brigade of 3 regiments. But it's really the terrain that's dictating why and how those 3 regiments are in this section of the East Woods. The woods were open enough that the soldiers could see through the woods. Today they're a little bit thicker because they are younger trees. They haven't grown up enough to create this canopy where it will cause the lower stuff to eventually fade away, is what we hope. So we're going to make our way up through here. We're on the historic roadbed of the Smoketown Road, and we'll start telling the story of the 12th Corps on the other side of the tree line. Just to get us back to the actual battle, we're now looking at 10:30 our time, which was 9:30, Battle of Antietam time. And so all the action that Keith has described and what I'm going to describe has already happened. The actions of the 1st and 12th Corps are pretty much wrapping up about 8:30, 9 o'clock. And at about 9:30, not our next stop, but our stop after that, we'll talk about the 2nd Corps, McClellan's division, and they're fighting the West Woods, and that's what's happening right now 159 years ago, the action over in the West Woods. Now, as far as the lay of the land, I'm sure for many of you this is the first time you're in this area of what was the East Woods, and it's at this point that the Smoketown Road kind of branches off in 2 directions. One section runs off towards your front left. You can see there's a gap in the trees up there. The trail continues along there, and at this point, the trail becomes not Smoketown Road anymore, but it becomes the Joseph Poffenberger Farm Lane, and so led up to the Joseph Poffenberger Farm. The road, this historic Smoketown Road, bends off in this direction to your right, so there is a kind of a Y in the road right here. And you can see there's gaps in the trees, one leading to Joe Poffenberger, one leading up the historic Smoketown Road. This was woods at the time of the battle. As you can see, we're standing in woods. Where the road is, that also continued over the woods all the way to that next tree line you can see in the distance. That's where the East Woods stopped. A northern section of the East Woods, I mean, it's not a square or rectangle, it's going to be regular in shape. So another historic edge line is right along this rail fence right here. Right here. And on the evening of the 16th, one of the first casualties on the evening of the 16th, Hugh McNeil from the 13th Pennsylvania, the Bucktails, the 13th Pennsylvania Reserve, 15 yards from that wire fence when he is shot down leading his men towards the East Woods. On the day of the battle, in the first 3-4 hours, there are 3 large Union attacks. The 1st Corps, commanded by Joseph Hooker, which Keith spoke of. The 2nd attack, at about 7:30 in the morning, was made by the Union 12th Corps, 7,200 soldiers, commanded by Joseph Mansfield. The theory and the thought process for a long time has been that Lee's army here at Antietam was this beat down and ragged army, and that McClellan had this powerful army of 87,000 men. And that simply is not the case on the Union side. The army that McClellan brings to the field is a conglomeration of different armies that had been fighting. You have green soldiers, men that had never been in battle before, as well as veteran soldiers, regiments with 46 men. And when you start breaking it down, that is the epitome of the Union Army is this 12th Corps. You have green soldiers and brand new soldiers. The 12th Corps, within 6 days before the battle, initially The 12th Corps was Banks' Corps, but that changes. And as they're moving up through Frederick, the beginning of the campaign, Alpheus Williams is the commander of the 12th Corps. About 10 days into September, Edwin Sumner goes to George McClellan and says, I'm going to nominate John Sedgwick to be the commander of the 12th Corps. And McClellan agrees with him. And then Howard was going to move up to take command in the 2nd Corps. So first Mansfield, and then McClellan agrees it's going to be Sedgwick, and then the next day a hold is placed on that. And then Mansfield is back in charge because of this, or I should say, Williams is back in charge because of this wing system that McClellan has installed. So Williams is in charge. And then at that point on the 15th, Joseph Mansfield arrives, and he is in command of the 12th Corps. And then within 15 minutes of being in the battle, Mansfield is wounded, and Williams is back in charge. So the command structure of the 12th Corps is changing throughout the day. Throughout the days leading up to the battle. There's confusion. The 9th Corps is the same way. There's confusion down on its south end of the field. 2 days before the battle, Joseph Hooker wanted to reorganize the entire 1st Corps and take smaller regiments and combine them to make one large regiment. McClellan shoots that down. So there's a lot of confusion in this reorganization of McClellan's army that was here. About 20% never in battle. The 28th Pennsylvania, I should say, the 128th Pennsylvania, they arrive on the field in this high knoll just to our front where these high trees are. 2 days before the battle, the commander of the 128th Pennsylvania goes to our friend Ezra Carman, the commander of the 13th New Jersey, and says, how do I deploy my regiment into a battle line? 2 days before the battle, he's asking, how do I deploy my regiment into a battle line? So how do you think the day turned out for those guys? Very good. So the 12th Corps crossed the Antietam Creek at about 2 o'clock in the morning on the day of the battle. They're halted on the George Line Farm, which is about a half a mile out in this direction. And with the first shots of the battle, they'll start moving to the field. 12th Corps, once again, 7,200 men. You could break that down into 2 divisions. Alpheus Williams, and it's his division that's moving first, and the 1st Brigade in the division, commanded by Crawford. And this is a brigade where you have 3 regiments that are veteran. 28th New York, the 46th Pennsylvania, 10th Maine, 300 guys, and then the 124th, 125th, and 128th Pennsylvania, upwards of 700 and 800. And those Pennsylvania regiments are all new. And so as they're deploying out on the battlefield, the action is over here in the East Woods. And so Mansfield will send 2 of the new regiments, the 124th, the 125th, over to that other side of the cornfield, so that they're not thrown initially into the heavy part of the fight. And the veteran regiments are thrown over into this section. And so the 10th Maine, they move through an open field through the Samuel Poffenberger farm, which is out in that direction. They'll eventually form up right behind that rail fence. And then you have the 46th New York, or I should say Pennsylvania out here, and then the 28th New York, these small regiments numbering 46 and 100, they're filling in this gap. And then it is while Mansfield is trying to bring in this large regiment, the 128th, who has no experience, who's trying to learn how to form a battle line, Mansfield's trying to bring them in to bridge the gap between the veteran regiments here and the newer regiments over there. And it's right in the field here, 50 yards in front of us, that Mansfield is mortally wounded. He sees soldiers out here. He believes that they're Union soldiers. He rides forward and says, don't fight into those guys. Those are our own guys. Shortly after saying that, he's wounded in the chest. And he's taken back to the George Line Farm up the Smoketown Road. He will survive through the day. He will expire from his wounds on the morning of September 18th. The second group from Williams' division to move onto the field, Gordon's brigade. They're moving more towards the cornfield. The 3rd Wisconsin, the 2nd Massachusetts, the 27th Indiana, and they're running into Confederates who are reinforcing from the area around the Sunken Road. And so what we'll do now is going to move up the Smoketown Road, or I should say it's actually the Joseph Poffenberger Lane here. Smoketown Road runs out that way. And we'll look at the deployment of George Greene's men onto the field and talk about the Confederate reinforcements that had been sent north from the Sunken Road. So we'll head off in this direction.
think it's the new fence.
Yeah, they put that up last. It replaced last year. It was here, but it was in bad shape, so
Right.
they replaced it.
They were putting up new fences a few years ago at Perrysville.
That was 5 years ago.
Yeah, yeah. They almost died.
Okay, just a quick lay of the land, what the battlefield looked like back in 1862. It's a little different today. So we're now along the north edge of the cornfield. As Keith said, we do have the parameters of the cornfield laid out, and the fence lines help with that. And so this is the north edge of the cornfield. The famous cornfield is to your left, or to the left of the fence. The trees here, the line of the east woods. So this is a historic line of east woods, and it continued up here as well. The large tree right here is a witness tree. We have about a half a dozen or a dozen on the battlefield, but this is also a witness tree. It's here. This cornfield was not here at the day of the battle. We could look through this avenue back to the trees in the distance. That is the North Woods. That is the far eastern point of the North Woods. And so on the day of the battle, this cornfield initially, or for about 200 yards, was a pasture field, and then there was a fence line, and then there was a plowed field back to the North Woods. So this was all wide open. We would look back all the way to the North Woods from here. Cornfield is here. We're going to walk to the south edge in just a little bit, but then from the south edge of the cornfield back towards the visitor center of the high ground, all open. So the point is, the cornfield was the only planted field on the square mile of land that we've been going through this morning. Now the Confederate reinforcements are arriving to help stop the 12th Corps from D.H. Hill's division. D.H. Hill, 5,000 men. His group was entrusted with guarding the South Mountain gaps, and after the Battle of South Mountain, they retreated to the middle part of what became the Antietam battlefield around the Sunken Road. Hill has 5 brigades in that division, and 3 of those 5 brigades were sent north. The first one, Roswell Ripley, men from Georgia and North Carolina, they'll move up into the cornfield. They'll come in after Hood's men, that Keith spoke of, fell back. So Ripley moves in next. They run into Williams' division, the guys from Gordon's brigade, Crawford's brigade over here. As Ripley starts to fall out, the next group to come forward, commanded by Alfred Colquitt, they're the last Confederates to hold the cornfield. Soldiers from Georgia and soldiers from Alabama. They're able to advance all the way to this point right here, the 6th Georgia. 6th Georgia is right here along this fence line. And then the line bent and ran back in that direction towards where the parking area is for Tour Stop 4, towards where the New Jersey State Monument is, the Indiana State Monument, and so on. So there's a line straight here and then diagonally runs back in that direction. And that's because over here, over in that western part of the cornfield, you have those regiments, 2nd Massachusetts, 3rd Wisconsin, and the 27th Indiana. And so it's that fire that does not allow the Confederate line all the way up to this edge of the cornfield. And also going back, a couple Confederate regiments did make it over this north part of the cornfield. Those regiments from Mississippi, the 11th, 2nd Mississippi, parts of the 6th North Carolina, earlier in the fighting, did cross over this fence line very quickly before being driven back. But at any rate, 1,300 soldiers, commanded by Alfred Colquitt, they're the last Confederates to hold the cornfield. The 12th Corps, Williams' division had moved in. 2 brigades I just mentioned, stretched out through here, through the East Woods, along this northern edge of the cornfield. It's at that point, the next division, commanded by George Greene, will follow on to the field. Greene has 3 brigades. One of them, Goodrich's, is sent all the way towards the Hagerstown Turnpike. So as Greene is moving through the East Woods, he has 2 brigades, Tyndale and Stainrook. And the guys leading the advance right towards this point, you have 3 regiments from Ohio. 5th, 7th, the 66th. 425 men in those 3 regiments. Regiment, when it left home, was 1,000 men. 3 regiments, numbered 425. And as they're moving through, kind of the same thing we just did, moving through the East Woods. If you notice, as we cut into the woods, we were moving uphill, 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 and then all of a sudden we're right out here, through the trees, onto the field. And so, As Green's men moved off the line farm, they're moving through open fields, they're moving through pastures, a narrow cornfield. They're in the east woods, they're through that low ground. All of a sudden, they're on the high ground. One of the commanders of the Ohio regiments, Eugene Powell, said that mist and fog rendered everything obscure and uncertain, but peering through the cloud of vapor, I noticed a line of the enemy standing just beyond and behind a rail fence. He saw the men from the 6th Georgia. He gave the order to fire. No sooner did he give that command, Orrin Crane, the man commanding the regiment next to him, said, "No, wait, don't fire into those men. Those are our own soldiers." The mist and fog rendered everything obscure and uncertain. And so as the two men from the Buckeye State stood right over there arguing whether or not to fire, 50 yards away, Eugene Powell went out in the argument, and once again he gave the order to fire for his men, for the Union cause. He made the right decision. He fires right into the faces of the 6th Georgia. By that point, another regiment in Tyndale's brigade, a large regiment, the 28th Pennsylvania, they're able to move through the woods and they swing in onto the flank of the 6th Georgia. Alfred Colquitt, the commander out here of this Confederate line, said, "We were exposed to a fire from all sides and nearly surrounded. The enemy closed in upon our right so near that the ranks were scarcely distinguishable. Heavy hand-to-hand fighting broke out right here. Men using their bayonet. If they didn't have a bayonet, they're using their club to knock down their opponent. 6th Georgia took no more than 250 men into battle, 198 killed or wounded. And the day is over. 6th Georgia unable to hold this position. They fall back out of the corn. The next regiment down, the 27th Georgia, their flanks exposed. They fall back. Then the 23rd Georgia. Then the 28th Georgia. Then the 13th Alabama. All fall back out of the cornfield. Green's men will follow over the fence through the cornfield, and they will continue all the way down, other side of the Smoketown Road, down into the low ground between where the Moomaw Farm is located and where the visitor center sits up on the high ground. And that swale, Green's men will halt to be resupplied. They had already gone through their ammunition. At that point, from the Sunken Road to the North Woods, there are no Confederate soldiers on this part of the field. Everything is wide open. And so the idea, George McClellan's plan, was to try and hit the flanks, and when one of those attacks was successful, drive through the center. It was a sound plan. It followed the military doctrine of the day. And so at about 8:30, right about 9 o'clock in the morning, there was a little bit of a lull in the action. And so we're going to make our way along the north edge of the cornfield, make our way through the cornfield, and head over towards the West Woods to talk about the third large Union assault in the morning of the battle. Any questions before we leave here? Any quick questions? In the back. Well, there are three of them. The Alfred is on the other side of Route 65. Joseph Poffenberger is about a half mile to the north. The Park Service owns Alfred and Joseph. You and I own it. The Samuel is down in that direction. You can drive past it if you go down along where the 10th Main was, down along that road. That's the Samuel Poffenberger farm. I don't even know if that's in the park boundary, but Park Service, we don't own that. But there are three of them. Okay, we'll make our way to the West Woods.
I think that was his first compact.
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
Yeah, probably because everybody else got killed here.
Well, yeah, it took that long to get away from his uncle. Nobody wanted him either.
Our problem that we have with our all-day hike is that we try to do too much and try to get to different parts of the field that we don't usually get to, and that's what we did this morning. We really wanted to advertise that new cornfield loop as well as this little section here of the West Woods. So in addition to the cornfield loop, we now have a new loop through the West Woods. You park your car here, and in just a little bit we're going to take this trail back down towards the Dunker Church, and we'll head to the Visitor Center, but the trail loops out towards Route 65, past the 15th Massachusetts Monument, then comes back up through right into the West Woods. So it's a nice short loop. But by trying to get to these different places, really wanted to get out towards that Smoketown Road and East Woods. That takes away from time from us being able to talk in great detail about things. So unfortunately, can't go into too great detail about the Second Corps fighting in the West Woods, but a quick overview, and then certainly able to answer questions as we're moving back towards the visitor center just to stay on time. Also, speaking in time, we're about 10 o'clock battle time, so by that point, the fighting that I'm going to talk about now has already occurred. Union forces are, jumping ahead in the story, for those that don't know, are fleeing in that direction after being routed out of the West Woods. Fighting has already started down at the Sunken Road. That occurred at about 9:30. Fighting down at the lower bridge also had started. So at this point, 10 o'clock, there's a lot going on all over the battlefield, up and down the line. But the fighting in the West Woods, the Union Second Corps, as we mentioned, there are 3 large Union attacks in the morning of the fight. First Corps, the 12th Corps, and the Second Corps. Second Corps, 15,000 men, commanded by Edwin Sumner. They start the day on the other side of the Antietam Creek. And at about 7 o'clock in the morning, they're instructed to start moving to the battlefield. And in doing so, as they cross the creek, they don't use the upper bridge. They wade or ford the Antietam. And in doing so, they became stretched out, broke down into 3 groups or 3 divisions, you could say, roughly 5,000 in each division. First division of 5,000, John Sedgwick's division. At about 9:15 in the morning, they moved out of the Eastwoods, straight across the Miller Meadow, across the Hagerstown Turnpike into the West Woods. And it's not until about a half hour later that the next division of 5,000 arrives in the field. An hour later, the third division of 5,000 arrive. And as that second and third group, division of 5,000, moved southward out of the East Woods past the Moomaw Farm, they cannot see where we are. They cannot see where Sedgwick's men had gone into line. But the fellows over there, they could look towards the south and they could see a thin line of Confederate infantry, a couple battle flags dotting the horizon. And so they're just drawn in that direction. So the timing of the Union attacks, the distance between the Federal forces arriving in the battlefield, and the rolling nature of the terrain. Time, distance, and terrain caused the battle to shift from this northern square mile of land down to the Sunken Road at about 9:30 in the morning. Now, meanwhile, the Federal soldiers that were moving towards us, once again, John Sedgwick's division, about 5,200 men. Preceding them into the West Woods was a large regiment from the 12th Corps, the 125th Pennsylvania, and they'll take up position behind the Dunkard Church. And I'll mention as we're here, this is the historic edge line of the West Woods right here. The woods right here runs out to the Hagerstown Turnpike and all the way down the pike past the Dunkard Church. So this is a historic section of the West Woods. The line runs underneath this tree right here. There's another corner, and then the thick trees here to the west of us, that is another historic edge line of the West Woods, and they continue all the way on to the other side of modern Route 65. So with all that being said, these trees you see here, they were not here at the time of the battle. This was an open field. This was an open field. These trees were planted by the Philadelphia Brigade. They were the 3rd Brigade to move into the West Woods. Their monument is the tall monument right here. But after the battle, after the war, when they came to place their monument, they were able to acquire 7 acres of land for roughly the same price that it was going to cost them to acquire about 1/10 of an acre. And so, in addition to placing their monument, they planted these trees to create a park-like setting, so they can come back here and gather and reminisce about their comrades and their time in the war. The Union battle line moving in this direction stretched from the Smoketown Road all the way up to Cornfield Avenue. 5,000 men, 3 long battle lines, 1 brigade with the front and rear rank, followed 50 yards by a 2nd long line, 2nd brigade, front and rear rank, followed 100 yards by a 3rd long line, 3rd brigade, front and rear rank. Their left was anchored on the Smoketown Road, which runs kind of diagonally down towards the church. So that mass of men, they're not moving directly towards us, they're moving down at an angle towards the church. About 200 yards on the other side of the road, the front line will get an order to turn about 45 degrees to the right, oblique to the right, and continue marching forward. The front line, the regiment on the far, as we stand here, it's going to be the far right, because they're far left, the 34th New York, they did not hear that order. They continued moving down the Smoketown Road with their left anchored on the road. The regiment next to them, a large regiment, 600 men, over 600 men, the 15th Massachusetts, they heard that order. And so what happened was, 34th continued down the Smoketown Road and pulled up into the woods behind the Dunkard Church. The rest of the entire division turned 45 degrees and moved towards us. So that opened up about a half-mile gap in the main battle line of Federal forces moving into the woods. And that's not the first time that happened. The 12th Corps, you have a half-mile gap after they're done fighting with Williams' men up there and Greene's men over there. In the 2nd Corps, the half-mile gap between the 34th New York and the 15th Massachusetts and the remainder of the division over here. Also another half-mile gap between the divisions in the 2nd Corps. Sedgwick here, Richardson and French are down by the Sunken Road. It also happens in the 9th Corps, down on the south end of the field at the very end of the day, between the 16th Connecticut, down in the lower Cornfield, and the 9th Connecticut up on the high ground, a half-mile gap. And what do you think happens every time a gap opens up in those Union battle lines? The Confederates are able to fill that hole and to pretty much end the Union advances. It happens throughout the day. So as the Federals push into the woods, the lead regiments, speaking of that 15th Massachusetts, 34th New York over there, they get into the woods. The 15th straight over this ground, through a narrow section of West Woods, out to what is where modern Route 65 is today. And the line continued all the way to the other side of 65, ending with the 1st Minnesota. Now the Confederates that were moving this direction, it wasn't a planned attack, it wasn't a sneak attack or a surprise attack, it just happened to be that McLaws's division, 8,000 men, arrived kind of at the right place at the right time. They initially hit the 2 Union regiments behind the church, that 125th Pennsylvania and the 34th New York. Those soldiers are what's left over from Juba Early's brigade that's moving around down through here, as well as the initial attack of McLaws's men, soldiers from South Carolina, Kershaw's brigade. 2nd, 3rd, and 7th and 8th South Carolina. Further up the line, over in this direction, Confederates are moving across the Alfred Poffenberger farm towards the 15th Massachusetts. That's Sims' brigade, and the middle brigade right down through here is Barksdale's brigade. And as he saw Sims move forward towards the 15th Massachusetts, Barksdale will press through the woods. The fighting in here becomes so confusing, soldiers from New York will level their muskets and fire right into the backs of their own men from Massachusetts. And very quickly the Union line starts to break. 34th and the 125th fall back through these fields. The 7th Michigan, right out here in the woods, they fall back. And as they're falling back, the soldiers up there see that there's a problem. They see fleeing Union soldiers running behind them. And then all of a sudden, they start getting hit in their backs as well as in their sides, and they'll fall back as well. And so the line breaks in that direction. In 20 minutes, 2,200 out of 5,300 Union soldiers killed or wounded. The Westwoods Massacre. And it's at that point the fighting on this square mile of land quiets down. From the Dunkard Church to the North Woods is about a mile, and about a mile each direction. So this square mile of land, the action that Keith and I spoke of for about 20 minutes, all told, 10,000 casualties. 10,000 casualties in the first 4 hours of battle. The soldier killed or wounded every second straight for 4 hours. And as things up here quiet down, that's when the Union attacks shifted southward towards the Sunken Road. And so, we're at 10 after 11. What do you think? 11, where's Keith?
Over here, 11:30.
11:30. We'll reform at the New York State Monument at 11:30, so that gives you a chance to get back to the restrooms if you want to do that. And then from about 11:30 to 12, we'll focus on the action at the Sunken Road. Then a lunch break till about 1:30. And we'll meet down at 1:30 at the Burnside Bridge to continue with the second half, the afternoon half of our program. Those that need to make it back to the Visitor Center rather quickly, you can just take right down the road. Those that want to explore the new section of the West Woods Trail, right over this little hill, you'll see the post down there, and you'll go kind of backwards the way that Barksdale's men came up into the woods. Questions?
As been mentioned several times, there were 23,000 casualties in 12 hours, September 17, 1862. You know what the population of the United States was in 1862?
Around 30 million, is that the number?
31. So if you do the math, we have 10 times the population today that they had then. To make the argument, it would be like a battle today for 230,000
Okay, we're going to get started here. Any questions before we get started on things we've covered so far? Any quick questions? Okay, so we're going to pick up with the Union 2nd Corps and their assaults down towards the Sunken Road. As you remember, the 2nd Corps, 15,000 men. 1st Division is the one that went into the Westwoods, and it's the other 2 divisions that we're going to focus on now that attacked towards the Sunken Road. My good buddy Jess Rowley is going to talk us through that action.
All right. And we're not going to waste any more time up here because we can't see the Sunken Road from here. So we're just going to start walking right now. We're just going to walk here, kind of behind this fence thing right here. And there's a break in the fence on the other side of the hill. We're going to walk through that break in the fence and wind up at the 5th Maryland Monument. While we're waiting, were there any questions that you had up there that you were like, I'm going to wait? Do you have one, and now you want to ask them? Any questions?
Was there any difference between the armament between the Confederates and the Union?
Oh, was there any difference in the armament? Probably the biggest difference would have been in the artillery. The Union has about 40 20-pound Parrots. The Confederacy has a handful, 2 or 3. Maybe 4 at the most, which was considered heavy field artillery. So as far as in the caliber of the artillery, the Union has an advantage there. As far as small arms, both armies are kind of mixed. Both armies have smoothbore, both armies have rifled. Of course, any units that, or the majority of the units that have any kind of repeating weapon like the Sharps, those are usually on the Union side as well. So, but those units are kind of few and far between, so they don't have a huge impact on the battle. Not like Wilder's brigade out west, where you have an entire brigade of men that have repeating weapons and they're able to lay down a wall of fire. Here it's one company, maybe one regiment in one phase of the battle, so it doesn't have as big an impact. So, as far as the infantry, they're pretty evenly matched as far as arms go. All right, well, as I just said, I apologize for the full sun right here, but our next 2 stops will have shade, I promise that. So you can bear with me here for a little bit, but this is the best spot really to kind of get a view of where the view that the Union soldiers would have had as they got to the top of this hillside and made attacks on the Bloody Lane. Our battle platoon right there is kind of marking the position of the Confederates, so you can see how close we are as we come up on this hill, and then the Confederate line is just right there in front of us. Kind of big picture, the Union Army, of course, is advancing from behind you, so they're advancing in this direction toward us. They're marching through the Roulette Farm. The right end of the Union Army is that fence line that we just crossed over. So that is the right end, I should say, of the Union Army, but of the Union assault, is that fence line. We can see where that fence line runs into the Tour Road, over here to your left, or to your right. You can see where those two meet. All the combat takes place essentially from that fence line to the observation tower, which we can't see right now, but we'll see that on our next stop. That's probably been pointed out several times to you today. The observation tower, about a quarter mile in that direction. So all the combat takes place in this farm bed between that fence line and the observation tower. On the Confederate side, the forces commanded here are commanded by Daniel Harvey Hill, D.H. Hill. Before I talked about 3 of his brigades that were taken up and fought in the Cornfield and the East Woods, but he left 2 brigades here, and then commanded by Robert Rhodes, an Alabama brigade. There's General Rhodes right here, a brigade of Alabamians, the 6th, 5th, 3rd, 12th, and 26th Alabama, in that order, beginning right here in front of us, and running all the way up to the Muma farm lane, again up that fence line. On the other side of the fence line, there are more Confederate troops, some of the survivors of the fighting in the Cornfield, as well as Cobb's brigade. But because of the nature of the terrain, you can see, we can't see where the road right there goes over a little hump. Those guys can't actually see the fighting on this side too much. They're kind of separated by that terrain. Beginning right in front of us and running in that direction is a brigade of North Carolinians commanded by George D. Anderson. General Anderson. That would be the 2nd, 14th, 4th, and 30th North Carolina, in that order, running from that direction, running several hundred yards shy of the observation tower. And the 1st Union assaults will be the division, of course, the Union 2nd Corps, commanded by William French. French commands about 5,700 men. And his division, hopefully you all have talked about this a little bit, the problem that the Union Army has with having a lot of troops that have not been in combat. About 20% of George McClellan's army, this is their first battle. For William French's division, that problem is much, much worse. 70% of his men, this is their first battle. 70%. He has 10 regiments. 7 of those have never seen combat. Now, they're not all brand new troops. He just has some troops that have been in the army for about a year, but again, have never seen combat. And the division was organized officially as one complete unit on September 15th. It's 9:30 in the morning on the 17th. He's been in charge of these guys. His subordinate officers have been together as one complete working unit for about 48 hours. And as such, they're not going to try anything too complicated. They're not going to try to make any extravagant wheels to the left or wheels to the right, trying to find the enemy flank. They're simply going to launch frontal attacks against the Sunken Road. His 1st brigade to advance will be commanded by Max Weber, and Weber's men are going to attack right over where you are right now. In fact, the 5th Maryland is part of that brigade. We are standing right by their monument. Now, the best account of the fighting right here is the account of John B. Gordon. He was the commander of the 6th Alabama. John Gordon's men are literally right here in front of us. So they would have been the men firing on the 5th Maryland as the 5th Maryland reached this hilltop right here. And John Gordon's account, again, probably the best account we have of the fighting in the Bloody Lane. And so I'm going to let John Gordon speak for himself. At this point in the fight, John Gordon's men have been in the Bloody Lane. His skirmishers have reported that Union forces are advancing quickly towards them. And as his men begin to fall back into the Bloody Lane, they're going to start tearing down the fence rails and piling them up on this side to give themselves even more cover. At that point, John Gordon looked in this direction, and he could see the eagles on top of the Union flags as the Union troops advanced up this backside of the hill. And then just slowly rising up out of the ground, they could see the entire flag. And then they started to see some people's hats, and then faces, torsos. Pretty soon, standing right here, they saw their entire body. And they thought, at that point, those soldiers will halt and fire a volley down into us, down into the Sunken Road. But again, these are brand new troops. These have never been in combat. Instead, they're going to launch a bayonet charge, charging off the high ground right here, giving away all their advantage up here, and charging down at John Gordon's Alabamians. And as John Gordon said, there was no artillery at this point upon either side, and not a rifle was discharged. The stillness was literally oppressive, as in close order, with their commander still riding in front, this column of Union infantry moved majestically in the charge. Soon they were so close that we might have seen the eagles on their buttons. But my brave and eager boys still waited for the order. Now the front rank was within a few rods of where I stood. It would not do to wait another second, and with all my lung power I shouted, "Fire!" My rifles flamed and roared in the Federals' faces like a blinding blaze of lightning, accompanied by the quick and deadly thunderbolts. The effect was appalling. The entire front line, with few exceptions, went down in the consuming blast. The gallant commander and his horse fell in a heap near where I stood. The horse dead, the rider unhurt. Before his next lines could recover from the terrific shock, my exultant men were on their feet, devouring them with successive volleys. His men are, as he said, devouring, were led by Max Weber. Again, right where we are was the 5th Maryland. To their right would have been the 1st Delaware, and to their left was the 4th New York. A member of the 1st Delaware was a man named Lieutenant Charles Tanner. Lieutenant Tanner right here. Lieutenant Tanner talks about receiving that volley from those Alabama troops, and his account is as such. He says, within less than 5 minutes, 286 men out of 635 and 8 out of 10 company commanders lay wounded or dead on that bloody slope. The colonel's horse had been struck by 4 bullets. The lieutenant colonel was wounded and his horse killed. And our dearly loved colors were lying within 20 yards of the frowning lines of muskets, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of 9 heroes who died while trying to plant them in that road of death. Those of us who were yet living got back to the edge of the cornfield. The cornfield was right behind that line of trees that we just walked down right now. That soybean field was a cornfield on the day of the battle. So they fell back, they reformed, they came back again. Now, Lieutenant Tanner will eventually be awarded the Medal of Honor for his actions here. As he mentioned, their colors had fallen within 20 yards of the Sunken Road, and they were not able to recover them. He will eventually lead a group of men, he said about 50 in number, and they will make a charge and recapture their colors, recapture that flag. And again, for that, Lieutenant Tanner will be awarded the Medal of Honor. With that said, as they reform back in the cornfield, they make another attempt. But as they're making that attempt, the next line's coming up. A brigade commanded by Dwight Morris. Dwight Morris right here. Morris's men are the 14th Connecticut, over here to your right, coming up behind those men from Delaware. The 130th Pennsylvania would have been coming up in support of the 5th Maryland right here. And the 108th New York would be over here to your left. The 14th Connecticut, they are a brand new regiment. They've been in the Army for less than a month. And in the chaos, in the confusion, in the excitement, they halt and fire a volley a little bit farther back. Unfortunately for them, those men from Delaware were still in front of them. They shot to the backs of their own troops. And of course, that causes even more chaos and confusion for Lieutenant Tanner and the 1st Delaware, and they will have to fall back just to meet those Connecticut soldiers for one combined attack. But again, they're launching bayonet charges against this natural trench. And quickly, the next line comes up, melts away, everyone retreats back again to reform, and they're going to be joined by yet another brigade, commanded by Nathan Kimball. Now, Nathan Kimball commands a veteran unit, 3 veteran regiments with 1 new regiment. His 4 regiments are the 14th Indiana, the 8th Ohio, the 132nd Pennsylvania, and the 7th Virginia, which would at some point become known as the 7th West Virginia. And his 4 units will move up. Now they quickly realize it doesn't make any sense to leave this high ground. From up here, we can shoot down into the Sunken Road. In fact, you can march up here, take a shot into the Sunken Road, walk back about 20 yards, and reload your weapon in relative peace. And so they'll begin this process of loading and then moving up here, firing down into the Sunken Road back and forth. That does not mean that they're not still taking heavy casualties, but that does mean that the fight here is now evolving into less of a bloodbath and into more of a firefight. A soldier in the 8th Ohio, which again will charge right over where we are right now. The 8th Ohio is probably right over here to your left. Sergeant Thomas Galloway, he wrote, about 50 yards on this side of the enemy's improvised trench in the Sunken Road is a slight elevation. Here we halt. Jack Shepard, my old messmate, jovial companion, and favorite with everyone, drops. He is shot in a dozen places. He never even groaned, poor boy. The fight goes on with unabated fury. The air is alive with the concussions of all sorts of explosions. We are kneeling in the soft grass, and I noticed for a long time that almost every blade of grass is moving. I suppose that this is caused by merry crickets, but I now know it is the bullets that are falling thickly around us. The din is frightful. Alas, no words can depict the horrors of a great battle as they appear to men unaccustomed to them. What we see now seems to us like systematic killing. In about 1 hour of heavy fighting, William French's 5,700 man division will lose 1,700 men, and those three lines will kind of morph, come together, and create just one haphazard battle line, holding on. In fact, things are going so well on the Confederate side, Confederate forces launch counterattacks. They leave the cover of the Sunken Road trying to attack French's men. Now, those attacks are repulsed, and both sides settle down into a stalemate, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. And we're going to talk about those reinforcements at our next stop. Does anybody have any questions? Okay. Well, in that case, we're just going to follow this path right here.
Over here.
And we're going to walk up and... Yeah. Well, you're supposed to be marching fighting.
I'm retired Air Force, but I teach the Army War College now.
The combat I saw that someone threw a beer can at us.
All right. So now, as I mentioned earlier, George Anderson's line runs from down there by the intersection of those two roads, runs up right here through us, and we'll wind up about 200 yards shy of the observation tower. So we're kind of right in the middle of his battle line right here. Now, again, around 10:30, probably closer to 11 o'clock, both sides are rushing reinforcements toward the Sunken Road. Lee obviously feels like if the Sunken Road falls, this being the center of his army, that Union forces could push on to Sharpsburg and split his army in two and capture Lee's army. So of course, he views this fight as very important. The men that he sends here are his last reserves that he'll have available. Of course, he's still waiting for A.P. Hill to march up from Harper's Ferry, but there's no guarantees when he will arrive. And on the Union side, they are bringing up the 3rd Division to be deployed of the Union 2nd Corps, and then commanded by Israel Richardson. Now, this is, of course, is Israel Richardson right here. His nickname was Fighting Dick. Very popular with his men. He commands a veteran division. These guys have fought together all summer. Israel Richardson said that he would never send his men anywhere that he was not willing to go himself. And he will prove that here at Antietam. Now, General Richardson, he's going to first off attempt to move the line out in this direction. French's guys are hunkered down up on the high ground up above where we just were. They're now engaged in a strong firefight with Confederate forces. There are some men just right here in front of us. So he's going to lengthen the line to the Union left. In fact, he's going to push his line out to where the observation tower is today. He's going to push out in that direction. And he is going to, because he has a veteran division, try a more complicated maneuver. Fire and maneuver. Send in one unit to pin the Confederates down and send in his next assault to flank the Confederate position out to the left. The unit that will be entrusted with the frontal attack, that is the famous Irish Brigades, commanded by Thomas Marr. Thomas Marr's Irishmen. As they were deployed, you would have had the 69th New York, the 29th Massachusetts, the 63rd New York, and the 88th New York. Again, the 88th New York reaching all the way out to where the observation tower stands today. And Marr's men are going to launch a frontal attack. Now, Thomas Marr had an interesting theory about Civil War combat. His argument was every commander in this war is armed with soldiers, but not every commander is armed with Irishmen. We're going to use Irish ferocity to chase the enemy off the battlefield. He doesn't want his men stopping 300 yards out or 200 yards out. He wants his men closing with the enemy and essentially, through sheer will of force, pushing them off the battlefield. And as such, he has chosen to keep his men armed with what we would consider old technology during the Civil War, the 69 caliber smoothbore musket, effective only at maybe 70 to 100 yards. But again, he doesn't want his men stopping 200 yards out. He wants them getting close. And here at Antietam, that pays dividends because his men are able to close within about 50 yards of the Sunken Road behind these hills before they come under any real serious enemy fire. He's also made the decision to arm his men with a type of ammunition called buck and ball, which fires 1 large bullet and 3 buckshot. Again, 100 yards out, largely ineffective. But at 50, maybe 40, maybe even 30 yards, that can be devastating. 4 rounds fired at a time. The Marsmen will close with and begin to lay a heavy fire into the North Carolinians that were in the lane right here. But they're also going to run into Robert E. Lee's reinforcements, a division commanded by Richard Anderson. Not to be confused with George Anderson. There's a lot of Andersons in the Confederate Army. So we'll have 2 of them here, and they're both wounded. George D. Anderson we'll talk about here in a minute. Richard Anderson, though, his men, as they begin to leave the town of Sharpsburg and they're rushing north, they will come under artillery fire from Union guns up by the visitor center. In fact, those 2 guns we walked past on the way down here, those guns are firing into the front of Anderson's men as they make their way in this direction. But more important, they'll be hit in their right flank. So if they're attacking this direction, they are being shelled mercilessly from Union guns on the other side of the Antietam Creek. Those 20-pound pairs we talked about earlier, those heavy pieces of field artillery, they had lost targets. They had targets early in the morning, shooting at the Confederate guns up by the visitor center, shooting at the Confederate infantry over by the Moomaw farm, but now they've lost targets until Anderson's men come into view, charging through these nice open fields to the south of you. And Anderson's men will take a pummeling from those guns. Richard Anderson himself is hit. In fact, he's hit so early that the next man in command, a man named Roger Pryor, he's not really sure what's going on, not sure what the actual orders are, not sure what the train looks like, and Ezra Carmen says he's not very good at his job. So those are 3 bad, that's a bad combination. And he is not going to deploy these reinforcements very effectively. Ideally, Anderson's 3,000 to 4,000 men would have spread out along the entire Sunken Road. D.H. Hill had 3,000 men in the Sunken Road. He could have doubled D.H. Hill's numbers, spread them out evenly, reinforced the entire Sunken Road, and we can theorize maybe held the Sunken Road. But when Anderson's hit and Pryor takes over, Pryor just leads his own brigade. Everybody knows he's in charge, so they all just follow him. And so all the Confederate reinforcements come in right where we are right now. Now, the 1st Brigade deploys in a good location. They will extend the line of Anderson's North Carolinians out to the observation tower. That's important because the Irish are headed that way. And so they will be able to arrive there before the Irish arrive and make sure that they are not attacked by the 1st Union assault. That's Ambrose Wright's Georgians. But again, in the next 4 brigades are going to come in on top of each other. Keep in mind, on the day of the battle, the field behind you was not grass. It didn't have the Park Tour Road. It was a cornfield. So all of this, stretching from the observation tower all the way to that bend right there in the Sunken Road, all of this was one large cornfield. So Confederate reinforcements, as they move in this direction, are running through corn. They can't see anything. They're receiving fire, overshots from the Irish Brigade trying to hit the North Carolinians here. So they're receiving heavy small arms fire to their front. They're being shelled by those pieces of artillery. In fact, let me just let them say, or let them explain their experience. This is from James J. Kirkpatrick. He was in the 16th Mississippi. And he says, tired and sleepy, we still march on. This is as they're being ordered from the town of Sharpsburg. They had marched all night, and now they are being ordered into battle. And as we come in proximity of the battle, the scores of wounded passing to the rear remind us that bloody work is going on. A little further on, to the left of the turnpike, we halt and load at will. No sooner done than on again. The enemy's batteries give us shot and shell in abundance, causing many muscular contractions in the spinal column of our line. But all the dodging did not save us. Occasionally, a shell, better aimed than the rest, would crash through our line, making corpses and mutilated trunks. That's describing that heavy artillery fire, especially coming in from across the creek, an enfilade fire going down their line. Captain Abram Feltis of the 16th Mississippi also talked of the experience. He said, we advanced in line of battle, having the brigade of General Pryor in our front. So they're following Pryor's brigade. Passing by a large barn, we proceeded under a heavy fire of artillery and small arms, several hundred yards farther, and came on General Pryor's brigade and a brigade of North Carolina troops lying down in a road beyond the first cornfield after passing the barn. They pass the Piper farm, the Piper barn, they're marching through this cornfield. They come out of the cornfield, and Pryor's brigade is is not down in the Sunken Road. They are along the fence line right here behind you. The North Carolinians are taking up the entire Sunken Road. Where are these Mississippians supposed to go? They're receiving all this fire from the Irish, who are only 30, 40 yards away, firing that buck and ball. They want cover. They don't want to stand in one spot. They can't even fire back there because they'll shoot their own men. He says, the regiment, as did the brigade, passed over these troops and confronted the enemy in line of battle, who began pouring a destructive fire in our ranks. During this time, the losses in the regiment had been heavy. A murderous fire of grape, canister, shell, and small arms played on us. Colonel R.T. Bennett, Risden T. Bennett, commander of the 14th North Carolina, his troops were right here to your left, and he watched the 16th Mississippi. As they arrived, there's no room to go. They're being hit by fire that was meant for the North Carolina troops, maybe fire meant for Pryor's troops, passing through the lines and hitting those Mississippians. He watched them charge through his line. And Colonel Bennett says, Posey's men flowed over and out of the road, and many of them were killed in this overflow. The 16th Mississippi disappeared as if it had gone into the earth. I think the point here is there's a lot of chaos and confusion. The Confederate battle line is starting to disintegrate because these reinforcements are not handled well. This is happening all along this section of the line. All along this section, as the reinforcements all poured into one location, there's not enough room for everyone. And Colonel Bennett continues. Word came for the command to keep lookout on the extreme right. So again, he's just right down here. He's looking in this direction. Look over to your right. While directing ourselves to that point, masses of Confederate troops in great confusion were seen. Portions of Major General Anderson's division, as we knew, for the 16th Mississippi and 2nd Florida of that command, coming to our succor, broke beyond the power of rallying after a 5-minute stay. In this stampede, if we may so term it, the 4th North Carolina and the 30th North Carolina participated. So as these reinforcements come in, they cause all this chaos and confusion, and then they begin to fall back, and they take with them the troops that had already been here. There's kind of a mad dash for the rear on this side of the Sunken Road. With that said, if you're down there, you can't see what's happening up here. And that does not bode well for the Confederate soldiers that are down in this lower point of the Sunken Road, down here by the intersection. On the Union side, the Irish have made this desperate charge. They pulled within 40, 50 yards of the Sunken Road. They're taking heavy casualties. They're giving heavy casualties. And they call for reinforcements. Now, the unit that had been sent out to the left was commanded by a man named John Caldwell, Brigadier General John Caldwell. And John Caldwell's unit is moving slowly around, not moving fast enough for Thomas Marr. Thomas Marr requests that John Caldwell reinforce his line. Quit going to the left and get over here and help me out. So Caldwell will order his men to move by the right flank. That means as they're marching in battle line, just turn to the right and run. They will move by the right flank. They will advance right behind the Irish initially. Now his lead unit is commanded by Francis Channing Barlow. He is in command of a combined regiment, a combination of the 61st and 64th New York. Now Barlow said that his men initially came out right in front of the 2nd and 14th North Carolina. So they came out down over here and ran into a wall of fire. These guys are not being affected by what's happening up here. So they run into a wall of North Carolinian fire. But Barlow is on the end of his line. He's right about where we are, just in that direction. He can see the Confederate line collapsing over here to your right. And so he said that he pulled his men behind the brow of the hill and swung them to the left, and they punched through probably right in this general area. Punched through right in here. You can imagine, he says they're firing lengthwise down the length of the Confederate line. They probably punched through right in this general area, along this ridge right here, where they can now fire into the flank of Confederate forces. One man in that regiment was Sergeant Charles Fuller. And Charles Fuller wrote after the battle, as we got in view of the situation, it was seen that the rebels were in a sunken road, having sides about 4 feet in height. This formed for them a natural barricade. Colonel Barlow, instead of halting his men where Marr had, rushed forward half the distance to the rebel line, halted, and at once opened fire. Barlow then discovered that by moving his men to the left and a little forward, he could rake the Confederate position. This he did, and our firing was resumed with vigor. The result was terrible to the enemy. They could do us little harm, and we were shooting them like sheep in a pen. And that's going to cause the collapse of the Confederate line, which we will continue talking about when we get down to that shade right there at the intersection. So that'll be our final stop. Okay. Now, I might be preaching to the choir a little bit with this group, but this is the spot where, when I have people that are here for the first time, I talk about why it's so important to come to battlefields. Because you can read about this battle 1,000 times in a book, you can look at every map that's ever been made of this battle, and until you're standing right here, you can't really understand the Sunken Road. The Sunken Road on every map looks like a straight line. You just kind of assume that everything in front of you is this nice field of fire, and that the Confederate soldiers on that end can see the ones on that end. And then you're standing right here, and there could be 5,000 people around the base of the observation tower right now that we could see 200 yards away, and now we would have no idea they're there. And you can't see around this bend. There could be 5,000 people walking down the Mall Lane right now, and we would have no idea. Especially during a Civil War battle, hopefully 5,000 people today would make a little bit of noise. But during a Civil War battle, you can't hear anything. You can't hear anything. You can't see anything. On top of that, because of the terrain here, I mean, you can only understand the terrain, you can only understand a soldier's story, really, by being out here on a battlefield, walking in their footsteps, and seeing the ground as they saw it. There are so many times when I'm reading an account in a book, and I'm like, why would that happen that way? And you go and you walk it, and it takes about 5 seconds. Oh, yep. This hill, this rise, this rock outcropping, this bend in the road, all those. So that's, again, preaching to the choir with this group. I always like to point that out. This is why Civil War battlefields are so important. That's why we appreciate all of you out here today supporting us. With that said, we've talked a lot about how the reinforcements are causing chaos and confusion on that end of the Confederate line. It does not help the Confederate cause that they are also having high attrition amongst their officers. I mentioned that R.H. Anderson is hit as he brings in his reinforcements. George Anderson, in charge of the North Carolinians, is also hit. Shot in the foot, will pass out from loss of blood. Ambrose Wright, in charge of those men that linked up with the observation tower, he's hit. He's knocked out of action. Now, when George Anderson's hit, he's hit up by the tree that we were just under. When he's hit up there, the next man in command is a man named Charles Courtney II. I don't have the best photograph of Colonel II, I apologize, but this is Colonel II right here. And the pre-war had been the valedictorian of the first graduating class from the Citadel down in Charleston, South Carolina. And Colonel II here is in charge of the 2nd North Carolina, and he is second in command of the brigade. A man named Fred Phillips, he was a courier, he was the runner. He had to run from where George Anderson had been hit down here to tell Colonel II that he's now in command of the brigade. When Fred Phillips arrived at the spot, he said that Colonel Phillips stood up, he saluted, did a polite bow to take command of the brigade, and as he returned to an upright position, a Union ball entered his left temple, exited his right temple, and his eyeballs were blown out of his head. Pretty ghastly wound, but that does not kill him immediately, and we know that from accounts from a soldier from Ohio. Once the Sunken Road falls into Union hands, a soldier from Ohio going through the Sunken Road sees Colonel II's corpse, or his body, holding onto a sword. In fact, it's the sword in this photograph. And that soldier wants to take that sword as a war trophy. He goes over, he grabs the sword, and he said that Colonel II's, what he supposed lifeless body, grabbed it back. And they essentially had a tug of war for the sword. The soldier said that it was during that tug of war that Colonel II officially expired. Now that sword will eventually make it home with that soldier from Ohio, winds up in a Masonic lodge, and then from there disappeared until 2015. We talk a lot about how the Civil War is 159 years old, but there's still new discoveries, new exciting developments all the time in Civil War history, and Colonel II's sword was one of those. In 2015, his sword was discovered in a museum collection in Canada. The museum, looking at the sword, saw II's name on it. Again, it had been engraved. It had been engraved because it was given to him when he graduated from the Citadel. Again, he was the valedictorian. So they engraved it with his name, and it also had the U.S. Citadel on it. And so they contacted the Citadel and asked if they'd like their sword back. Both sides agreed to exchange the sword, and they called us, and they had that ceremony right where you are standing right now in 2015 on the anniversary of the battle, right here. And that sword has now returned home. I believe it is on display down at the Citadel. With that said, Colonel 2 has now been hit, and the next person in command is on the other side of the line. Fred Phillips now gets to run. Of course, everybody that's in the Sunken Road is lying down, trying to take cover from all this Irish fire, and Fred Phillips gets to run from one end to the other, back and forth. He does not make that return trip. He's hit. He does survive, but he's hit. Command structure's falling apart. Amongst the Alabamians, we talked about John Gordon first thing. John Gordon, by this point in the battle, has been shot 5 times. Twice in his right leg, once in his left arm, once in his left shoulder. And the 5th and final bullet slammed into his left cheek. He said it knocked out teeth on the left side, ricocheted off teeth on the right, and then exited out his chin. Also a very ghastly wound. With that said, John Gordon will survive those 5 wounds. He will not just survive this battle, he will go on to survive the entire war, and will then serve in the United States Senate, and also serve as governor of Georgia. Now, he wrote in his post-war memoirs that he was thankful for only 1 bullet fired in this battle. And that was a bullet that, as he wrote, lucky enough for him, put a hole in his hat. As he told the story, he said that when that 5th bullet slammed into his left cheek and knocked him out cold, he rolled down the side of the Sunken Road and landed passed out, face first, in his own hat. With blood gushing out of his mouth, his hat should have filled with blood, and he very well could have drowned in his own blood. Except for 1 Yankee bullet put a hole in his hat, let the blood drain out, and that's what saved his life. That's at least how John Gordon claimed to have survived this battle. I did mention he was a politician, so he made the bill just a little. With that said, again, the command structure on the Confederate side is falling apart. More and more officers are being hit. In fact, when John Gordon's hit, his second command is Lieutenant Colonel Lightfoot. About that moment, Lightfoot begins to receive fire from his right, coming from that direction. Barlow's men firing down into the Sunken Road. Lightfoot runs back to Robert Rhodes, runs back to the Alabama Brigade commander, and requests permission to pull his line back to return that fire. And Rhodes tells him to go ahead and do it. When Lightfoot returns to the regiment, however, he gives the wrong order. The order he gives is 6th Alabama, about face, forward march. That means fall back. They've been fighting here for 2 hours. They don't need any more motivation. They don't question the order. They begin to fall back. When the major commanding the 5th Alabama yells over, was that order for the entire brigade? For some reason, Lightfoot responds, yes, it was. Maybe not realizing yet that he had actually given the wrong order. 5th Alabama, about face. 3rd Alabama, about face. 12th Alabama, 26th Alabama, and the Alabama line collapses. But again, if you're right here, you can't see a whole lot of that happening. You have no idea that everyone to your left has fallen back. You have no idea that everybody up by the observation tower has fallen back. R.T. Bennett, 14th North Carolina, just right over here to your right, he described that situation. As soldiers on both sides of him began to fall back, he says, the dark lines of the enemy had swept around our right and were gradually closing upon the ground of Rhodes' brigade. They, having gone to resist the lines in front, was an easy task, but to contend against front and rear attacks, we were totally inadequate, and the bare alternate of retreat was presented. He gives the order to retreat, but not every man will make it out. Sergeant Charles Fuller, who had talked about it was almost like shooting sheep in a pen, he said that in a few minutes the white rags were hoisted above the rebel line. Over 300 prisoners were taken, who were able to march to the rear. The dead and wounded were a horrible sight to behold. This sunken road, named by some writers the Bloody Lane, was a good many rods long, and for most of the way there were enough dead and badly wounded to touch one another as they lay side by side. As we found them in some cases, they were 2 and 3 deep. One of his commanding officers was a man named Nelson Miles. There we go. And Nelson Miles describes that same interaction. He says, we had partly surrounded them. I then went forward over the rise a little and called on them to surrender. They rose up. I scarcely knew if they were going to fight or surrender. They, however, threw down their arms and came in. In the road, the dead covered the ground. I think that in the space of less than 10 acres lay the bodies of 1,000 men and as many more wounded. Sunken Road has now fallen into Union hands, but at great cost. 2 hours of fighting from about 10 till about noon will result in about 5,500 combined casualties. Union forces will begin to push out. Francis Barlow will lead that push, pushing into the cornfield that was behind you. If they begin to take artillery fire from their front, they also begin to receive small Confederate infantry attacks on their flanks. James Longstreet, D.H. Hill, Robert Rhodes are organizing small unit assaults, trying to attack the flanks of the Union force. Men from Alabama and Florida will hit men from New Hampshire and Pennsylvania up by the observation tower, trying to swing around and turn that flank. On this side, Cobb's brigade, that we talked about earlier, Cobb's brigade of Georgians, they are to be ordered to charge. They'll be joined by the 3rd Arkansas and 27th North Carolina, trying to turn the right flank. And these combined assaults, especially the artillery that Lee has concentrated on the high ground to the south of us, almost in a ring between 20 and 30 guns. Those guns are going to begin to shell any Union forces that push too far out of the Sunken Road. And the commander of this successful assault, Israel Richardson, begins a call for reinforcements. He gets a call for some extra artillery support to counterfire those Confederate guns. But as that happens, he himself is hit. A wound that will prove mortal. He'll pass away in early November from the artillery wound he suffers here at Antietam. And when that happens, Israel Richardson, again, he is fighting Dick Richardson. He's the one who's going to lead the assault. William French's division's been shattered. He has no interest in continuing the attack. And the word they received from George McClellan is, if you can't push on yourselves, there's not really enough reinforcements en route. Just go ahead and hold your ground, stay where you are. You push through, you capture the Sunken Road. But if you can't push on any more yourselves, just hold your ground, consolidate your gains. And that's in large part because at this point in the battle, we're getting down to about 12:30, 1 o'clock, George McClellan has received some good news from the southern half of the battlefield. Some good news from Ambrose Burnside, down by what we now call the Burnside Bridge, which is where we'll pick everything back up at 1:30. When we get down to the Burnside Bridge, again, we'll meet at 1:30, but we'll park up on top, and at 1:30 we'll meet down on the Union side or opposite side of the bridge. You've been down there before. We'll meet right by the Burnside Sycamore, that famous witness tree. Does anybody have any questions?
About where was Longstreet doing his carpet?
So that's a couple hundred yards behind you. That's with Miller's battery. Yep.
Approximately where those two cannons are sitting, or not?
Yep. Those guns mark the approximate location of where Miller's guns would have been. So pretty close to Union lines.
How many Union forces were not engaged in the battle?
In the fight for the Sunken Road? So
I mean the whole battle.
Oh, the entire battle? We usually say about 10,000. Now that includes, but that number gets kind of sticky because that includes like the large majority of the 6th Corps, but the 6th Corps is deployed on the front lines and is under artillery fire. And then the 5th Corps, of course, they deploy all of an entire division. So there's really about one division. It's pretty closer to 5,000.
So the Sunken Road, I mean, it looks like it was probably a pretty popular road the way it's beat down. Did it go to a ford or a bridge?
It's going down to the Antietam Creek, which is where all the mills were. It's for like large wagons of grain, taking them, and they're trying to keep both these large wagons and their cattle off the main road, especially in town. You don't want to you're going to make your neighbors upset if you bring 100 cattle from town. And so it's for that purpose. Also, the Hagerstown Turnpike is a toll road.
Okay,
so if you want to pay to use the road, you made your own road.
So it goes from the mills to
it connects with the Roulette Farm. It would have connected with the Moomaw Farm.
Okay.
So yeah, so it's for the local farmers to get off the main roads to take their grain and cattle and their farm products either down to the creek or around town.
Is corn on both sides of the road?
Only on this side. Okay. This side was open. In fact, it was more open then because there were not all these trees. This is all non-historic overgrowth. It's even more open than it is today.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Slightly rejuvenated.
Welcome down to the Burnside Bridge. Hopefully everybody had a chance to cool off a little bit, get some water, maybe sneak a bite to eat. All right, well, so we are going to get started down here. I'm going to be talking about the assaults and the capture of the Burnside Bridge, which is about the first 3 to 4 hours of action down here. And then Ranger Mark Chaney will be taking over for the final attack. And then we'll also have Ranger Jenna jump in and give us our 2 cents as well. All along the way. So we'll be leading the hike for the next several hours, 1:30 to 4:30, 5 o'clock, depending on how many tangents we go down. All right. So, of course, we are here at the Burnside Bridge that spans the Antietam Creek. Where we are standing right now is the Union side of the Antietam Creek on the morning of the battle. On the other side, the Confederate-held side, that is being held by troops commanded by David R. Jones. David Rumpf Jones. Has a picture of General Jones. Now, when the battle first starts, first thing in the morning at 5:30, Robert E. Lee has placed 2 divisions, probably close to about 6,500 men on this southern half of the battlefield, essentially in front of and south of the town of Sharpsburg. But Lee has to pull about 3,000 of those men to go and fight up north. You were talking about those guys when you went up into the West Woods. That was John Walker's division. 3,000 men pulled from south of here. They rush north and help out in the West Woods. So once they're gone, David R. Jones essentially has 3,500 men to cover half of the Confederate battle line. And so he's going to have to use his men wisely, spread them out. The large majority of those men are concentrated where the National Cemetery is today, in that area, up on that high ground, opposite more or less the middle bridge, which is of course upstream from us. This is the lower bridge. And he has placed 500 men to guard this area around the bridge. And those men are under the overall command of a man named Robert Toombs. Now, Robert Toombs will command the 2nd and 20th Georgia, as well as the 50th Georgia and a company of South Carolinians. He's going to place the 2nd and 20th Georgia in charge of guarding the bridge itself. So they'll have troops right here covering the bridge and spread out on either side, up on the high ground, of course. And then the 50th Georgia will begin to link up heading south. They're trying to spread out down to a ford known as Snavely's Ford. That's about 3/4 mile down creek from us. And so the 50th Georgia and those South Carolina troops will be the troops that are spread out very thinly up along the high ground on the Confederate side of the creek, spreading out in that direction to harass any Union soldiers that try to ford in that area and to link up with that ford to help guard that ford. All told, about 500 men. And Toombs' goal is to slow down or at least stop this end of the Union Army, which is commanded by a man named Ambrose Burnside. Now, Toombs, of course, he has a long line. Toombs' line stretches from a couple hundred yards to the north of us, all the way down, really down to Snavely's Ford. So that's about a 3/4 mile long battle line. We have 500 men spread out along that. So he can't be everywhere at once. It's a lot of broken terrain, a lot of up and down and through ravines and through wooded areas. So he's going to place his most trusted lieutenant in charge of the bridge itself, and that man is Henry Benning. Henry Benning is placed in charge of the defense of the bridge, so he's more or less in charge of both the 2nd and 20th Georgia. Henry Benning and his men will take up posts. Now, they are not in the standard battle lines that we think of, shoulder to shoulder. They are very much fighting. A lot of the Union soldiers call them sharpshooters because they spread out like skirmishers, spread out on the hillside, trying to take advantage of any terrain, of trees. Actually, we can see it pretty well. Up about halfway up the hillside right there, we can see where the rock was quarried for the bridge. Those almost like divots in the hillside. And those divots, of course, made natural rifle pits right above the bridge. So that made a perfect location. They placed probably about 30 or 40 guys in that quarry to protect the frontal attack on the bridge. But again, those guys scattered several hundred yards up, both upstream and downstream, to attack any Union soldiers who are trying to attack, especially if they come in from this direction or from this direction. They can get that enfilade fire from across the creek as the Union soldiers approach the mouth of the bridge. bridge is 175 feet long and only 12 feet wide. So of course that's a major funnel point that is dominated by the high ground on the other side of the Antietam. That is a tall task for Union General Ambrose Burnside and his 13,000 men Union 9th Corps. Now Burnside is obviously given credit with the assaults here. The bridge is named after Burnside. With that said, he is not really in tactical command. The tactical command of the Union attack here at the Burnside Bridge is Jacob Cox. And that's because several days before, George McClellan had the army organized in wings, and the Union 9th Corps and 1st Corps were part of a wing that Ambrose Burnside was in charge of. McClellan, after the Battle of South Mountain on the 14th, disbands the wing system, tells Burnside to go back to the 9th Corps. Of course, that's a demotion. Burnside doesn't like that. So he does not officially take command of the 9th Corps. He stays as a wing commander of 1 Corps, and Jacob Cox is told to remain in charge. As you can imagine, that leads to a little bit of chaos and confusion in the Union High Command. Orders are going from McClellan to Burnside, Burnside to Cox, and then they are disseminated out into the field. There's this extra middleman, and that will slow things down just a little bit. There are some complaints from their subordinates that this makes the overall process a little less efficient than it really could have been. And while we're talking about him, this is Union General Jacob Cox. Again, he is the tactical commander of the assaults on the Burnside Bridge, and for the final attack as well. Now, to Burnside's credit, his goal is not to just simply slaughter his men, and both Burnside and Jacob Cox. Their goal is not to simply just slaughter their men in frontal assaults against this bridge. Hopefully, now, if you've never been here before, and you've now seen the bridge, attacking this bridge with that high ground above it looks like suicide. And both Jacob Cox and Ambrose Burnside would have agreed with you. So the plan is not to just launch frontal attacks willy-nilly against this bridge all day until they finally force their way over. They have their plan strategy, their tactical strategy, is much like the strategy that we discussed down by the Bloody Lane. Fire and maneuver. The plan is to launch an assault here on the bridge itself, but then use a flanking force to go around, use the ford, and get flank or get behind the defenders of the bridge. That flanking force will be assigned to Union General Isaac Rodman. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm like all of a sudden. Now, just real quick before we start talking about Isaac Rodman's movements, let's look at this bridge a little bit, and we're going to talk about it in the words of Robert Toombs and Jacob Cox. So again, our two commanders down here by the bridge. On the Confederate side, Robert Toombs said of his defensive position, he said, its chief strength lay in the fact that, from the nature of the ground, the enemy were compelled to approach mainly by the road. That is this road here to your right. Mainly by the road, which led up the river for nearly 300 paces parallel with my line of battle, and distant therefrom from 50 to 100 feet, thus exposing his flank to a destructive fire the most of that distance. And Jacob Cox said of the Confederate position, he says, I do not hesitate to affirm that the Confederate position was virtually impregnable to a direct attack over the bridge. For the column approaching it was not only exposed at pistol range to the perfectly covered infantry of the enemy, but if it should succeed in reaching the bridge, its charge across must be made under a fire plowing through its length. Some men up on the top firing right down the bridge, firing the length of the entire line, trying to charge over. The head of the column melting away as it advanced. So both sides recognize this is a very strong position. It's probably why there wasn't a whole lot of calls for massive reinforcements here to guard the bridge. This was a very strong position. They didn't feel like they really needed it. 500 men could easily cover this bridge. There's no need to have thousands of men up on that high ground right there. 500 men can cover it. Now again, the plan is not to attack this bridge frontally over and over again. The plan is to have one frontal attack, and they're going to send Isaac Rodman with about 3,000 men to go around this fortress. And if we think of the Antietam Creek as like a moat, the bridge is the drawbridge, and that high ground, that is the castle, that is the fortress. So we are going to send Isaac Rodman with 3,000 men to go around the fortress, use the ford. And to Ambrose Burnside and Jacob Cox's credits, they had sent out engineers the evening before the battle. They wanted to confirm that this ford they'd heard about exists. Is it usable by the Union Army? And the top engineers of the Union Army went out, they found the spot, they marked it, and they said, this is a good ford. You can use this. Isaac Rodman moves into position in the early morning hours opposite that ford, so that whenever ordered, he can quickly cross the ford in conjunction with the first assaults on the bridge. Again, fire and pin down here and flank the bridge. So about 9 o'clock, when it's time to begin assaults, there's a little bit of discrepancy. Burnside said he got orders at 10 o'clock. The orders from McClellan say 9:10. So somewhere between 9 and 10 o'clock, Burnside gets his first orders. What we do know is about 10 o'clock is when Burnside orders the assault to begin. He orders General Crook's brigade to launch a frontal attack. They will be aided by the 11th Connecticut. So 4 regiments total will launch a frontal attack on the bridge while Rodman goes around. The attack begins. The 11th Connecticut is told, here's a picture of George Crook right here. George Crook is in charge of 3 Ohio regiments, and he'll be supported by the 11th Connecticut. Now, even within the attack on the bridge itself, so we have this larger tactic of fire and maneuver, but even in the attack on the bridge itself, we're going to have a smaller scale fire and maneuver. Crook's men are going to be the sledgehammer that knocks its way across the bridge. The 11th Connecticut is going to be that firing group. They're going to fire, pin down the Confederates, and then Crook's men will rush the bridge and capture it. The 11th Connecticut is led by a man named Henry Kingsbury. Henry Kingsbury, commander of the 11th Connecticut. He was seen as one of the best graduates of the 1861 class of West Point. Henry Kingsbury is also the brother-in-law of Confederate General David R. Jones, the overall commander of the men that he's about to attack. They had married sisters. Colonel Kingsbury and his men are going to charge down the road right here. Now, they're not going to get in the road itself, per se. They're going to charge through the open fields right here. Again, the left end of their line will be exposed to that Georgian fire. But their orders, their goal, is to pin down the Georgia troops so that Crook's men can attack from this direction and rush the bridge and capture it once the Georgians are pinned down. And this overall effort is also the firing part of, and then Rodman's men at the same time are now crossing downstream. All these groups all come together at one time, capture the bridge, and begin to push, creating a bridgehead on the other side to open up a whole nother wing for the Union Army to attack Lee's army. Colonel Kingsbury's men, as they begin to advance, he takes the right end of the line. The left end of the line is led by a man named Captain John Griswold. There's Captain Griswold right here. Now, we get asked all the time, why did they just jump in the creek and wade across? Doesn't look that wide, doesn't look that deep. Why didn't they just jump in? Captain Griswold did. Captain Griswold had that same thought. About 100 yards from where you're now standing, over here to your right, Captain Griswold saw that the line was just melting away under heavy Georgian fire, firing down into the flanks of the 11th Connecticut, and he orders one company to ford the creek, just right over here to your right. It said that 90% of the men that followed him into the creek became casualties. The problem was they could get in the creek, but the Antietam, first off, has a very unforgiving, swift current. It has a very unforgiving bottom. It is very slick in certain places, very rocky in others. And of course, these men are in Civil War brogans with no tread. They're also in full wool uniforms. They're carrying a lot of ammunition, heavy weapons, and all their black powder is exposed. If they fall one time, they can't fire their weapon anymore. They'll turn around and go back. And the Antietam Creek, it's a little deceiving right here because the bridge was built where there had been a ford. So this is already a pretty shallow area. The creek, both upstream and downstream, has carved a very steep bank. It's easy to get into the Antietam, you can just fall in. Not so easy to get out. Very difficult to get out, especially if you're not in a fordable area. We have an account from a soldier in the 11th Connecticut. He watched Captain Griswold enter into the creek. Now, before they even make the assault, this is Private Philo Pierce of the 11th Connecticut. While they're gearing up for the assault, he says, while our colonel was getting us into line and was on his horse, a shell from the rebels broke and a piece struck his horse. As the horse fell, I had to dodge to keep it from falling on me. That was the horse of Henry Kingsbury. Kingsbury's horse was killed, he's now on foot. The colonel was not hurt and was soon on his feet, calling us to keep cool. We were soon ordered forward and came to the edge of the field where there was a rail fence along the road. So he's talking about just coming out. There was a historic tree line right over there. This, of course, is much more overgrown than it was in 1862. But there was a tree line right up there. They came through the tree line, right on the edge of this grassy field. This is the floodplain of the Antietam Creek. There's a rail fence along the road. The rebel line was just across the creek from us. Now the fun commenced. I don't think we were over 20 rods apart. Our captain, John Griswold, was a brave man and jumped over the fence, saying, come on, boys. I, with others, did the jump. As we did, we got a volley of shots from the rebel line. I had a ball cut through the top of my left side, but did not cut the flesh. I fell into the road ditch where it had been plowed and scraped. This surely saved my scalp. Now it was time to do our duty. Captain Griswold was hit, and he rushed into the creek and kept plunging ahead until he got across. I fired every shot I had, and Sergeant Stevens, the man next to me, was hit through his left hand and couldn't fire anymore. He shoved his cartridge box at me and said, "I can't fire." I fired so fast that my rifle got hot, and I had to pour water on it to keep it cool. They're heavily engaged. They're trying to hold their ground, trying to lay down that covering fire, waiting for Crook's men. Unfortunately, George Crook, who will continue to see action both during the Civil War and post-Civil War and has a very storied career, does not serve well here at Antietam. First off, he's in charge of 3 regiments. When he receives orders to attack the bridge, it's not his fault, but his first question is, what bridge? He doesn't even know where he's going, so he's not very well informed. He also does not do a lot to do any investigation on his own, does not inform his subordinates, and again, does not plan a well-conceived assault. He will leave one of his regiments, 1/3 of his command, and back as a reserve. He sends half of another regiment in that direction. They miss the bridge completely, wind up several hundred yards up above the bridge. We can barely make out the modern bridge kind of in that next tree line over there. That modern bridge is the location of another ford, and the half of that regiment will halt along that across from that ford. There are Confederates down there to guard that ford, and they'll engage in a firefight, have no impact on the fighting here for the Burnside Bridge. And one regiment by themselves will come over and make a frontal attack, quickly repulsed. Of course, they take so long to do all of that the 11th Connecticut has already fallen back. These 2 assaults never coordinate. They'll be forced to fall back. And that is the first assault on the Burnside Bridge between about 10 and 10:30 in the morning. All that time, everyone's waiting for Isaac Rodman, waiting for that flanking force to cross the creek. But unfortunately for Rodman, the spot that the engineers had marked was not a usable ford. Infantry could cross, but there's no way that they were getting any artillery, any wagons, any supplies across that point. You don't send 3,000 men unsupported onto the enemy-held side of the creek when you have no idea how many men are actually on that side. For all they know, the entire Confederate army could be over there. They need to have a point where they can rapidly cross men, rapidly cross supporting artillery, and extra supplies if needed. It is not a military ford. Rodman's orders are then to find the ford, and he will spend the next 2.5 hours from 10:30 till around 1 o'clock stumbling along the Antietam Creek until he finally finds Snavely's Ford and begins the cross. With that said, Burnside is now very frustrated. The whole plan had been for Rodman to take the bridge by flanking it. But now that's not an option. And he's getting a lot of angry messages from George McClellan. Take the bridge. We've been fighting up on the northern end now for 5 hours. 1 casualty every second in the cornfield. And you haven't even taken the one objective you had, to take the bridge. Capture the bridge as quickly as possible. And so Burnside will then begin the process of launching several more assaults against this bridge. His next assaults will be led by Samuel Sturgis's division. We're actually going to walk down the road here to the point where they will launch their attacks and continue on from there. Does anybody have any questions?
So that delay with taking the bridge here, did that give Lee opportunities to move troops from here up to feed the gaps in the near the cornfield? Because that was what he's known for in this battle, apparently, is
Right,
maneuvering troops.
By the time the attacks begin here, all the troops that he could spare from down here are already gone. So that was John Walker's division. That left about 8 o'clock in the morning. I mean, there's really no one else to strip from down here. You know, but by around noon, about 90% of the Confederate Army is on the northern end of the battlefield. Maybe even more than that, 92, 93%. So the large majority of these armies is already up there. It's bare bones down here. All right, we're just gonna walk along the road right here, and we'll wind up about where that break in the fence is down there. By a quick show of hands, who came out last year? Who came down here last year? Okay. You remember all the jackhammering going on up on the top? Oh, yeah. That was a nice, already an improvement. They were still doing work on all that observation platform at this time last year, and someone forgot to tell the contractors that September 17th was not a day to jackhammer. And so the whole day they were jackhammering up on top of where the parking area is today. We're up there jackhammering. So we made sure that didn't happen this year. All right. So again, the first attack has failed. George Crook's brigade is falling back. Some of them are lining up along the high ground that is kind of hidden by these trees. There's a hill hidden by these trees right here. They're getting up on the top of there, trying to lay down more covering fire. Some of the 11th Connecticut does remain. They're being stubborn. They're taking a cover along the trees or even along these fence posts. But of course, Captain John Griswold, I mentioned, had been hit and he is mortally wounded. Colonel Henry Kingsbury is mortally wounded, shot 4 times. So that attack is in shambles. So Jacob Cox now turns to Samuel Sturgis and his 3,000-man division. He has 2 brigades. And he tells Sturgis that he needs to take the bridge. Now Sturgis is going to launch frontal attacks. We're not going to try any more of this fire maneuver. The guys that are left up here from the previous attack, they can lay down whatever covering fire they can. But he's going to launch frontal assault on the bridge, and his plan is to use the roadway. We're not going to spread out in this field and create one big target. We're going to, in a column of 4s, punch a hole through the fence, and then just charge right up the road, right to the bridge. He assigns that to James Noggle. It'll be Noggle's brigade that will make these next series of assaults. These 2 regiments that will lead the assault are the 2nd Maryland and the 6th New Hampshire. I have a count from 2 of the soldiers in those units. This first one is from the 2nd Maryland. So again, they're going to run right through here. Again, there was a slight tree line right here. And you can tell that these trees are sitting up on a rise. So they're going to come up and over that rise. The officers are sent forward to punch a hole through this fence, which is what this represents today. Punch a hole through the fence, and then the men will go through in a column of 4s, rush along the road, and just march right along the road and right over the bridge. That's the plan. A soldier from the 2nd Maryland said the crest of the opposite bank was fringed with bushes, and some willow and other trees also grew there. These bushes concealed from sight the enemy, who were laying there waiting till their fire would tell best. Just at this instant, the enemy poured in their volley. It seemed still before that, but now seemed as if all the noises in the world had broken out at once. There were 400 in line that morning, and 150 were either killed or wounded. That's from the 2nd Maryland. Following right up behind the 2nd Maryland is the 6th New Hampshire. And the soldier from the 6th New Hampshire said, with fixed bayonets at a double quick, we passed through a narrow opening in a strong chestnut fence and charged in the most gallant manner directly up the road to the bridge. As the attacking party debouched from the field and into the road, the rebels redoubled the fury of their fire, sweeping the head of the column with murderous effect. Of the first 100 men who passed through the opening in that fence, at least 9/10 were either killed or wounded. The 9th New Hampshire is moving up in support to make the next charge, and their colonel quickly calls that off. He saw what happened to the 2nd Maryland and the 6th New Hampshire, and he calls off his assault. He and men of the 48th Pennsylvania instead, they will move their more men up onto the high ground to again lay down more covering fire for future attacks. And he tried to at least get into a firefight with those Georgians, try to get them to at least expend ammunition. So they've now tried to launch the 11th Connecticut this way. The Ohioans are supposed to go around that way. We now had Marylanders and nutmeggers from New Hampshire going this way. What is now the plan? Well, on the Confederate side, the plan is just to continue what they're doing. For the Confederates, everything is going well. This is from Captain Abner Lewis of the 2nd Georgia. And he says, the enemy commenced an attack upon the center of the regiment at 9 o'clock. Then immediately afterward upon the left, with how many regiments we are unable to ascertain. They were repulsed several times, but their reinforcements continually came pouring in. And besides, all the while a battery completely enfilade our lines was playing upon us. We held the position until our last round of ammunition was exhausted. The Georgians are not being budged from their position, but they are starting to run low on ammunition after these several series of attacks. Now, Samuel Sturgis has tried to use the division of Samuel Sturgis, of James Noggle, and in a series of assaults by the 2nd Maryland, 6th New Hampshire, they were unable to accomplish that feat. He's now going to turn to a man named Edward Ferraro. Edward Ferraro commands the other brigade in Sturgis's division. He commands 2 units that by the end of this battle will become famous as the Twin 51st. The 51st Pennsylvania and the 51st New York. Now, Edward Ferraro also commands 2 Massachusetts units, the 21st and 35th. He's going to add those units. The 35th is going to line up over here to your right, and they're going to begin to lay down more covering fire. So we're starting to mass troops along the high ground up here, even beyond the high ground, heading towards that other ford where Trump's Ohioans had come to rest, and they're engaged in a firefight down there. So this whole line right here now has Union forces trying to lay covering fire onto that hillside, trying to, again, get the Georgians to expend ammunition, trying to pin them down so that their next assault can be successful. Edward Ferraro is going to approach the Twin 51st and tell them that they are the next assault to take the bridge. And by this point, everyone knows the bridge has been assaulted several times. They've heard the attacks. And the 51st Pennsylvania has some bargaining power. In that campaign, for some sort of bad behavior, bad performance, the 51st Pennsylvania had their whiskey rations taken away. And now, as they're ordered to attack the bridge, one of their privates yells out to Edward Ferraro and says, "If we take the bridge, do we get our whiskey back?" And Ferraro responds, "Yes, by God, if I have to pay for it out of my own purse. If you take the bridge, you will get whiskey." That's some extra motivation. And so the Twin 51st will begin to gear up and prepare for the assault on the bridge. They are not going to try to use this road. They're not going to try to swing out too far to the right. They are simply going to charge right down the hill, right over the top of their supports, and make a frontal attack. They're going to head straight at the bridge. We're not going to try anything left or right. We're going to head straight at the bridge and take that bridge by frontal assault. With that said, let's head back down to the bridge, and we'll finish up the Burnside Bridge part of our talk right there. So I just had a great question. I realized that I didn't even talk about that at all. What about artillery? Well, artillery does not have a huge impact on the fighting here. Both sides do try to bring artillery to bear at some point, either try to fire from longer ranges, but they are not able to bring in artillery in too close, in large part because of the terrain. It's extremely rough, and like if you're on the Union side trying to bring guns to the top of this hill, once you get up there where you can actually fire, you're now with all the Georgians right out there can see those guns right there. And so you would be exposing your artillery to very heavy infantry fire. And vice versa, same thing. Also on the Confederate side, you put guns up there, you probably can't even depress their barrels enough to actually come to bear on a bridge itself. So you'd be looking more at firing at that hillside. And so, in short, artillery does not have a huge impact on the defense or the assaults on the Burnside Bridge. Both sides are trying to bring in batteries to bear from farther out. And they will have some impact, especially on the Union side, because they hold the high ground on this side of the creek. So even farther down, they are able to bring some guns in from the north of us. They're able to, again, kind of enfilade the hillside. But don't forget, the Georgians are not in these nice long battle lines that are easy to hit. They're kind of spread out, so it's kind of hit and miss at that point, as far as the effectiveness of the artillery. So again, Edward Ferraro's men. Now, for those of you that don't know, Edward Ferraro is a West Point graduate. He's also the son of a world-famous dancer. And Edward Ferraro himself not only graduated from West Point, but he was also an instructor at West Point. He was the dance instructor. It's going to take a dance instructor to get across the creek. Edward Ferraro's twin 51st, and he's about to make the next charge, which will end up being the successful charge. After he promises the Swiss chief of the 51st Pennsylvania, the twin 51st will prepare for the assaults. Samuel Sturgis, their division commander, says, I then selected the 51st New York and 51st Pennsylvania from the 2nd Brigade and directed them to charge with the bayonet. They started on their mission of death full of enthusiasm, and taking a route less exposed than the other regiments which had made the effort before them, rushed at a double quick over the slope leading to the bridge and over the bridge itself with an impetuosity which the enemy could not resist. And the stars and stripes were planted on the opposite bank at 1:00 p.m. amid the most enthusiastic cheering from every part of the field where they could be seen. From their division commander, what did Edward Ferraro have to say about it? Edward Ferraro said, I advanced my forces toward the stone bridge crossing Antietam Creek, a bridge naturally almost impregnable and very strongly fortified by the enemy. We formed line of battle in a cornfield near the bridge and awaited the result of the attack of some of our other forces that had preceded my brigade in the attempt to cross the creek. The passage of the bridge was, however, very obstinately disputed, and at length I received orders to move forward my brigade and carry the bridge at all hazards. I accordingly moved forward my command and carried the bridge at the point of the bayonet at 1:00. Now, his two commanders are Robert Potter, 51st New York, and John Hartraft, 51st Pennsylvania. As these two units charge down off the high ground right there, they're approaching the bridge, and they realize we're not all going to fit across the bridge at one time. And they're still receiving a heavy fire from the 2nd and 20th Georgia. So they end up landing along the Antietam Creek, taking cover behind the stone wall here behind you, and along this fence line, and begin to lay down a heavy fire on the Georgians. Now, about this same time, word begins to spread on the other side of the Antietam. Union forces, Isaac Rodman, has found Snavely's Ford, and he's starting to cross. So now they're being flanked. Perhaps threat with being captured if Rodman's making it into the rear behind their lines. There's a heavy Union force, 750 men from Pennsylvania and New York, within a stone's throw of the creek, laying down a heavy fire on them, and the Georgians, who had been running low on ammunition before, are now essentially out. And they'll begin to fall back on their own in 2s and 3s. And the men of Pennsylvania and New York, their officers debating, will our men take the bridge? Should we give the order to charge? Before they can even give the order, the men themselves jump up. The two color bearers leading the flags across simultaneously, side by side, rush the bridge, and they'll capture it just before 1:00. Now, at 1:00 on the day of the battle, just briefly, put yourself in George McClellan's shoes. The men up by the Bloody Lane that we talked about a couple hours ago, they had broken through, they had captured the Sunken Road, and they had sent word back to headquarters requesting reinforcements. At the same time, you get a note from Ambrose Burnside. And the note from Burnside says, I've captured the bridge. All the rebels in front of me just seem to run away. I basically accomplished all of my goals. And I still have thousands of fresh troops. We need new orders. Send reinforcements? Give me something to do. But George McClellan, that felt obvious. Tell the men up there to stand down. Burnside, you are now the main assault of the Federal Army. Get across the Antietam Creek and capture Sharpsburg. Those are your new orders. And Burnside will begin to accomplish that, but he still has one major problem. The bridge. He's captured it, but he still needs to get all of his men across it. So far, the only men that have crossed are the troops that were engaged in actually attacking the bridge. Troops have crossed over and they've gone down. Crook's men crossed at the ford once it was clear on that side. So you have Ohioans crossing up there. The twin 51st have crossed over and gone to the right. The Massachusetts regiments crossed over and went to the left, trying to link up with Rodman. But the bulk of his forces still did cross. thousands of men, dozens of cannon, dozens of wagons. All that's pulled by hundreds of horses. All that has to get across this 12-foot wide bridge. That's going to take time. It takes about 2 hours, from 1 to about 3 o'clock. That said, in the aftermath of the fight here, Henry Benning, who again was in charge of the Confederate forces on that side of the Antietam Creek, he wrote after the battle, he said, "The Union attacks had been met by a rapid, well-directed, and unflinching fire from our men. But over time, the enemy made preparations for a more formidable attack. A battery was placed in position from which it could enfilade our troops. It soon opened fire, and the infantry, in much heavier force than at any time before, again advanced to the attack. My men had held their positions until their ammunition was quite exhausted, and until the enemy had got upon the bridge and were above and below the bridge, fording the creek. I then gave the order to fall back." And Jacob Cox, in his after-action report, wrote, "The successive efforts have been made as closely following each other as possible. Each has been a fierce combat in which the men, with wonderful courage, had not easily accepted defeat. While they strove to reach with their fire their well-protected and nearly concealed opponents. The lulls in the fighting had been short, and only to prepare new efforts. Nearly 3 hours had been spent in a bitter and bloody contest across the narrow stream. The severity of the work was attested by our losses." All right, we're now going to, shortly, we're going to head up to the top of here, and we'll hand things over to Mark. But before we do that, Jenna's going to talk to us a little bit about watersheds and the Antietam Creek itself.
So we've been talking a lot about how the bridge and the creek itself is a formidable challenge for Burnside and the 9th Corps. We're going to switch gears a little bit here and talk about how this creek has helped people over many years. There's been human settlements in this area since about 13,000 years ago. There's evidence in the archaeological record of burial pits and storage pits here around the creek itself. Naturally, just like the European settlers who come here in the 17 and 1800s, these folks settled around bodies of water. Now, the Antietam Creek is part of a larger watershed. First of all, the Antietam watershed. Now, that watershed covers 30,000 residents, but about 60,000 acres. So it's a pretty sizable watershed here. And that watershed, for those of you who don't know the term, is an area of land that drains into a particular body of water. Now, the Antietam Creek and the Antietam watershed, we're located at the bottom of it right now. It goes for about 41 miles, and the park covers about 3 of those miles. So 3 of those miles are within the park bounds, and again, we're right at the bottom of the watershed. This watershed is encompassed by something called the Chesapeake Bay watershed. It is a huge watershed spanning 6 states and Washington, D.C. And I have an image here for you guys. You can't quite see from far away, but if you want to look at it later, I'll be more than happy to share it. This watershed, again, covers 6 states. That's New York, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Maryland, Virginia, Delaware, and again, Washington, D.C. Now, within this watershed, there are 18 million people. And this also covers 64,000 square miles. It's a huge watershed. Everything that happens up in Cooperstown, New York, where this watershed begins, affects us down here at the Chesapeake Bay, but also the Potomac River down here. All this stuff drains into the Chesapeake Bay. Now, again, folks have been moving to this area, starting with those indigenous people back in about 13,000 years ago. Now, we don't exactly know who was here. The best we can decipher, it's either descendants of Algonquin people, or either the Hopewell culture or the Adena culture from Ohio. We're not quite sure based on the archaeological record, but we do know there were people here. Now, the major settlement of this area happens in the 1700s as German settlers from Pennsylvania move into this area. And they're looking to establish an agricultural community. And the creek comes into play. As this area flourishes here and these civilians set up their homes over springs like the Mumas and the Roulettes down by the Bloody Lane there, this area begins to grow. Mills are set up along the creek. This helps produce flour down here. At one point, this area is known as the breadbasket of the United States. So it becomes really good at producing flour. And what that leads to is the creation of major roads in this area. They need a way to take their crop to market and to also get it out of this area into neighboring cities. Now this helps take the flour out of this area, but also provides avenues for these two great armies to move into this area in 1862. And we just talked a lot about that with Jess there, so we're not going to jump into that right now. But I'll move along here talking a little bit more about the watershed. Again, everything we do here on the battlefield affects what goes on down in the Chesapeake Bay. That goes with agricultural practices, what folks are dumping in the river, anything that comes down upstream from the nearest city, which is Hagerstown, all flows out into that watershed. Now this watershed here has about 150 different tributaries, meaning different streams that contribute to the area. Now, the creek itself down here, Jess mentioned earlier, this is part of the Antietam floodplain. The creek helps to not only channel the runoff from this area, but to help stop the flooding down here, right? So there's a deep channel for the water itself to go into. And if you look behind us, you'll see some vegetation right before the creek here. That is known as a riparian buffer. And what that does, it essentially acts as a water filtration system. Any pollutants, any chemicals moving through that area, hopefully will be filtered into the ground instead of making its way into the water. And we'll talk about how that affects the ground itself in just a little bit as we move on the final attack trail. And then the trees that you see behind us here, that of course is the famous Burnside sycamore. We have a couple witness trees here, most of them like the underground springs we have here on the battlefield. However, this is the only one that has photographic evidence, as documented by Alexander Gardner. And if nobody has ever seen it before, it's on the wayside off to the right here. And talking about the creek today, folks still benefit from Antietam Creek, whether that's recreation, moving into this area, or just coming here to enjoy the battlefield. Now what we do on the battlefield, we participate in a program with the Alice Ferguson Foundation. They're located in Acton, Maryland. And they run a program called Bridging the Watershed, which actually gets students out here on the battlefield participating in civil science programs, meaning we lead programs where folks can actually test the water quality. And we do a fun program basically staining the water, taking a net and finding what creatures we can in it. And those creatures help us to determine how healthy the water is down here. Only certain creatures can live in healthy streams, so if we find some of those, that's mostly water pennies and caddisflies. They're pretty sensitive to pollution, so if we find them, we know that the stream or the creek is in pretty good shape. So that's just a little bit about the watershed, and we hope it stays protected for a very long time down here, and the riparian buffer again helps us to do that. Does anybody have any questions?
You mentioned this was a bread basket. So was it wheat flour or corn flour?
To my knowledge, it's wheat flour.
Really?
They do plant corn as well. Any other questions?
What is the path to get to
It flows directly into the Potomac River, and all the springs here on the battlefield that go under the residential homes, the historic homes, they all flow into Antietam Creek and then the Potomac River, with the exception of the D.R. Miller farm. That is the only one that changes directions, and it actually flows straight into the Potomac. All right, if nobody has any other questions, then I'd be more than happy to answer them on our way to our next stop. I'm going to turn it over to Mark behind you there, and he will lead us on the final attack.
We're going up the hill.
Maybe like the group photo from the morning.
Yeah.
You know,
Don't make me eat myself. Yeah.
Not any more than I am. Wait, it smells. It's yours.
You ever see that episode? He gives his card to the valet, and then like
Yes, yeah, we'll do it. It's unacceptable. Yeah.
We got orders from Colonel Venus.
I understand. A few stragglers in the rear there. while we wait for the stragglers, something that's kind of near and dear to me, a lot of research I've done on the park, are the witness trees. We talked about it briefly down there. As Jenna said, Burnside sycamore, probably our most famous witness tree, but there's about 20 on the battlefield that we've found so far. That tree being our most famous just because of the consistent documentation. Because it's our most famous tree, we actually have a plan in place if something were to ever happen to that tree. There's a lot of parks, especially Battlefield about an hour and a half north of here, that always stumbles across witness trees by the maintenance crew cutting into them with chainsaws and hitting mini balls. So we don't want something to happen to that tree without us doing everything we can to make sure visitors know about it. So if that tree falls tonight, a few things are going to happen. We're going to cut off a piece of the trunk, and that piece will be preserved, maybe for the museum one day. That way you can see the rings of the tree. The wood might be used to make some new arrowheads in the park, so the tree still has a purpose. But probably the coolest thing that I think is interesting, if that tree falls tonight, we've actually cultivated saplings, and they're planted around the park. So if that tree falls tonight, the Burnside sycamore will continue. One of its offspring will be planted back in its place. So that tree will live on no matter what. So again, I think that's something pretty interesting. A lot of witness trees on the park, but that's the one that gets a lot of information, a lot of fame, rightly so.
Now, you had given a hike a couple of years before COVID.
Yes.
And the witness tree hike.
Yep.
Do you plan on doing that again?
We'll probably try to do it this spring.
Okay. They were great hikes.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. For those who missed it a few years ago, yeah, we did a witness tree hike. Funny enough, a lot of them are on the north end. I mean, there's a few down here on the south end, but they're not very easy to get to. But there's some in the north woods, some in the east woods, some in the west woods. So it's a pretty easy, convenient route for us to take. So yeah, we'll try to probably do it this spring. And we'll put that out there as soon as we have a better idea what the rest of the staff's going to do. So I'm with you all for pretty much the rest of the afternoon. There's a reason I wasn't here for the morning hike, and that's because we're about to go hike through some of the most difficult terrain on the battlefield. And this is one thing that probably all the other rangers would agree with me as well, is this is an area of the battlefield that gets often overlooked. When a lot of visitors visit the park, usually they're here a little after breakfast time, they see the cornfield, they see the bloody lane. By the time they get to the bridge, it's lunchtime. It's hot, it's humid, gnats are bothering them, they see the bridge, they think that's it, they can wrap up, go to the cemetery, get some lunch, go on their way. But in reality, some of the worst fighting on the south end is not down there at the bridge, it's behind me. You have about 600 casualties at the Burnside Bridge in the 2.5, 3 hours that Burnside's trying to capture it. You have 5 times that in the fields behind me. We're not going to be able to cover all of it. We're going to try to hike as much of this terrain as possible, but a few things before we get started on this. Difficult terrain. The sun is out, it's warm, it's hot, it's muggy. Pace yourselves. I'm only going to go as fast as the slowest person in our group, so do not feel like you need to keep up with me. We'll have the rangers in the back as well, kind of bringing up the rear. Take your time. If you have water, make sure you're pushing the fluids. Keep an eye out for each other. We're going to watch out for groundhog holes as we're going. I'll try to point stuff out as I see it, but there is absolutely no rush. We will try to have you back here at your cars at 5 o'clock, maybe a little earlier if the terrain's proven too tough for us. Now, as far as kind of the build up to the final attack here, Jess kind of alluded to it a little bit. So one of the biggest players on the final attack is Isaac Rodman. Him and his men were sent down the Antietam Creek to seek out the Snavely Ford. After nearly about 2 hours, by 1 o'clock, they locate the ford, they begin to cross. Now, as Rodman's crossing the ford, of course, Sturgis and his men, they've captured the lower bridge, so the 9th Corps is starting to flood into these fields here behind me. Now, the issue with all of that is as Rodman and his men are crossing the Snavely Ford, they're starting to fan out, cover all the field to your all's left, my right. But now Sturgis' men, they're crossing the lower bridge. They've expended a lot of ammo, a lot of ammunition to capture the bridge. And now there's still a big push towards the town of Sharpsburg, as Jess mentioned. This is now the primary assaulting force for the Union Army. McClellan has given Burnside his task, push into town. And you have one of your 2 divisions that are going to start this push, low on ammo, low on supplies, low on manpower. So there is going to be a very crucial delay. You can't have Sturgis' men leading this assault. Fairchild's men are still fanning out trying to cross the Snavely Ford, so that's playing into that delay that Jess has mentioned. 2 hours to get ammunition, supplies, all the other men of the 9th Corps across the lower bridge or the Snavely Ford. That's a very crucial but necessary 2-hour delay. Now Samuel Sturgis, him and his division are going to be relieved. And we went over this morning, but just a quick refresher. Division is a breakdown of how the Army is organized. If you're to join the Union Army on paper, you were supposed to join a company, or a company of 100 men. 10 companies a regiment, 3 regiments a brigade, 2 to 3 brigades a division, 3 divisions a corps, 4 to 5 corps an army. So Sturgis Division, low on ammo, low on supplies, they are going to be pulled back, held in reserve. And instead, Orlando Wilcox and his division are going to be brought up onto the field. They are going to be leading the right side of the 9th Corps' assault towards the town of Sharpsburg. Now, Orlando Wilcox, very interesting guy. He was actually injured shortly after the first Battle of Manassas. He's captured, and he is exchanged August 19th of 1862, a month before this battle. Wilcox gets a division under the 9th Corps. 10 days before this battle, as the Union Army is marching to the field, Wilcox sends a letter, a message to General Burnside, asking him the names of the other division commanders in the 9th Corps. It shows you how unorganized some of this army is. He's also asking the names of the brigade commanders under his command. So Wilcox is trying to piece together his division as he's beginning this assaulting force. Now around 3 o'clock, Wilcox's line is going to start to form up and meeting with Rodman's line, just here to my right again, your left. And they're going to start moving through this terrain here behind me towards the final attack, the final assaulting Confederate forces holding the southern end of the battlefield, Robert E. Lee's right flank. So we're going to start to move through some of this terrain. Our line of sight is not always going to be the greatest. We're not going to be able to see every ridge line that every soldier is sitting on top of, but I'm going to try to do everything I can to point out some stuff that we're going to see along the way. Our stops through this whole hike are going to be pretty spread out in some areas, but again, we'll try to stop pretty frequently, let everyone catch up, get their breath, get some water. Any questions so far? Pretty simple stuff.
What division's going through here?
Sorry?
What division's going through here?
So right here you have Wilcox's division, and then Rodman's is going to be on the other side of this clearing here to my right. You'll see it as we march, and I'll point them out as we get to some higher ground.
Where's the Kanawha division?
The Kanawha division, they're pretty much being held in reserve for right now. Yeah, they're not going to be heavily engaged. Yeah, they're all around us.
Is this open hayfields or what?
Some of it's pasture. There's the famous 40-acre cornfield. There's a lot of cornfields on the battlefield, but yeah, a lot of this is just pasture. Yeah.
The trees?
Not this dense. Yeah, not this dense. Minor tree lines. Any other questions? No? All right, let's get moving. So this portion of the trail is going to get a little narrow, so I wanted to stop here and just kind of explain what we're going to see once we go over the ridge line. That way we can keep an eye out for it as we hike, and then once we do this little loop, we'll get to a wider area we can spread out and talk a bit more about the action that's kicking off here. So as Wilcox and his division start to form on this side of the field, Wilcox has 2 brigades under his command. He has Benjamin Christ's brigade and Thomas Welsh's brigade. Now, Christ's brigade, their left flank, the left side of their line, is going to be anchored off of the Burnside Bridge road, the road most of you probably either saw or took to get down to Stop 9. Thomas Welsh's brigade, their right flank, anchored off the road, moving through these fields here. Now, the only way we're going to spot the Burnside Bridge road as we do this portion of the trail is on the slimmest part of this trail. As we're moving around it, you're going to see the Sherrick farmhouse and the Sherrick barn foundation. So as we hike through it, I'll try to point it out again. We have some rangers here in the back as well, so when we spread out, get in our single file line, we'll try to point it out to you, but again, not a good spot for us to meet and talk about the action, so we'll do the loop, spot the Sherrick farm, and then come out on the other end with a wider space for us to talk more about the fighting here. All right?
Are these guys moving in column or line?
In line. They're in battle line. Yep. Going on right now. There's lines still forming up. Wilcox's men coming up to help replace Sturgis, but in about an hour, the fighting's going to kick off here on this terrain. Now, as far as the strategy that's going to be implemented here on both sides, for the Confederate Army, Confederate General David R. Jones, who again Jess mentioned a little earlier, he is in charge of the south end of the field. David R. Jones, he's got about 2,700 men under his command, and then about 30 artillery pieces, 400 personnel running. So a little over 3,000 Confederate soldiers defending the south end. The original defense for the Confederate Army on this side of the field was never to put all of their eggs towards defending the bridge. Jess talked about that as well. There's no point putting 4,000 Confederate soldiers down there at the bridge. You can cover that bridge with 500 men and hold the bridge for quite a few hours. The plan for the Confederate Army was to have a staggered defense. The bridge is the first line of defense. When the bridge falls, the Confederate Army can fall back to the auto farm lane, second line of defense. Auto farm lane falls, third line of defense, the tour road today, Branch Avenue, where all those cars are parked right now. When that road falls, when that ridge line falls, Confederate Army falls back to Harper's Ferry Road, last line of defense. So this terrain is the main defensive strategy, the main defensive stance that the Confederate Army is going to take, using the terrain to help them defend against the Union assault. The Union Army pushing through this hillside here, pushing through this terrain. Now, as far as the elevation change here, from the bridge, Harper's Ferry Road, 200-foot change in elevation. Doesn't sound like a lot, but as we start to hike through this terrain, and you can see some of it here just behind me, these rolling hills are going to wear down the Union Army. This terrain does more damage to the Union Army than any of those 3,000 Confederate defenders along Harper's Ferry Road, because you're not just going up that 200-foot change in elevation once. You're doing it up and down, multiple times. Terrain is the biggest factor on this side of the battlefield. Jenna's going to talk to us real quick, just for a minute, about how this terrain is formed, and then we'll get right back into talking about the action. Jenna, you good to go? Okay.
So as Mark said, we'll talk a little bit about terrain. We've been talking today about something that happened 159 years ago. To talk about terrain, you need to move back a little bit further in time, about 1 billion years ago. And I'm going to mention something that I think will take everybody back to high school, and that is continental drift or tectonic plates. Continents, the ground we're standing on, drifts about 1 to 10 centimeters every year. So throughout the course of history, there has been the creation of something called supercontinents. The one we're most familiar with is probably Pangea. That is the last time the continents came together. We're going to be talking about the one before that. It's called Rodinia, and it happens again about 1 billion years ago. So when that continent comes together, all the land masses form up into one large landmass. And when these plates collide together, it forms mountain ranges like the Himalayas, or one that's closer to home for us here, the Appalachian Mountains. But what forms this terrain is something that happens when this continent drifts apart. It forms a rift, and in that opening there, a shallow sea is formed. So as these continents drift apart, this happens about 750 to 630 million years ago. And as this area opens up, again, a shallow sea is formed. And this sea is known as the Lepidus Ocean, and it's only about 50 feet deep. But during this time, the sea is here from about 600 million years ago to 400 million years ago, we would be about 50 feet underwater. This sea extends for most of the eastern coast and actually goes as far as parts of West Virginia. So all of Maryland is pretty much underwater. Now what happens over the course of this sea being in existence about 200 million years, there's also an explosion of life. We see a lot of evidence in the fossil record of mollusks, trilobites, and brachiopods. So we see that in the fossil record, those early sea creatures. As those sea creatures die, and this sea ebbs and flows over this area, it brings sediment with it, but also the skeletons of these creatures. Now these become compacted over time, and as this sea recedes, the ground beneath our feet again becomes compacted, and it forms a rock, a sedimentary rock called limestone. Now limestone is what leads to the formation of this very hilly terrain down here. So over time, limestone is easily eroded, and that happens because of slightly acidic water. So rainwater combines with slightly acidic water there, and that forms something called carbonic acid. And this ground beneath our feet, limestone, is easily eroded. It's a fancy word called dissolution, and basically what that means is that it erodes the bedrock beneath our feet. This leads to several things we have here on the battlefield. That's springs, seeps, sinkholes, caves, and there is one pond on the battlefield, but it's not here at the time of the battle. That is at the roulette farm, so that won't really come into play when we talk about the battle here. That is put in the 1930s or the 40s there, and again, man-made. So as we talk about this area here, I'll also mention this is also described as a karst cave system. That's another formation of limestone here. About 40% of the drinking water that we consume comes from karst cave systems within the United States. So they are very valuable formations, but they're also very easily polluted as well. Since this bedrock here is very close to the surface, the soil is very thin, pollutants can very easily get into this groundwater. And I have an image here of what the ground beneath our feet most likely looks like. And there's a lot of cracks and holes in the ground beneath our feet. And again, if you'd like to see this closer up, I'd be more than happy to share this with you. And then even down at the springs we have at the Muma farm, the Roulette farm, pollutants can very easily get in those areas as well. Now, just a brief mention of caves here. There are over 89 caves in Maryland, most of them in the western portion of Maryland. So another feature of this topography here. Again, all formed by this ancient sea that was in this area millions of years ago. So does anybody have any questions at this point? I know that's a lot of information and a lot of time to throw at you. Yeah?
Did you say 600 million to like pre-Cambrian time?
600 to 400 million years the sea is here. And again, that's from the continents drifting apart.
How much of the hills eroded down to this? How tall were they here? How tall were the mountains here?
So this doesn't necessarily mean this area was mountainous. It just means that the areas that have been eroded were maybe level at one point. So it's leading to the slowly eroding bedrock here, which leads to that rolling terrain.
Did glaciers have any say with carving through little channels?
So glaciers are not as far south as us now. Every time I look at an area, I think that this definitely shows evidence of glacial movement throughout the area, but there is no evidence that glaciers have moved through this area. We're a little too far south for that. And with no other questions, then I'd be more than happy to just pull me over on the side here. I'll pass it back over to Mark, and we'll continue talking about the final attack.
Was there any volcanoes here?
Volcanoes? Not to my knowledge.
So, covering the Confederate defense, so let's talk about the Union strategy now. So, around 3:15, the 9th Corps' line is starting to form. About 8,000 Union soldiers beginning to form up in line. On this side of the field, Orlando Wilcox's division, his 2 brigades. Just beyond the hillside, behind some of you here, you have Isaac Rodman's division and his 2 brigades forming up the battle line. 3:15, they're ready to advance. So we're going to be talking about mostly Wilcox's side first, and then as we move down the battle line, we'll start going into Rodman's plan of assault. And then what's going to happen is we'll basically work our way backwards for how this assault tapers off, how it falls apart. So at 3:15, Jacob Cox, the attack commander of the 9th Corps assault here on the final attack. Cox is going to give the order for the Union line to advance in echelon. So that means that the far right side of the line begin their advance. Benjamin Christ's brigade. Christ's brigade will start the advance. As soon as Chris starts moving, Welsh's brigade, they'll start to advance. As soon as Welsh starts to move, the 1st Division under Rodman's command, Fairchild's brigade, they'll start to move. When Fairchild starts to move, the last brigade, the most southern end of the Union line, Harlan's brigade, they'll start to move. That's the plan. It'll start moving from right to left, 3:15 in the afternoon. So the 1st Brigade assaulting, Benjamin Christ's brigade, they are moving through this uphill slope we see behind me here. So the lowest point of the ground, that's Burnside Bridge Road. Chris is on the other side of the road, north end of the road. Welsh's men on this side of the road. So Chris and his line, they'll start to advance. They have a very thin skirmish line, the 79th E York, spreading out in front of their main column, or their main battle line, pardon me. As they start to move through this terrain, they're going to be hit by Confederate artillery fire. There's Confederate cannons all atop where the National Cemetery is at today. You just see the statue of Old Simon among all those pine trees up there. The Confederate artillery pieces up there. There's a very thin Confederate infantry line holding the hilltop as well. They're going to be engaged with the 79th New York at 3:15. Now, immediately, things start to go wrong. The 79th New York notices that the rest of Christ's brigade, the other 3 regiments that are supposed to be following their assault, are not moving. Chris and his men are not moving through this rolling terrain here, trying to put as much pressure as they can on the Confederate defensive line. Now the reason they aren't moving, Chris writes about it himself, I discovered that my support on my left had not come up. Deeming my force alone inadequate for the attack on both infantry and artillery, I was obliged to halt until supported. Chris is going to be stalled for about 30 minutes. Now that support on his left is supposed to be the other brigade that's advancing with them. Again, that advance in echelon. Welsh and his men were supposed to start moving the moment Chris and his men started to move. Now the reason Welsh and his men aren't moving, they're moving through this terrain here. They've got a bit more difficult terrain. They're moving through some rougher countryside than Chris and his men. A lot of these trees on this far hillside would not have been here during the battle. You had open pasture, some small orchards tucked away in there, but some pretty open, exposed ground. And that artillery fire is just battering down on Christ and his men. So Christ does not want to move forward until more Union troops are moving up to help draw that fire, to get the attention, get the heat off of him and his brigade. But Welsh and his men are moving through this much steeper terrain. Dense tree line, the contrasted hills, you have some farmsteads tucked away down there, the Auto farmstead and the Sherritt farmstead. Welsh and his men are not moving nearly as quickly as Christ and his line. Now Welsh and his men, as they're moving through this terrain, not only are they dealing with some artillery fire coming from the town of Sharpsburg, from where the National Cemetery is at, but there are actually Confederate soldiers, infantrymen, lying in wait among the Auto farmhouse, and just a little bit up the road from the up Burnside Bridge Road, there's a little stone mill. The Confederate Army has used as a defensive measure as well, firing down the Burnside Bridge Road into Welsh and his men's line. Now Welsh and his assault, again, stalled for about 30 minutes, which leads to Christ and his assault being stalled. Welsh will finally start to gain some ground as some Union artillery starts to be brought up onto the field. 2 guns from Massachusetts are going to be rolled up just on the other side of the Auto farmhouse. And just for reference here, we can't see the Auto farmhouse, but this densest cluster of trees closest to us down at the bottom of the hill, that's about where the Auto farmhouse is. We won't be going quite to the Auto farm, but their farm lane will be walking most of that a little later into the hike. But the Auto farmhouse, just among this dense cluster of trees here, 2 guns from Massachusetts are going to be rolled up, start firing at the Confederate infantry near the Burnside Bridge Road, allowing Welsh and his men to start to get a foothold, start to gain some ground. And as Welsh and his men start to move, Christ and his line, they'll also start to move towards the town of Sharpsburg. Now, we're getting a little ahead of ourselves, but this is all happening within the span of about 30-35 minutes. We talked about that stall that Christ and his men faced, the stall that Welsh and his men faced. For 30-35 minutes, not a lot's happening. But as ground starts to be gained, getting ahead of ourselves, the rest of this Union line is already starting to fall apart. By 3:30, 3:45, the rest of the Union assault on this side of the field is falling apart, forcing Welsh and Christ's line to also break apart, to halt their advance. And again, we're getting a little ahead of ourselves here, but the rest of the Union line is starting to deal with some more Confederate trouble, more Confederate reinforcements that are starting to work their way onto the field. So this is the best view we're going to have of Wilcox's side of the line, Wilcox's side of the final assault. Any questions? We're going to get a better view of the terrain, at least on Rodman's side of the assault, as they start to move. Yeah. Some of it, there's trees around the Auto farmhouse, but more so the terrain itself, not the dense tree line, pardon me. So the stark terrain, the steep hillside, that's what's holding up Welsh more than anything. Yeah. If you drove down the tour road, you probably saw the big red brick farmhouse. That's the Sherritt farm. All the fields around that, nice and open. There's a few tree lines in there, and again, probably wouldn't have been as dense as they are today. But the rolling, gradual hillside is a lot easier for Chris and his men, but you're also out in the open. You're also exposed. Which is why this Confederate artillery fire stalls them for so long, until more Union reinforcements can move through this much steeper terrain behind you.
All the trees up around that cemetery,
those wouldn't have been there. Yeah, Cemetery Hill would have been pretty open and exposed for Confederate artillery guns. Oh, one thing I did also forget to mention, there is a beautiful moment, about probably 10-15 minutes, where Christa's line, the 17th Michigan, that's the last regiment of the Union Army on this side of the field, will actually join up with the 2nd and 10th U.S. Regulars. Those were men assaulting the Middle Bridge. And there's a beautiful moment where the Union battle line is almost 3 miles long. The Union assault down here on the south end, joining up with the Middle Bridge line, forming up with the Union soldiers that have now captured the Sunken Road, the Bloody Lane line starting to form up with Union forces that are moving in and around the East Woods and the hilltop where the visitor center is at today. Doesn't last very long, falls apart pretty quickly, but there's a beautiful moment where you have a fairly long Union battle line. And also just for reference, it's hard to spot now that the sun's going away. The tower is 1.3 miles away. So as the bridge falls, Bloody Lane also falls 1.3 miles away. That's a whole other battlefield as far as the Union Army is concerned down here. Yeah.
You might have partially answered my question. I know that Chris Wright connected to the regulars.
Yes.
Did they advance it on his right as well, or did they?
Thin skirmish lines. There's a lot more Confederate artillery focused around the Middle Bridge, just because that's a big open space where the Union Army can deal a major blow down the middle. So Lee's making sure he's got artillery covering a lot of that side of the field.
Aren't most of the Confederate, I know the Confederate batteries are mixed batteries, but aren't most of these guns shooting at us are 6-pounder? Aren't they pretty ineffective at this range?
You got a pretty good blend. I don't know of many 6-pounders on here. You got some 10-pound Parrots, some 3-inch ordnance, some 12-pound Napoleons. You got a wide blend down here. So some of their range is 800, 1,400 yards, but it's all based off your line of sight. And the rolling terrain cuts out your maximum range, but you're still pretty effective with artillery up on the hilltop where the cemetery's at. And we'll talk about the Union artillery that's rolled up here in just a few minutes too. Any other questions? So we are going to stop at the corner here, but as we go down the auto farm lane, you're going to see a monument out in the field. That's the 11th Ohio Monument. That's the left. That's the far left of Welsh's battle line. So just to give you an idea where Wilcox's line stops, and then we're getting into Rodman's battle line next. All right, so we're going to. They're exposed. They have some rough terrain ahead of them, but for right now, they're waiting on top of the hilltop, waiting for the order to move, waiting for that echelon advance to start, so they can start their push into town as well. They're getting fired up by a few Confederate batteries. There's a couple just along Harpers Ferry Road, a couple along Branch Avenue, where some of those vehicles are right now. I think that's the driving tour moving through there. But the Confederate artillery rounds battering into them. We talked about the ranges, about 800 yards. Most of those batteries are firing at Fairchild and his men as they're lying in wait here. But Fairchild and his line have about a 30-minute assault, all in all. But that artillery fire is going to be the first thing they're exposed to, and that's doing a lot of damage to the line before they even start to move. You know, one soldier wrote about how he saw an artillery shell pass through one man's skull and into another man's body. I could hear the bones crush like glass in a hailstorm. One artillery shell kills 8 men, just in one explosion, as Fairchild and his men are lying in wait for the order to advance. Another soldier with the 9th New York, who's here with Fairchild's line, this is M. Graham. I was lying on my back, supported by my elbows, watching the shells explode overhead and speculating how long I could hold up my finger before it'd be shot off. The air seemed full of bullets, and the order to get up was given. I turned over quickly, looking at Colonel Kimball, who had given the order, thinking he had suddenly become insane, never dreaming he intended to advance in that fire, and firmly believing the regiment would not last just 1 minute after we had gotten to our feet. So this guy's laying here watching the shells explode overhead, and suddenly the order's given, get up, let's start moving. Start moving through this open terrain towards those artillery rounds that are firing at us. The order will begin to advance. Fairchild and his men start to move. Now there is Union artillery that's now getting rolled up onto the field to help support this Union assault. You have Durrell and Clark's battery. Their guns are just over the hillside as well, the guns that represent those batteries. About 12 cannons, lined up Union guns that are going to start firing towards the Confederate artillery just behind me here. One soldier under Durrell's command. The cannonading was very heavy. Each side appeared to employ all the guns at their command and use them with utmost vigor. The air seemed filled with shrieking missiles, and there was ocular evidence everywhere that somebody was getting hurt. This was the hardest fought action and was carried on at the shortest range of any the battery has engaged. Lieutenant Cuteful of Durrell's battery. So Union artillery fire overheads, Fairchild and his men beginning their advance. They're going to start moving through this terrain. We can just see the monument that marks their furthest advance. So some of you on the higher ground probably have a better look at this, but this non-historic house is tucked away in the field. Just to the right of it, you can see a tall obelisk on the crest of a hill. That's the 9th New York's monument. That's the highest point that Fairchild and his men make it to as close as they get to the town of Sharpsburg. Depending on our timing today, we'll see if we can get up that way, but we'll try to get as close as we can at the very least. But that is where Fairchild and his men are heading. That's Fairchild's line. Now, Fairchild's assault, we're going to push for 200 yards. There's Confederate infantry starting to fire at them as they start to get into this low ground. Again, the terrain is playing against them. They've come up the hill to get to the ridge line, fired up by artillery rounds. Now they're going down, disappearing into the valley, but then they have to march uphill again. Try to get to the Confederate line. Confederate infantry firing into them. You have men under Drayton and Kemper's command. They're firing into Fairchild's assault. Mostly men from Virginia, very small numbers, close to about 600 Confederates defending the battle line, 600 Confederate infantry against Fairchild's about 1,000, 940 to 1,000 men under Fairchild's command pushing forward. Again, just to kind of give you an idea of no one has anywhere close to their full fighting force. One of the regiments that are the Confederate line, you have the 1st Virginia, 17 men. So way less than that 1,000-man number that you're supposed to have on paper. 17 men in the 1st Virginia. So 600 Confederates defending the line, Fairchild starting their advance. As Fairchild and his men start to advance, the last Union Brigade on this side of the field. Harlan's Brigade, they're going to start their advance. That advance in echelon. Boom, 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 boom. The last brigade, Harlan's Brigade, will start their advance. Now there's 3 regiments in Harlan's Brigade. You have the 4th Rhode Island, the 16th Connecticut, and the 8th Connecticut. Now as Fairchild's men start to move, the 8th Connecticut, being on the far right of Harlan's line, they're also going to start to move. They see the Union forces moving, the 8th Connecticut's going to start to move. They're actually going to start moving. We'll stop and point it out over the hill, so it'll be better just to point it out where they're going to move through. But the terrain's actually working for them as opposed to the rest of their Union counterparts. The 8th Connecticut's almost going to have a highway that's going to lead them up to the crest of the hill where Fairchild and his men are going to start to move. Now, while we're here, I'm going to kind of tie things back to the natural side of things as well. Park Service takes care of both historical and natural things. We're going to talk a little bit about the monarch butterfly program we have going on here. But another thing I wanted to talk about just really quickly is Antietam. We've recently started to use prescribed burns to help restore the historic landscape. And just a few months ago, March, April of this year, we did probably one of our largest prescribed burns right here. We burned about 75 acres of ground. We pretty much burned the entire stretch of the final attack, and then the field just behind you all. We do that mostly just to give the native species a fighting chance against all the invasive species. Another reason you might use a prescribed burn, just burn off some fuels, burn off some timber, some grass, some brush that might be troublesome if they one day catch fire and we're not ready for it. But if we do a prescribed burn, we bring a lot of personnel out here. We probably had about 60 firefighters here watching the ground, watching the landscape. It's not very often you get to see 70 acres of a battlefield burning, but it's done a great job of bouncing back. The native grasses have a fighting chance now. The area is thriving, and that's something we try to do at least every year, every couple of years, using those prescribed burns, using the fire to give the native species a chance. Someone asked earlier about what our plan is for some of the other areas on the field, like the Georgian Overlook. While that's not in the plan for a prescribed burn, one thing that we've been trying to throw together is to do a bit more burns down by the Newcomer Farm, the Parks Farm area. The Antietam Creek, the brush around there has gotten very, very thick as well. So prescribed burns, that's a tool we're trying to utilize more and more and more. And Jenna's here going to talk about our monarch butterfly program that also thrives from the burning process.
So as you see on the sign here, this is a monarch way station. I mentioned them briefly this morning if all of you are with us up in the Miller Meadow. So I'll just dive a little bit deeper into butterflies themselves, specifically monarchs. Monarchs live typically for about 2 to 6 weeks, so a very short lifespan. And their life cycle, many of you probably learned this again in high school, elementary school, is an egg. And the eggs here have to be laid on one specific plant, and that plant is milkweed. Because once those caterpillars hatch, the only food that they can eat is the milkweed plant. So that's why as we walk through this area, if you'd like me to point it out to you, I'd be more than happy to do that. Monarch butterflies, they lay their eggs on the underside of the leaves of the milkweed. Once those caterpillars come out, they eat a ton of those milkweed leaves. It's even said they eat 200 times their weight in milkweed over the course of just a couple weeks. And what I'll talk about from there, as they are a caterpillar, they go through something called instars. And what that basically means is they eat enough, they grow, they shed their skin. They then also eat the skin that they shed, and that's called an instar there. Every time they shed, they're going through an instar. And they're typically in these instars for about 3 to 5 days. And they go through a couple of those instars, about 5, before they are ready to move into their next stage of development. And that is when they start to build themselves into a chrysalis. That is often other times called a cocoon, but the chrysalis is where they will develop and metamorphose into a butterfly. And just speaking about the adult monarchs here for a second, they have a bright orange color. I'm sure all of you have seen a monarch before. This bright color, typically in nature, is a warning to other animals, hey, I'm poisonous, don't eat me. And they are indeed poisonous because the milkweed plant that they feed on as a caterpillar is poisonous. And that poison stays in their system even as they change into a butterfly. Now there are other insects who try to mimic the monarch butterfly to try to keep the colors the same, basically to try to hide and say, hey, I'm poisonous as well. So that does happen throughout the animal kingdom, we see. But the monarchs that I'll talk about a little bit more today is the 3rd or 4th generation of monarchs. And that is because typically monarchs live, again, 2 to 6 weeks. The 4th generation of monarchs live for 8 to 9 months. and that is because they make a migration. They're the only butterfly that make a two-way migration like birds. They travel 3,000 miles all the way down to Mexico, and that is why that population needs to live for 8 months. Basically what they do, they put reproduction on pause, and that is why they're able to extend their life by that large amount. Now, these butterflies make their way all the way down to Mexico. They are looking, and I have an image here of their migration. The ones east of the Rockies, where we are today, those are the only ones that form this migration all the way down to Mexico. They're going to the Oyamel forest down in Mexico, and another sad story here is only about 2% of that forest is still preserved down in Mexico today. So another issue with deforestation, habitat destruction. That is why we're so happy again to plant these warm season grasslands down here to help the butterflies, but they travel for quite a good distance, 3,000 miles. Some of them, during their migration north, make it all the way up to the border of Canada. They have a long way to go to make it all the way back down to Mexico, and they overwinter there. So from November well into the spring, that is where those butterflies kind of go into a hibernation. Now the trees down there, the firs, they were more expansive in the last couple decades here, but as the seasons grow warmer, these trees are retreating to higher altitudes because they need the moisture that cloud cover provides up there on the high altitudes down in Mexico. The butterflies also need this moisture as they go through their hibernation down there. They need this as they're hibernating as well as those trees. So again, these butterflies, after they go through this hibernation, they start migrating north again, and they make this journey every single year. So at this point in September and moving even through October, we're going to see a lot more monarchs moving through this area as they migrate south. And again, as we walk through this area, keep your eyes open for them, and I'll turn it back over to Mark, and if you have any questions, just catch up with me along the way.
That's something I forgot to mention too. Any questions about the fighting going on here? Sorry. You can always just flag me down too. Any questions so far? Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to just trace the road here. I told one of you just a few minutes ago, but for any that needs to break away, if you wanted to head back to your car a little early, that's fine. There's a post right there that connects the final attack trail right back to the parking lot. So if you do need to split away, if there's an emergency, if you need to get back, that's probably the quickest way back to your vehicles as opposed to going. There's a little valley here between these two hills. That is that highway for the 8th Connecticut. They're able to move right up that, keep following Fairchild and his men all the way up to the high ground where their monument's sitting at today. So the 8th Connecticut's going to use that terrain to their advantage, keep following the Union assault. The 4th Rhode Island and the 16th Connecticut, though, they don't have a nice convenient highway in the terrain. They have 40 acres of corn that they have to move through. And that corn's going to cut off their line of sight, their vision with the rest of the Union assault, and it's going to play a huge role in a coming Confederate counterattack. These Confederate forces are starting to build up on the ridgeline. This is around 3:30, 3:45 in the afternoon by now, because we're going back, just keep referencing it as well. Christ and Welsh's men, 30 minute stall, 30-minute delay. So by 3:30, Fairchild's men start to move, 3:30, 3:45, that's when Harlan's men start to move, and they see Union forces starting to build up along the Harper's Ferry Road. And that's where we're heading next. This will be the longest stretch of walking we're probably going to do until the walk back to our vehicles. So again, take your time, watch your footing. We're going to be going through the rest of the auto farmland and coming out on the far left side of the Union battle line on the final attack. On the whole battlefield, actually. The far left of the entire Union line. Take a few minutes, catch your breath. We got a steep hill just up ahead, so don't want to kill ourselves all at once. But just while we're all gathered up here, talk a little bit about terrain again, because this is a great example of the steep terrain that the 9th Corps is having to move through. We were just up at the auto farm lane. We can't see the auto farm, well, we can't see the fence line. We know where it was at because we just came from there, but we can't see the auto farm lane. Branch Avenue, Harper's Ferry Road, the 9th New York Monument, all those high points that was an easy focus for us at the auto farm lane, gone, disappeared, can't see it. Now this tree line, this dense cluster of trees would have been here during the battle. This was all part of the 40-acre cornfield. The field to the left of us, the auto farmland, that was just tilled field. So again, out in the open, exposed, easy targets for the Confederate artillery along Harper's Ferry Road. But this landscape is brutal. This is what's ripping apart the Union assault down here on the south end of the field. You're cutting off your line of sight. You're moving through thick acres of corn. You have some parts of the hill working for you with the 8th Connecticut moving up with Fairchild's men. Other parts of the field working against you with Welsh and his men and their delay. So this terrain is playing a huge, huge factor, and I'm sure that's something that Keith and Brian reinforced this morning on their hike as well. Terrain is key on any battlefield, and you could walk 10, 15 feet in any direction on this field and see a completely different view than what you saw 15 feet earlier. So terrain is playing a huge, huge role for the Union assault, especially down here. So we're going to go ahead and just keep moving. Again, keep in mind this all would have been 40 acres of corn during the battle. This is what the 16th Connecticut and the 4th Rhode Island are having to move through. We'll come back to talk about the 8th Connecticut and Fairchild's Men a little later, but I want to cover the far left of the Union Army's assault first. Any other questions while we're gathered up here in some shade, because we're going out into the sunshine again? No? All right. Welcome to the most southern point, Antietam battlefield, most southern point of the Union Army. I gotta keep saying Union Army assault, the Union Army. This is as far south as the Union Army will be on September 17th. This is where the 4th Rhode Island and the 16th Connecticut, the last two regiments under Harlan's command, will begin their advance. All is open field behind me. We got, of course, native grasses today. Would have been corn during the battle. So the two lines, the 16th Connecticut, 4th Rhode Island. 4th Rhode Island's line is the far left. So on one side of the final attack, 4th Rhode Island, the other far end, far right, is the 17th Michigan, forming up then with the U.S. regulars. But the 4th Rhode Island will be here, their left side of the line, anchored off of the stone wall, just tucked there behind the hackberry tree, behind those benches today. The 16th Connecticut, down on that rougher terrain where we just marched out of, moving through this dense corn. Now, the 4th Rhode Island, pretty seasoned regiment. They have about 240 men. The 16th Connecticut, though, green regiments, very new. They have about 740 men. They were formed in July of 1862, so just a few months before this battle. Here they are right now, marching up on the way. Green soldiers, perfect example. Oh man, just been drafted, yeah.
Were these the Snavely's Ford guys that came up from the
Yes,
south?
yep, they're all part of Rodman's guys. They crossed the Snavely Ford around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. All of Rodman's division is then having to span out and form up a line, forming up with eventually Wilcox and his line. Yep. So the 16th Connecticut formed July of 1862. For about the first month of their organization, they didn't have a commanding officer. So their camp in Hartford County, Connecticut had almost a carnival-like feel to it. It's what one soldier described it as. Soldiers would come and go, leave camp as they wanted to. Not every soldier had a uniform. Hardly any soldiers had a weapon. Every day they'd have someone trying to take them through some half-hearted military exercise. For the most part, they're unsupervised. They're treating this almost like a fair. People would come out, loved ones would come out to watch their significant other, their loved ones doing these exercises somewhere in the middle of the town. But for the most part, very little supervision. By August 12th, 13th of 1862, the 16th Connecticut gets a new commanding officer. His name is Colonel Francis Beach. He's a West Point graduate. High expectations, high goals. Everyone's looking to Colonel Beach to get the men of the 16th Connecticut back in line. He's not happy. He's not happy with what he sees, these men doing these half-hearted exercises through Hartford County. Not every man has a uniform, hardly any man has a weapon. Colonel Beach pretty quickly is trying to get these men in order. One soldier writes that Colonel Beach couldn't give us an order without swearing at us. That's how mad he was with these men and their performance on the field. Well, by August of 62, word of a Confederate invasion into the north, into the United States of America, Connecticut soldiers are getting called up, getting moved out to Washington, D.C. So Colonel Beach is trying to get these men in order, get them to Washington, D.C. So from August 17th to September 17th, these men have to leave Connecticut, get to Washington, D.C., be joined up with the 9th Corps, and then march this battlefield. How much training is happening in that month-long period? Not a lot. These men are marching. They're walking from Connecticut, or they're riding trains from Connecticut to D.C., then here to this battlefield. Some of these men are given their rifles just a few weeks before the battle. Some of these men are getting the chance to load their rifles for the very first time the night of September 16th. These are green soldiers. And again, if that's not obvious enough already, it's in the numbers as well. This was a regiment that has just been formed July of 1862. A standard regiment has 1,000 men. They have 740 on this battlefield. Gives you an idea of stragglers, deserters, men leaving the army, not being here on the field when they're needed most. So the 16th Connecticut, very green soldiers. Now their battle line with the 4th Rhode Island, are going to start their advance as they see the 8th Connecticut, Fairchild's men all start to move, but they're moving through some dense corn. And their line is going to be staggered, be slowed down because of the corn. Their line of sight is cut off, they're moving through the lower ground, and they're having a hard time figuring out who they're pushing towards. But they see Confederate forces starting to form up ahead, around 3:45, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Confederate reinforcements have just arrived on the field. A.P. Hill and his Light Division have just arrived from Harper's Ferry, Virginia. They had finished dealing with the Union prisoners down in Harper's Ferry, ordered to get to the battlefield as soon as possible. They would march about 17 miles in about 8 hours. And as they're coming up the old Harper's Ferry Road, they're immediately starting to fan out and starting to deal with this giant Union line, starting to push towards Sharpsburg, the 9th Corps, Fairchild, Welsh, Christ's men, all pushing towards Sharpsburg. A.P. Hill and his men are spreading out. And the first unit to arrive under A.P. Hill's command is under the command of Maxcy Gregg. He's got men mostly from South Carolina, the 1st and 12th South Carolina, as well as the 13th, 14th South Carolina, and then a small detachment of the 1st South Carolina Rifles. They're the first ones to arrive. They're coming up the Harper's Ferry Road, which is just on the other side of our little tent, not our tent, but a tent set up there in the local winery. Maxcy Gregg and his men are starting to arrive, and they start to fan out, starting to deal with the 1st Union forces they can find, the 4th Rhode Island and the 16th Connecticut. The 1st and 12th South Carolina are actually going to start to push through the cornfield just on the other side of this ridge line, again, right about where the tour road is today, Branch Avenue. We'll probably have a better feel of it as we hike the rest of this trail, but while we're here in the shade, we'll talk about it. So the 1st and 12th Carolina will immediately start exchanging rifle fire with the 4th Rhode Island and the 16th Connecticut. Chaos will ensue. The biggest issue for both regiments, 1st and 12th and the 4th and 16th, is the corn itself. Cutting off your line of sight, it's dense. What's going to end up happening is the 4th and 16th, the 4th Rhode Island and the 16th Connecticut, because of the corn, their lines are going to start to bump into each other. And you'd think, well, these are soldiers, they're trained, they know what they're doing, not the 16th Connecticut. And because of this corn, if you can imagine, nearly 1,000 men, their lines starting to bump into each other, overlapping with each other. You're afraid to fire into one of your own soldiers' backs, into your rear. It's hard to aim your musket, aim your rifle towards the enemy. That confusion is going to really start to stall up the Union forces on this side of the field. Same thing, though, is happening to the 1st and 12th South Carolina. 12th South Carolina tries 2 times to push forward through the corn, and because of the dense corn, because of the overlap, they're repelled back mostly by the 4th Rhode Island, who are trying to keep these men at bay, while the green soldiers of the 16th Connecticut are doing everything they can to keep moving. Colonel Beach is trying to get these men in order, keep them moving, keep them pushing on. One soldier in the 16th Connecticut, so dense was the corn that the opposing lines sometimes approached within 30 or 40 yards of each other before opening up. Another soldier, a terrible volley was fired into us from behind a stone wall. In a moment, we were riddled with shot, and neither the line officers or the men had any knowledge of the regimental movements. The most helpless confusion ensued. The 16th stood for just a few minutes, trying to rally, but swept up by a destructive crossfire. Men are falling on every hand. So the stone wall he's referencing, just the one here behind the hackberry tree. What's going to happen is after the 1st and 12th South Carolina fail to really gain a lot of ground through the dense corn, the 1st South Carolina Rifles, not to be confused with the 1st South Carolina, they're going to start a wide right hook maneuver. They'll essentially go, you can almost out of bounds of the park boundary today, across the stone wall. That's all private land today. But the 1st South Carolina Rifles are going to come around this terrain and come up at the end of the stone wall and then level their guns on the wall, starting to fire into the flanks of the 4th Rhode Island and the 16th Connecticut. Now, the 4th Rhode Island, even though they're more seasoned soldiers, there's less of them. They'll actually be the first ones to break. As the 4th Rhode Island realizes that they're getting flanked, they have men starting to attack them from the front. They have no visual on the rest of the Union assault. Fairchild's men, Welsh's men, Christa's men. They know they're getting flanked. 4th Rhode Island's going to start to fall back. As soon as the 4th Rhode Island starts to fall back, well, now the 16th Connecticut in the dense corn, exposed to the fire from the stone wall, the firing in front of them as well, the 16th Connecticut is going to break pretty quickly. This is another soldier from the 16th Connecticut. This is Private Jacob Bauer. We had a severe battle yesterday from morning till night. I had been under fire at all times during the day. I received a slight wound in my left leg, but was able to struggle off the field. I feel thankful that I'm safe so far. Our officers are all killed, and the only remaining are a colonel, our captain, and a lieutenant. It's an awful sight here where I'm writing. The groans of the wounded, the blood-stained bodies, the confusion of something which no one can see it themselves. I found war is a terrible thing to think of, but when you actually are engaged in it, it is worse yet. So 16th Connecticut, first battlefield, first battle experience, loaded their guns for the first time the night before the battle. Some of them got a chance to fire their guns as they're crossing this Snavely Ford, but most of them first chance to get to fire the gun, their gun, is on this side of the field as they're getting hit by some of the most seasoned trained soldiers in the Confederate Army, A.P. Hill's Light Division. And as the 16th Connecticut starts to break, they're suffering some heavy casualties. Just to give you an idea, 16th Connecticut has close to about 760 men. They have 185 casualties. There's 760 men. But even with all those casualties as well, after this battle, they have a high number of men deserting, leaving the 16th Connecticut. They had this idea of war, but now that they've experienced it, they want no part of it. All the way up until about October 7th, when a muster roll is taken for the 16th Connecticut, there's about 40 men that desert the 16th Connecticut. So you can add that to your casualties. These are 40 men that aren't returning to the battlefield. It was so bad that going into the fall and winter of 1862, the 16th Connecticut had about 80 men stationed around their camp, and they were to treat any soldier trying to leave the camp as a deserter. That's how bad it was for the 16th Connecticut. They won't see any more combat for the most part through the rest of the Civil War. They are at Fredericksburg, but they're held in reserve. In 1864, though, almost the entire regiment is captured and taken down to Andersonville, where about a little over 100 more are going to pass away down in Andersonville. They'll return to Hartford, Connecticut by 1865. About 170 men return back to Hartford, Connecticut. When they returned to their town, the morning they had gotten there, they discovered that the town of Hartford was having a big celebration, a big fair for the 18th Connecticut. They just arrived. They just got back into town. The 18th Connecticut was being revered as heroes for fighting the Civil War. The 16th Connecticut, when it was found out that they were returning to the town, a couple of townspeople quickly just threw together a breakfast for them and met them at the train station. And that was how the 16th Connecticut was received after their Civil War career. Now, as far as the rest of the battle line, what's going to happen here? The 4th Rhode Island breaks apart, falling back. 16th Connecticut breaks apart, falls back. The line is going to begin to crumble, and that's mostly because of A.P. Hill's arrival. So the line starts to advance from right to left, north to south. It falls apart the exact opposite, from south to north, from left to right. So what we're going to do is we're going to kind of go through how the line starts to fall apart, how A.P. Hill and his men switch the tide of battle for this Union assault on the southern end of the field. Any questions?
Yeah, I'm just curious. The other two divisions of the 9th Corps, how far back are they? Are they following, or are they just hanging out?
They're held in reserve, so you eventually will have Crook's brigade, part of Sturgis's division, deployed a little later in the field, but most of them are just being held in reserve. They're getting that ammunition resupplied, they're trying to figure out how many Union forces are assaulting. By the time this thing all falls apart, though, it's too late to even commit them. I mean, this is all happening in the span of 30 minutes, so by the time the Union line breaks apart, it's getting dark, there's not exactly a clear idea how many Confederates are getting onto this side of the field. Cox, Burnside, doesn't want to commit the rest of his men in case things go bad and we need to fall back and defend some of the ground that we fought so hard to already get a hold of. Does that answer your question?
Yeah,
okay,
I just didn't know how far back they were.
200 yards, yeah.
The 4th does nothing to refuse the line?
No. The corn's very difficult. The 16th Connecticut's trying, but Green soldiers not very used to these battle commands. They know how to walk, and that's about it. So to turn the whole line, it's pretty difficult for them. Yeah. And the 4th doesn't have the numbers for it alone. Yeah. Any other questions? No? All right. We're going to keep following the rest of the trail. We're going to everyone. Stragglers back there, that's fine. We won't be here too long either. Just going to be talking about the 8th Connecticut a little bit, and then we'll try to move to some higher ground, see how we feel, and possibly keep moving. No promises there, though. But we'll see. So by around 4 o'clock in the evening, things are starting to fall apart. Maxcy Gregg, first Confederates to arrive on the field. So you have Maxcy Gregg, then you have Lawrence O'Brien Branch, and then you have James Archer. And those are the three biggest players we're going to be talking about under A.P. Hill's command. Lawrence O'Brien Branch, next one starting to arrive on the field. Branch and his men, as they start to push onto the field, Gregg and his men, they're going south to deal with some Union soldiers moving through some dense corn. Lawrence O'Brien Branch, they're going to actually start tracing the ridge line where the Tour Road goes today. And what they're going to see is a lone Union regiment moving through some nice convenient open ground. We're going to see the 8th Connecticut, still following Fairchild and his men as they're moving up towards some higher ground, again just over the ridge line. We can't see it right now. But the 8th Connecticut is starting to move through this area. Now, not only is the 8th Connecticut going to start to deal with Lawrence O'Brien Branch and his men, they're also going to be dealing with some Confederate artillery. There is an artillery round, McIntosh's battery, that's sitting up along Harper's Ferry Road. They have a perfect line of sight on the left flank of the 8th Connecticut as they're moving through the terrain. Not so much this low ground where we're standing, but the ridge line just over here. I just wanted to gather us here because there's some shade before we move on to some new ground. But the 8th Connecticut moving through here, as they break across where the Tour Road is, they're out in some open field. Again, that big cluster of trees would not have been there during the battle. Out in the open, exposed. Lawrence O'Brien Branch and his men coming down the modern Tour Road today, Branch Avenue. McIntosh's guns up on Harper's Ferry Road, seeing the left flank of the 8th Connecticut. Will start to fire into the rounds. The 8th Connecticut's getting battered now. And they see no support to their left. They don't see the 4th Rhode Island, they don't see the 16th Connecticut. They see Fairchild and his men but they're starting to break as well. We're getting ahead of ourselves. We'll talk about them a little bit here, in just a few minutes here. But the 8th Connecticut is quickly realizing they're on their own. And they're starting to split. They're starting to divide. In fact, 5 companies from the 8th Connecticut, they break away from their main battle line and go up and try to capture the guns of McIntosh's battery. They'll succeed. They actually chase the men off of McIntosh's guns for about 20-30 minutes. Those guns will later be recaptured by the Confederate Army. For about 20-30 minutes, though, the 8th Connecticut gets the pressure off of them from artillery. But they're still dealing with Confederate infantry. Lawrence O'Brien Branch and his men coming down the Tor Road. Ezra Carman, probably first historian for the Battle of Antietam, writes about this big movement. These are men under Branch's command, mostly from North Carolina. The 37th, North Carolina, went through the lower part of the narrow cornfield. So here we got another cornfield. We have the cornfield, the 40-acre cornfield, and now the narrow cornfield. It's the last little stretch of open field here as you leave the Park Road today. The 7th North Carolina, through the open ground on the right, and both came into the line behind the fence, continuing east from it. As the fence was approached, McIntosh's guns opened fire on the left and rear of the 8th Connecticut, not quite, just 300 yards in the distance. This fire and that of the enemy in the road was more than the Connecticut soldiers could stand. That's the 8th Connecticut again, just reinforcing. They're on their own, they're getting battered down, they have no reinforcements to their left, no reinforcements to the right, because Fairchild's men are starting to break, and that's what we'll be talking about here next. But the 8th Connecticut falling apart pretty quickly. Now, as the 8th Connecticut's moving through that open ground, Isaac Rodman actually sees that the 8th Connecticut is still moving forward as the line is starting to break. Rodman's actually going to try to ride out and grab the men of the 8th Connecticut, try to turn their line, get them moving in the right direction, get them to turn the flank to face Branch's men, possibly even get them to retreat back to this ridge line, the auto farm lane. Well, as Rodman's riding out to tell these men of the 8th Connecticut their new orders, Rodman is going to be shot by some men under Branch's command. He'll be shot through the lung. He'll make it for about another 13 days, but then he'll pass away from his injuries. One thing, again, I'm sure Keith and them talked about on the morning of the battle, we have 6 generals killed here at Antietam, Isaac Rodman being the 5th general killed in the field.
How many fire?
Sorry?
You said Branches?
Did I say Branch? Isaac Rodman.
Branch is killed by...
Branch is killed too. We're getting ahead of ourselves. Pardon me. Yeah, but Rodman is the 5th general killed in the field. Branch is a little later. Getting ahead of ourselves. But yeah, Rodman's the next general killed here. After Rodman is killed, did I get that? Rodman. After Rodman is killed, at his funeral service, the senator from Rhode Island, Henry Anthony, speaks over at Rodman's funeral. Here lies the true type of the patriot soldier. Born and educated to peaceful pursuits with no thirst for military distinction, with little taste or predilection for military life, he answered the earliest call of his country and drew his sword in her defense. Some kind words for Rodman at his funeral service, kind of a nice little message to keep in mind with the soldiers that are fighting here at Antietam, that they're doing this for the defense of their country. So what we're going to do is we're going to follow just the last big Union push, the last big Union assault, the high water mark for the Union Army on this battlefield, Fairchild and his men. Those New York soldiers trying to get as close as they can to Sharpsburg, and the reasoning for why their line falls apart, ultimately leaving the 8th Connecticut alone. Any questions real quick before we keep moving? 4:10, we'll try to be back at our cars by 4:45. Right at the high water mark for Fairchild and his men, the 3 New York regiments under Fairchild's command, they're going to make it just to the other side of that non-historic farmhouse through the field today. For those on this side of our meeting group, you'll have to just step over here at some point, but you can just see the 9th New York's monument through the trees. Very tall granite obelisk resting atop the hill. That's as far as they make it. We can spread out if you like. I only ask just be mindful of the road. Don't want anyone to fall into the road here. But terrain is still the biggest factor. Despite everything, AP Hill's arrival, artillery, terrain is still the biggest factor. Just to give you an idea again, 12,000 Union soldiers in the 9th Corps across the lower bridge. 8,000 men are at the auto farmland, begin their advance. 4,000 men make it to this point, make it to Branch Avenue, this road here today, this ridge line. Between Welsh, Christ, Fairchild, 4,000 Union soldiers make it here. Only 2,000 men make it to the last ridge line, where the 9th New York monument is at today. So again, that terrain, uphill, downhill, it's wearing out the men. So 2,000 men make it to that highest point. Fairchild and his brigade pushing forward. So the 3 regiments under Fairchild's command, you have the 89th New York, the 9th New York, and the 103rd New York, all pushing up to that high point there. 8th Connecticut's close in tow behind them. The actual high point that the 8th Connecticut makes it to about where that non-historic house is. That's about as far as the 8th Connecticut will make it before they're ordered to turn around, before their line is completely decimated by Confederate artillery, Lawrence O'Brien Branch's men coming down this ridge line here today, what the road is today. So the 8th Connecticut doesn't make it quite as far, but Fairchild and his men pushing just a little bit further. Now, go ahead.
At this point, the Confederates now outnumber the Union getting to this point.
Not quite. I mean, AP Hill's arriving with, up there, certainly, yes. Up there, certainly, but we're looking at all of AP Hill's men as opposed to that little isolated brigade of Union soldiers. I mean, AP Hill gets here with close to about 1,200, 1,500 men ready to fight. I mean, he's got more men coming up the way, but 1,500 of them are here ready to start fighting pretty quickly. So that little isolated brigade of Union soldiers up there, yeah, sure, they're outnumbered. But you're also casting a wider brushstroke here of all the Confederate forces involved. So up there, you only have about 600 Confederate infantrymen against Fairchild's 940 Union soldiers. But artillery is doing just as much damage to Fairchild and his men as they're moving through this terrain. Because this is all big open space for Fairchild and his line. Again, a lot of these trees would not have been here during the battle. So as Fairchild's men are moving through this terrain, not only are they dealing with the infantry fire coming up on that ridge line, but they are dealing with Confederate artillery where the National Cemetery is at today, and also Confederate artillery along the Harper's Ferry Road to their left. So artillery to their left, artillery to their right, firing into their flanks of their battle line, dealing heavy damage to their advance. So they were dealing with it down at the auto farm lane, they're dealing with it here at the push. And that artillery is just going to slowly batter down these three regiments as they get closer and closer and closer to the Harper's Ferry Road. One soldier in the 9th New York, David Thompson, he's writing about what he's witnessing here on the field. We heard all through the war the army was eager to be led against the enemy. But when you came to hunt this particular itch, it's always the next regiment who has it. The truth is, when bullets are cracking skulls like eggshells, the consuming passion in the breast of the average man is to get out of the way. Between the physical fear of going forward and the moral fear of going back, there is a predicament of exceptional awkwardness, which a hole in the ground would be a welcome outlet. So just a place to lay down, get low, get out of the way, get out of the fighting. This is what these men are dealing with, though, is that artillery fire, that infantry fire into their lines, and this soldier's just looking for a place to get down and hide. Another soldier, the loss was frightful. I could see the regiment, the line shortening. We could hear the crash of missiles through the ranks. I could hear the bones crash in my division like glass in a hailstorm. I referenced that just a little earlier, but again, this is just coming back to that artillery firing into their ranks, canister, shell, maybe some solid shot, but mostly probably just shell and grape shot firing into Fairchild's line as they're pushing forward. Now, as they start to come over the crest of the hill, they're starting to be engaged with a lot more of those infantry soldiers. In fact, some of the men of the 9th New York, the Hawkins-Zuov Regiment, they're going into hand-to-hand combat with some of these men. Hand-to-hand combat, just bayonets, rifle clubs, doing everything you can, punching, jabbing, stabbing, dealing with the threat as close as you can, right on top of the Confederate line, holding where the monument is today. One soldier from the 17th Virginia, writes about these men coming over the hillside. The first thing we saw appear was the gilded eagle that surmounts the pole, then the top of the flag, next the flutter of the stars and stripes itself slowly mounting up. It rose. Then their hats came in sight, still rising, their faces emerged. Next, a range of curious eyes appeared. Then such a hurrah as only a Yankee troop could give broke the stillness, and they surged against us. So these are men under Thomas Drayton and James Kemper's brigade, Confederate soldiers, again about 600 men, dealing with these 940 Union soldiers, pushing towards the town of Sharpsburg. As Fairchild and his men are getting closer and closer, some of the men are actually reaching the very outskirts of the town. There's some reports that some men of the 9th New York and the 89th New York, they can actually see the town square, see the square of Sharpsburg. But as they're getting closer and closer to the town, they realize they have no support. They have no men coming up on their left. They don't see the 8th Connecticut. They don't see the 4th Rhode Island. They don't see the 16th Connecticut. And all the way to their far right, Christ and Welsh's brigades are not pushing close enough into town. So Fairchild and his men, even though they're up on the hilltop, even though they're close to Sharpsburg, they see large Confederate forces coming to their left. They see no support to their left. Eventually, the order is going to be given for these men to fall back. That they can't keep pushing towards this ground without any additional support. Some of the reports that we've read and seen is that some of these men are leaving the hillside with tears going down their eyes because they're leaving the ground that they fought so hard to get a hold of, to get a foothold on. But Fairchild and his men are going to be pulled back towards the auto farm lane. the attacks here on the south end are quickly falling apart. By about 4:30, things are dwindling down. Christ and Welsh, we're not going to really talk about their collapse because almost the same thing happens. As Christ and Welsh are continuing their push, they start to see large Confederate forces to their left. They don't see Harlan's men moving. They don't see Fairchild's men moving. They're going to halt their advance because they now have no support on their left. So the entire line breaks apart the opposite way it formed. Instead of from right to left, it breaks apart from left to right due to a lack of support, Confederate reinforcements, the unknown, and of course the terrain. All major factors for the 9th Corps and the final attack and why it eventually just falls apart. Now there's one final engagement that occurs here on the south end of the field. It's not really a major push, it's more so just additional coverage. Now as these Confederate forces are starting to spill in under A.P. Hill's command, you have a good blend of a bunch of Confederate divisions all forming up and trying to deliver a big counterattack. You have Robert Toombs and his Georgians, you have Lawrence O'Brien Branch and his North Carolinians, you have Maxcy Gregg and his South Carolinians, all of these men starting to form together, and they're going to try to push for a major counterattack. And that counterattack is going to start to push actually right down here through the narrow cornfield. It's the field of soybeans today, but that is the narrow cornfield that Carmen was referring to a little earlier. And as they push through this area, they're going to be hitting the last two regiments engaged on the field, the 23rd and 30th Ohio, under Hugh Ewing's command. The 23rd and 30th Ohio, they're mostly here to help cover Union retreats. Their line is pretty much down the same ridge line that we walked up to get to this high point here. The 30th Ohio kind of further down into the ditch, the 23rd Ohio kind of up onto this higher ground directly behind me here. And what's going to happen is as these two regiments are starting to be engaged with some of the Confederate forces here, some Confederates are going to move around the Tour Road to the high ground beyond the cluster of trees that wouldn't have been there during the battle, and they're going to start to flank the 23rd and 30th Ohio. They're going to start to fire from right to left into these two Ohio regiments. And what's going to happen is the 30th Ohio, they're actually protected by that ditch that they're in right now. The 23rd Ohio, up on this higher ground, well, those Confederate soldiers are actually firing over the heads of the 30th Ohio into the 23rd Ohio, breaking apart their regiment pretty quickly. The 23rd Ohio, to respond to that, they're going to start to turn their whole battle line to meet the enemy down on the ridge line. Well, now the 23rd Ohio is committed to that. The 30th Ohio has their left flank now exposed as well. So the entire Union line that was facing west not too long ago is now facing south. It's the wrong direction. You still have Confederate soldiers up on the high ground as well. The 23rd and 30th Ohio falls apart pretty quickly just from that quick counter assault. Now, as all of this is going on, Lawrence O'Brien Branch, our last Confederate general killed on the field, is witnessing all this just up the road. You can spot his mortuary cannon on the last ridge line of the Tour Road. Lawrence O'Brien Branch, watching all this through his spyglasses, a sharpshooting round actually goes right through right through his neck and kills him. That'll be our final general killed on the field. These two Ohio regiments breaking apart, falling apart. They are going to fall back onto the field, back to the auto farm lane. Things are going to begin to come to an end. Now, one of the questions we usually always get here is, now that there is a better idea of the Confederate soldiers on this side of the field, someone already kind of asked it earlier today, how come Cox, how come Burnside doesn't commit the rest of his force? Why don't they just send those other two divisions that weren't committed onto the field? You know, Sturge's men probably have supplies again. You have the Conowall division as well. Why aren't they all just committed now for a second final attack? Well, let Jacob Cox explain it in his own closing report. The mass of the enemy on the left continued to increase. New batteries were constantly being opened upon us, and the Corps would, without reinforcements, be unable to reach the village of Sharpsburg. The attack having already had the effect of a most powerful diversion in favor of the center and the right of the army, and no supports being at the time available for our exhausted corps, I ordered the troops withdrawn from the exposed ground. So this is still Cox kind of going back to the original strategy that was trying to be employed by General McClellan, is simultaneous attacks on both flanks. 9th Corps attacking from south to north, 1st and 12th Corps from north to south, and then try to have a punch down the middle with the 5th Corps along the middle bridge. So Cox is confident that the assault down here was a big enough diversion for the other corps on the other ends of the field to probably try to take advantage of that. But in reality, it's getting dark on the field. Neither army is anxious to resume the fighting. Around 5:30, the fighting's coming to an end. Now you have the aftermath. Biggest thing is just, of course, the numbers, the casualties. First thing here on this side of the battlefield, on the final attack portion, on the 9th Corps, you have 2,349 casualties. Confederate side of the field, 969 casualties. That kind of goes back to what we were talking about, fighting in the bridge compared to the fighting in the final attack. 600 casualties down by the bridge, 5 times that up here on the final attack. And after all those casualties, not very much ground gain. 9th Corps falling back to the auto farmland. They've captured the bridge. They're on this side of the Antietam Creek, but they're not pushing into town. They're not pushing into Sharpsburg. On the field as a whole, you have 22,720 killed, wounded, or missing American soldiers. That cannot be ignored. Now, at the time of the battle, there's never any official ceasefire. There is an agreement, we'll take the time, we'll gather the dead, take care of our wounded. This battle will resume in the next few days. September 19th, 2 days later, McClellan, ready for another battle, starts sending men back onto the field, fully expecting to find the Confederate Army right where they left it. Instead, they discover that the night of the 18th, Lee has fallen back to Shepherdstown, Virginia, now West Virginia. On the 19th and 20th, there's a small battle over there, Battle of Shepherdstown, mostly an artillery exchange across the river with some Union regiments crossing the Potomac River, but not many. After that battle, Lee falls back into deeper Virginia. However, instead of chasing him, instead of pursuing him, McClellan chooses to remain on this battlefield. The day of the battle, out of the 23,000 casualties, 4,000 are dead the day of. 17,000 injured, 1,000 or so missing or captured. You can double the number of the dead in the weeks to follow because of disease or passing away from your injuries. If you're a soldier that died while on this battlefield, you are buried here in these farmers' fields, you are left here for 5 to 10 years. 3 to 5 years after the Battle of Antietam, all the Union soldiers, they are reinterred into Antietam National Cemetery. It's the final stop on our driving tour. We'll have a few programs there this weekend if you happen to stick around. Now the only reason just the Union soldiers are buried there, the commission to develop that cemetery was already created during the Civil War. No one was very anxious to start burying Confederate soldiers next to the people that they were shooting at just a few years earlier. Another reason, the cemetery was purchased by donations. States could donate the money to help buy that land. If your state donated money, you could bury your dead there. Not a whole lot of money in the South after the Civil War either. Union states, northern states aren't anxious to pick up the bill for them. So for that reason, Confederate soldiers aren't buried in Antietam Cemetery. 7 to 10 years after this battle, though, the Confederate soldiers are reinterred into 3 local cemeteries. There's one up in Hagerstown, one over in Frederick, and then one over in Shepherdstown. That's the closest one from here. But we still find them today. There are absolutely still soldiers buried on the battlefield. Our most recent discovery was in 2008. Some of you probably remember that. We found a soldier still buried up in the cornfield. We only found him because a visitor was walking the trail. Shows to be bone fragments outside the groundhog hole. So there are absolutely still soldiers buried in the field. And that's the whole point of us doing all of these programs for you here on the 17th through the weekend, is to let you know this battle happened. It's so much more than a park ranger just telling you stories or a bunch of lines on a map or a few quotes on note cards. 23,000 casualties on this battlefield. Nearly 100,000 men moving through this terrain. But even though this is the bloodiest single day in our country's history, something good does come from it. Because of the Confederate Army's retreat, President Lincoln declares this battle to be a Union victory, and that will allow him to push forward the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation. And Jess is going to speak about that real quick before we head back to our vehicles. Any questions real quick about the final attack? Kind of a last chance. You can always flag me down as we walk back to the cars.
So
sorry?
The Union were up here, could they see like just all down here, a bunch of blue Union, like?
Depends on the different points of it, yeah. So, I mean, if we were to go right over the crest of the hill, in fact, we probably saw it as we walk up here, you could see the observation tower, which is the far end of the Sunken Road. So you'd have a clear line of the Union assault, but by the time the Union Army is up to this ridge line, it's pretty broken. So that clear straight line of blue that we would have saw on Auto Farm Lane, it's falling apart here. Like we go from 8,000 to 4,000 just in that little stretch.
This avenue gives you the impression that it's like a big pickets charge line just like going across.
It's maybe for like a few minutes, but it breaks apart. Not quite the length of Pickett's charge, but close, yeah.
A little more cover.
We'll be doing this hike again tomorrow too, so if anything wasn't clear, you think about it tonight, come back out tomorrow, we'll be out here again doing it all.
Wasn't this like for casualties, like a no man's land after the battle?
Yes.
They had a hard time.
Yeah. Here, the area around the visitor center all kind of falls into no man's land. Okay. Yeah.
So, you want my full spiel on the Emancipation? I'm giving a talk on Sunday at 12:15 at the Moomaw Farm. But that's about a 45-minute talk. I'm going to spare you that today. We've been out here for quite a while. I know everybody's getting a little hot. But we'll take advantage of this tree right here. So the Emancipation Proclamation, of course, issued, I'm trying to find a good spot to stand. The preliminary emancipation is issued on September 22nd, 5 days after the battle by Abraham Lincoln. But the genesis of that really kind of dates back. I mean, of course, emancipation is just liberation. So for as long as there's been slaves, there's been emancipation. People trying to get away from either being enslaved or trying to help other people escape slavery. So you could argue that emancipation and slavery are probably as old as people are. With that said, in the Civil War, the genesis of emancipation really begins as far as a policy in May of 1861. A man named Benjamin Butler, which you may know him by his other name, Beast Butler. He gets that name down in New Orleans. He has not gained that nickname just yet in the Civil War, but in May of 61, he's in charge of Fort Monroe, Virginia, and he has an issue. Enslaved people are escaping to the fort expecting freedom. He doesn't know what to do. He brings them in, he interviews them, and they make a pretty good case. They say, we're being used to build fortifications that your soldiers are going to attack. Do you want to send us back? No, I don't, actually. And so he coins a term called contraband of war. And he sends word of that to the War Department, and that gets passed to Abraham Lincoln and to Congress, and everybody likes the idea. We're not going to allow people that are being used to aid the Confederate war effort to be sent back into slavery. We're going to keep them. Now the issue with that then becomes, are we simply dealing with property? Initially the idea was, we are removing that property from a disloyal Southerner, and that property is now being taken on by the federal government. Congress does not want to be in the business of owning people. And so very quickly, in August of 61, they passed the first Confiscation Act. That act simply deals with that one issue. If you are being used to aid the Confederate war effort, if you're being used to fight the United States, and you can make some sort of case about that, and of course you also have to make the argument that you are owned by a disloyal Southerner, not someone that's loyal to the United States, but somebody that is disloyal, then you are free. Not owned by the federal government, but free. Now that solves some issues, but very quickly, word spreads, and all of a sudden families are showing up. Now how do you argue that a 9-month-old baby is aiding the Confederate war effort? That's a hard argument to make. And so now this is now presenting more issues. From the front lines, there's more and more complaints. Help us with this issue. And by July of 62, Congress decides to pass the second Confiscation Act. And that takes a much more direct approach to the issue. The second Confiscation Act is essentially the congressional version of the Emancipation Proclamation. It says that any enslaved person escaping into Union lines from the South is free. You don't have to have, there's no criteria anymore. As long as you escape, you're free. It also allows for court-martials for any federal officer not enforcing that. And it calls upon Abraham Lincoln to issue his own Emancipation Proclamation using his executive powers. Join with us in this. Now George McClellan, in command here, here's word of that. And on July 8th, he talks with Abraham Lincoln and tells him, if you issue an Emancipation Proclamation, the main armies of the United States will dissolve. There is no support for emancipation in the armies. It's a pretty strong threat from the commander of your largest army on the East Coast. But 2 weeks later, on July 22nd, Abraham Lincoln shows on paper the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation to his cabinet. And the result of that meeting is the decision not to issue that document yet. The war's not going well. As you may know, George McClellan's Peninsula Campaign is an utter failure. Robert E. Lee has defeated George McClellan's offensive. Fortunes out west are not going well. The war is just not going well. To issue it now would be what would appear to be to issue it from a position of weakness or desperation. Wait until there's a major battlefield victory, or at least some sort of victory, and especially in the eastern theater of the war. And that victory takes place on the field that we've been walking today. When Robert E. Lee retreats back into Virginia on September 18th, and George McClellan then pursues and attacks them at the Battle of Shepherdstown on the 19th and 20th, and then claims victory in the campaign, that's the victory that Lincoln's been waiting for. And it's no coincidence that just 2 days after Shepherdstown, on September 22nd, he issues the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation. Now that document should be viewed really as a warning. It is simply saying, in 100 days, on the 1st of January, if Southern states do not return to the United States peaceably, then slavery is now under assault, essentially. If they return before January 1st, then they may keep the institution of slavery. So, of course, everyone now has 100 days to wait and see, will the South take Lincoln up on that offer? In fact, that is a big issue in the midterm elections that year. And the main argument against the emancipation in the North is, if we put slavery on the table, if we attack slavery, the South will never come back. If all we're discussing is reuniting the United States, saving the Union, we can compromise on that. We have compromised on that before. We've never compromised on slavery. slavery will, if we attack slavery, if we say that the slaves in states that have seceded are now considered free by the federal government, the South will never come back willingly. That is the argument being made during and even after the midterm elections. And there's a big question. Will Lincoln actually issue the Emancipation? Of course, we all know that he does on the 1st of January, 1863. And on that day, of course, begins a process of freeing enslaved people in states that had seceded, which means the Emancipation does not cover about 750,000 people. 750,000 enslaved people in the border states, of course, Delaware, Maryland, Kentucky, and Missouri, and also about 250,000 people that were in certain counties in Louisiana and in what becomes West Virginia. And both those counties in Louisiana and West Virginia, but especially Louisiana, they had formed, right before the Emancipation went into effect, they had formed governments loyal to the United States with the express purpose of protecting slavery.
Wasn't that Louisiana thing just because the Union had retaken?
Right, so it's under Union control, right? Exactly. Yeah. And they're essentially they're trying to bring support. Of course, it's a large slaveholding area,
yeah.
And so there's a trade-off there, right?
I thought Butler had taken over that area.
What's that?
Hadn't Butler taken over that area?
By 1863, yes. Yeah. So by this point, he's now down in early 62. He's down in New Orleans. Yeah. Now, with that said, on the day that it's issued, as best we can tell, over 50,000 people are immediately free. They are within Union lines and able to receive word that slavery has ended in that area. But the more important thing that the Emancipation does, instead of freeing everybody on one day, is what it says is anywhere that the armies of the United States or the navies of the United States go, freedom goes with them. Freedom follows the American flag. I don't know about all of you, but I can't think of anything more American than the American flag, a symbol of freedom, doing its job. Everywhere it goes, everywhere you see that flag means freedom for enslaved people. Now the Emancipation also does several other key things. Abraham Lincoln, being very politically savvy, but also, I would argue, understanding the gravity of the situation, he will do several things. He will address the enslaved people that he is essentially declaring free, and he tells them, A, you have the right to self-defense. Remain peaceful, but you have the right to self-defense. That's a right that for an enslaved person did not exist on December 31st. The right to defend yourself, to defend your family. He also says that, again, remain peaceful, but you have the right to pursue wages for your work. You have the right to earn a buck. I feel like I'm repeating myself. I can't think of anything more American than the right to earn $1, and anything more human than the right to self-defense, to defend yourself, your children, your family. Lincoln is acknowledging that these people are human and they're American. And he also will, through the Emancipation Proclamation, authorize the United States War Department to begin recruiting African American troops into the regular U.S. Army. And of course, as we now know, by the end of the war, there's 200,000 black men serving in the U.S. armies and navies, which was 10% of their fighting force for the entire war, 20% of all military-age black males in the United States, and a huge manpower shift, 200,000 men. But again, Lincoln is thinking beyond just that. Lincoln knows that if he puts 200,000 black men in U.S. Army blue with that U.S. belt buckle, carrying a weapon, that is the fast track to the ending, the permanent ending of slavery in the United States, perhaps to citizenship, and maybe even to the right to vote. And as such, I would argue that emancipation leads directly to the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. I would also argue that the Emancipation is the first document issued from the executive branch, from a U.S. president, in the entire civil rights movement. And we should actually look at the Emancipation Proclamation, very similar to the Declaration of Independence. When you compare those two documents, they're eerily similar. On the day they're issued, neither one frees a whole lot of people. The day that the Declaration is issued, there's still 7 years of war ahead. The American Revolution does not end until 1783. There's years of war, years of bloodshed, years of strife, of turmoil, of slaughter. Nothing's different with the Emancipation. There's still 2.5 years of civil war. The bloodiest years of war are still ahead. Years of strife, of turmoil, of struggle. But in the end, both of them live up to the exact same ideal, the ideal of freedom. The Emancipation Proclamation is just simply taking the ideals of our founding documents, the Declaration and the U.S. Constitution, and expanding them to include more people. In fact, that is the argument that Frederick Douglass made talking to a crowd in early January of '63. And he was trying to explain to them why the Emancipation is important, what it's doing, and he told them, in issuing the Emancipation, President Lincoln has not discovered some new truth. He is simply hearkening back to an old truth, to the truth of the American Revolution, to the truth that we are all created equal. We once used that truth to win our revolution, and now thanks to our great president, Abraham Lincoln, we will use that very same truth to win our Civil War. Again, Lincoln's not discovering some new truth. He is simply using American ideals to win the American Civil War. Abraham Lincoln himself said, "I never in my life felt more certain that I was doing right than I do in signing this paper. If my name ever goes into history, it will be for this act, and my whole soul is in it." Now, just to bring this all back to Antietam, Rufus Dawes of the 6th Wisconsin, of course he fought up with the Iron Brigade in the Cornfield. You all were with Keith and Brian this morning, you talked about him. Rufus Dawes, and also in early January of '63, he was on leave. He got to go home for a couple months. And while he's home, he's asked to give a speech in Marietta, Ohio. There was newspapers there that recorded his words. He put those articles in his post-war memoirs. And they asked him specifically, talk about the Emancipation. This is a hot button issue. We want to know what the soldiers think about the Emancipation. We know what the politicians say. What do the soldiers, the fighting men, say about it? And Rufus Dawes said, and I quote, "Slavery is the chief source of wealth in the South and the basis of their aristocracy. And my observation is that a blow at slavery hurts more than battalion volleys. It strikes at the vitals. It is foolish to talk about embittering the rebels any more than they are already embittered. We like the proclamation because it hurts the rebels. We like the proclamation because it lets the world know what the real issue is." In closing, over the course of the day, we threw a lot of numbers at all of you. We've thrown, 700, 500 Georgians, 5,500 casualties in the Bloody Lane, 8,000 in the Cornfield. But the number that Mark ended with, that nearly 23,000 casualties, that number is the most important number that you can take away today. 23,000 casualties. Because that is much more than just a number. It is so much more than just a number. 23,000 casualties is really 23,000 people, like you and me. 23,000 of us right here. 23,000 sons, husbands, fathers, brothers, cousins, uncles, neighbors, best friends, college roommates. The story of Antietam is really how 23,000 people and all of their friends who left here were affected by the 12 hours of fighting here on September 17th. And then you take that number and you expand that, because that's really 23,000 families. And the number goes on and on, reverberating through history. Hundreds of thousands of people were impacted directly by the events that happened here. But we should also recall that that sacrifice, those 23,000 casualties, also led to a new birth of freedom, to a new hope for freedom for over 4 million enslaved people, over 4 million enslaved Americans. Thank you very much for joining us. If you have any questions, of course, we'll stay and answer. I don't know if Mark or Brian, anything else to add?
I'll add one last quick thing real quick. Just because the all-day hike's done, doesn't mean the story's done. Still a lot of stuff going on tomorrow, too. We're going to be around for the whole weekend. First thing tomorrow morning at 9:15, we'll be talking about photography on the battlefield. Antietam is the first battlefield to be photographed with the dead still lying out in the open. That hike will meet at 9:15 at our visitor center. We'll also have a hike talking about more of the aftermath, what the civilians of the area had to deal with in the weeks to follow. That's 1:15. We'll have a Civil War music program, Jess's Emancipation talk. Lots still going on tomorrow. So if you're going to stick with us through the weekend, we'll still tell the story of the Battle of Antietam tomorrow, but we're also going to be focusing on the weeks and months and years to follow. So, yeah, just what Jess said too. Thanks for coming. We'll answer any questions, and we'll start walking y'all back to your vehicles here. Woo.
I would stay here, but usually as soon as I start talking, then there's a bunch of cars that pass by, and I no one can tell what anyone's saying. Kind of like that. So, we'll move up a little bit. But we'll stay in the shade. That's probably what we're getting today, so we'll start moving. Feel free to, find your own shade, if you don't like rock sittings. Free country, you do what you want. This is good. Okay, so I'm going to be talking to you guys today about the cemetery, as you probably guessed. We're going to talk about mainly what the impact of the local populace here at Sharpsburg, the local residents, the farmers of the area, had on the cemetery. And to start that off, we obviously have to talk about the reason why the cemetery was made here. As some of you may have known, there was a Civil War battlefield that's all around you, and you're standing on it right now, and in that battle, a lot of people died. And they needed to be buried somewhere. At the time, right after the battle, the Union's best solution to that problem was to bury them about where they fell. For the Confederates, the Union didn't really know who was who. They didn't have the rosters of the Confederate Army. Why would they have that? Outside of some more well-known officers and generals, everyone was essentially unknown to them. So they tried to do their best, but they ended up burying a lot of the Confederates in larger mass graves. They dig a trench or a pit, and they line them all up and just cover them with dirt. It's the best they could do. It wasn't like they were trying to intentionally go, yeah, I hate these guys so much. But they did bury them after the Union soldiers, after they already took care of their own guys, and they honestly didn't know who they were. For the Union soldiers, a little bit better, because they buried them first. They also were able to identify more or less who was who, at least what regiment they were fighting from. Kind of put together, who they could be, who they weren't, at least, by double checking their duty roster and saying, well, this guy's not dead, so that's not him. But outside that, it still was an imprecise science, because if the regiment takes enough losses and you don't have anybody from the company that knows the guy, you're still only going to be left with what they're wearing, or maybe if they have a letter in their pocket that identifies who they are. Regardless, it took the Union Army about 6 days to a week to bury everybody from the battle. It was about 5,000 people they got buried. About 3,900 people died during the course of the actual battle. About 2,200 Union, about 1,700 Confederate, and then about 1,000 people died within a week or so of the battle. Most of these people got buried about where they died, which for most of them were fields. Although some of them were buried outside the fields, and some of them were even killed outside the fields and then buried in fields, mainly because the fields are the easiest area to bury someone in, because that's the area that has been plowed over for basically 150 years, if not more than that, in Sharpsburg since at least Europeans have been here using plows. The reason that's the easiest, besides just plowing it over, a lot of the land around you, even the land you're standing on right now, is basically shale rock. You're standing on about a couple feet of dirt and then a big bed of sheetrock all over the place, and then some more dirt. And that's everywhere. If you drive out and look at the farms, you'll see that there's rocks protruding out of all the different farms, at least one. So this is easier for the soldiers to do it in a quick amount of time without having to deal with the bodies decomposing in front of them and trying to bury them like that. I'm sure that you can understand how they wouldn't want to deal with that, and trying to get it done as fast as possible. That just happened to be where they found the easiest way to do it. Unfortunately, for the residents of Sharpsburg, they happened to own the farms that these people were being buried, and they had to try and use them, which was a little bit uncomfortable and also a little bit difficult. Sharpsburg had to basically put up the Union Army for about 6 weeks following the battle, on top of the fact that all of their crops had been destroyed, and a lot of people had their farms and houses destroyed. The Moomaw farm was burned down by the Confederates. The Pry house, the Pry family lost a lot of their cattle to the Union Army, who needed something to eat. So a lot of their belongings have been repossessed, to put it nicely, in the interest of the Union war effort. And they aren't going to get money back for that. In the next couple of years, people like D.R. Miller and Philip Pry are going to ask for money from the government And the federal government's going to very conveniently say, well, the damage to your house wasn't caused by the Union Army, so I'm not paying for that. And they blame it on the Confederates, which, is convenient, although might have some truth to it, at least for the Mumas. But so they're going through economic hardships at the same time. They've just lost all their food stores that they were planning on having for the winter because their crops got destroyed. And now all these people are buried in their fields, making it a lot harder to farm for the next season when they actually really need to have it because their stores of food they've been saving up have been depleted by the fact that they didn't have any harvest and the fact they had to put up this 60,000 to 80,000 Union soldiers. So it only takes a couple of years for people to realize that this isn't probably the best solution that we have for these people. There are reports of farmers building on top of graves. Sometimes they build a road or a barn on top of it. They still had to farm the area. Some farmers would farm the area with their plow, and as they're going along, would pick up the headstone or headboard, whatever they used to mark the gravesite, and put it back down as they're plowing. They don't want to desecrate all these people's graves, but they gotta farm. They gotta live. So in 1864, Maryland starts talking about what they need to do to fix this problem. They say we need to get something going on to figure this out. And the people of Sharpsburg say, why not make another cemetery? We can have a cemetery to put all these dead people in, and then we can get them out of the fields, and we have a place to honor them. And Maryland says that's a pretty decent idea. But the difficulty comes in when they're trying to figure out where they're going to put these guys. Originally, there's a few different places they're looking at to place soldiers on the battlefield, and they will eventually settle on this plot of land. Although this land by itself isn't the easiest to get a hold of, as Maryland, starting the process in 1864, has all the paperwork set up to go, ready to buy it, and the person who owns the land, who needs to sign the paperwork to transfer land over to the state of Maryland, is actually in a mental institution in Virginia. So that's not going to work. He's very literally not capable of signing over the paperwork. So they have to wait another year until he's out of the mental institution, which I don't know. And considering mental institutions at the time, that may not have put him in any better of a condition, but I don't know. So they have to go through the paperwork and the process again in 1865 to just get the land. And during that time, they're trying to figure out how many people are going to bury here. Are they going to bury everybody that they have in the battlefield here? Are they just going to bury people from Maryland here? How much money are we going to be dealing with here? So eventually they realize that they want to bury as many people as possible. And originally they're going to bury both the Confederates and the Union at the same time. However, when Maryland's talking about this, the committee working on it for the state of Maryland realizes very quickly that the people of Sharpsburg aren't going to be too happy if you bury the Union and Confederates right next to each other. While Maryland was a border state at the time, this part of the state is fairly, if not very, pro-Union. And the fact that they were pro-Union kind of colored the way they saw this battle, saying that, yeah, it's the Confederates' fault that we lost all of our stuff, and the Confederates' fault that our homes have been destroyed, and the Confederates' fault that some of our family members have died from disease from taking care of all these wounded people after the battle. So burying the Confederates in their backyard next to the people they saw as the liberators, the Union, wasn't really going to fly with them. One of the committee members even said that he thought they felt so strongly that if they were going to announce they were going to put these people in the same cemetery, they would come and find their houses and burn them down. Which might have been a bit hyperbolic, but the people in Sharpsburg cared a lot, so I wouldn't put it past them. After that, they decide that they're going to do 2 adjacent plots. But as they're doing 2 adjacent plots, and they're going to need more fencing, more gravestones, more infrastructure of the sidewalk and everything, do all this stuff, they're going to need even more money than they planned originally. So now they need to get more states on board. So the Union states are the ones they contact, because as this process is going on, the war is ending, firstly, and so they don't really have contact with the southern states, and the southern states they do have contacts with are going through Reconstruction, and therefore they have no money. So they're not going to get anything out of them, even if they ask. So the Union states are the only ones putting up the money for this. Originally, they don't realize that the money they're putting up for Maryland is actually for both Union and Confederate graves. They don't know this until Pennsylvania, I guess, reads the fine print and then figures that out and then tells everybody else. And everybody else, there's 2 camps of other states besides Maryland in this situation, where there's states like New York who didn't realize they were putting up that much money, but said that because we've already agreed to this, would be kind of wrong for us to say we're not going to do it now. And then there's states like Pennsylvania that say, no, it's completely right for us not to do this because we didn't know about it, so I'm not going to spend the money on this, and you're just going to have to deal with not having enough money to finish your cemetery. And Maryland says, okay, well, we need the money to finish the cemetery, at least for the Union soldiers, because we've already got this lined up, so we can't stop that now. And so they decide to drop the Confederate plot of land. Eventually, after another 5 years, the Confederate plots will be available to be buried in. They're going to have a plot in Hagerstown, Washington Confederate Cemetery, which will bury about 200 Confederates that were still left in the ground after the cemetery was completed. Although that number, along with other people buried in different cemeteries that got moved there for one reason or another, doesn't end up matching the final number of killed that they assume the Confederates took based on their own records. So there's possibly a good number of Confederates out there somewhere, at least unidentified in some cemetery that we don't know about. But regardless, this cemetery is finished by 1867 and dedicated the same year. Andrew Johnson comes, a bunch of other Union war veterans will come, politicians. Governor Geary of Pennsylvania, the guy who decided not to pay for all of the extra stuff that Maryland was thinking about doing, gets massive rounds of applause. Well, Andrew Johnson, the president, gets some mediocre applause in comparison. Those troops that are in attendance actually chant out Governor Geary's name, trying to get him to come to the podium, and he has to come up and tell them to calm down, otherwise he's not going to come speak. And so that goes pretty well for the town of Sharpsburg. Almost immediately, though, there are issues. For one, Maryland realizes they don't have enough money to really finish doing even the Union side of the cemetery. So how they were going to do a Confederate side of the cemetery, I have no idea. I don't really think they had the best financial planners involved here. But they realized, and the other states realized, that it was going to take a lot more money to do this whole thing if they were going to keep it nice for a long period of time. And because they didn't feel like doing that, they decided that the best way to take this problem off their hands was to have the federal government do it for them. Because, that was their best solution. But the federal government actually was planning on taking aboard some of the more prominent national cemeteries in the country as part of the War Department. And the Antietam committee was hoping that would be the case for Antietam, and it wasn't. And 1869 came and went, and that didn't happen. So they decided, instead of trying to petition the government for doing it, they were just going to not do anything to the cemetery and let it dilapidate to the point where the government would hate looking at it. and then they would take it over instead. And that actually works. So let it be known that not wanting to do something and being lazy will get you what you wanted in the end. I love America. Anyway. So the government actually takes full control of the cemetery in 1879, although they started the process in 1877, and the committees were so lazy they didn't get the paperwork filed before next year. Or until next 2 years, actually. So the government's actually able to finish paying off all the debts that the committee has incurred, like Old Simon, the private soldier monument sitting behind us, was commissioned by the committees, but not actually paid off in full. It's actually being shown in Philadelphia, they were shown off at the World's Fair. I believe it was 1876, until and then it was transferred to Washington D.C. and had to be transported here. And that was ripe with its own problems, as the top of Old Simon, the man in the statue, actually fell into the Potomac and had to get fished out, which I'm sure that didn't cost any more money the government didn't want to spend. But eventually, it was finally brought here in 1880. The full dedication of the 20th anniversary of the battle was able to happen in 1882, and McClellan was able to come back soon before he died, and talk about his experience of the battle. James Longstreet was there. McClellan and Longstreet talked about the battle, although I don't think McClellan wanted to really visit Burnside Bridge, as he was still a bit upset that Burnside hadn't done what he wanted him to do. And a lot of it was reminiscent, very reconciliatory, I should say, compared to the language at the time. McClellan, according to some reports, when he saw all of the soldiers in the battlefield and was getting ready to speak, bemoaned how his poor boys had been treated and how they had all died, and was very sad. Which, in contemporary history, how we look at McClellan, we kind of see him as this guy who was really timid and really scared of everything that he was doing and not sure of himself. And And while those are probably true, a lot of those characterizations have merit. He's also a human being, and he really did care about what his soldiers were going through, which is why his soldiers liked him so much. But as the federal government takes over, they still have to manage the cemetery, and the cemetery has to have a superintendent and a groundskeeper. And the groundskeeper is a relatively stable position because you don't have to change it every other year. But superintendent's a little bit more difficult because the stipulation for the Antietam Cemetery is that every superintendent has to be a Civil War veteran because they're the only people that know how to take care of it the right way. And obviously, as time goes on and the veterans of the Civil War get older and older, the people that are mentally capable enough to realistically do that you start having fewer and fewer of those people. And before that happens, however, the superintendents already have a long history of issues of dealing with Sharpsburg. One of the more severe cases being a man who is superintendent, and I forget his name. It's probably because it's been a month since I have done this. But he lived in the lodge with the groundskeeper's family and the groundskeeper himself. The groundskeeper assumed that because the superintendent's family wasn't there, apparently that meant the superintendent was sleeping with his wife, and therefore he made the very rational decision while drunk on a Saturday. I don't know exactly what the date was, but it's very specific to tell you that it was a Saturday on which this happened. Being drunk on a Saturday, he comes home, finds his wife, and threatens to kill her, and so she shoots him in self-defense, and he dies in that building. So, happy times at the cemetery. And that's not the only, issue that the superintendents have. Superintendents also have a hard time dealing with the local farming populace about using the farm roads. The farm roads are federal property, and but they're right in between the pasture land and all the different farmlands these different farmers have. So they're going to use it regardless of what the government tells them, which incurs a lot more extra damages on the roads and cost for maintenance that the government really wants to pay, especially when this is already run over budget for multiple different agencies trying to manage it. Eventually, this will actually become part of the National Park Service in 1933. The National Park Service doesn't start in 1933 because it started under Teddy Roosevelt as an agency, but it's expanded by Franklin Roosevelt, and he basically turns over every national cemetery that the War Department has under its purview to the National Park Service and the Department of the Interior more specifically. From there, the park will start to try and retain the original plan because the War Department, when they had control of the cemetery, they were the ones that planted all these trees. Which, as you may have noticed if you've been to other cemeteries, is not the most usual thing to have at a cemetery. It's usually pretty open rather than having a lot of trees, which is because you don't want the trees uprooting graves and stuff like that. But the War Department said that's not a big issue. I don't care about that. It's like we'll just put on whatever. We don't care. The National Park Service tried to take a little bit more measured approach to that, but because of their commitment to taking care of the land rather than just having it be there in addition to the roads, the National Park Service actually during the 90s increased the amount of land the park owned from about 600 acres to about 3,000 acres. So a lot of the land that you've been on today, if you've been exploring the battlefield or if you plan on exploring the battlefield, a lot of the land you're going to see was acquired by the park in the 90s and has been preserved since then. So if you wonder why it looks so much like a farming area or it looks so close to what you imagined it could have been from description, because it's been used for the same purpose since the time of the battle. And that's mainly the park story, but I do want to add a little bit at the end here, and then we're going to have to jump back, which is why I was differentiating this from the rest of it, to 1868 and the beginning of the celebration of Memorial Day, or at the time it was known as Decoration Day. Because as the cemetery was just beginning to be formed, people were just starting to know about it, the Grand Army of the Republic, the Veterans Organization for Civil War Veterans that forms after the war, they begin to introduce the idea of Decoration Day, where people will come out and decorate the graves, originally with a flower, later a flag, to honor all the people who died in the Civil War, specifically Union veterans. I don't know if the Grand Army of the Republic was particularly fond of celebrating Confederate graves, but I wasn't alive during the time, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. Eventually, the word of that kind of celebration made its way to Sharpsburg. And so 1869 was the first celebration in Sharpsburg. It was kind of impromptu. Some people were going, and then some people asked, "What are you doing? Why are you at the cemetery in the middle of September? What's the point of that?" Or middle of May, sorry. And they said, "Oh, we're going to decorate the graves." And eventually, basically the whole town had come out to decorate the graves. And since 1869, it became a very, not even just a popular thing, but a look forward to holiday, where people were organizing what they were going to do with the cemetery, how they were going to decorate. And it led to the formation of a Memorial Day parade, which a lot of small towns have. Almost everybody's had a Memorial Day parade or been to one at least. But Sharpsburg, tries to keep the idea and the history of their Memorial Day parade going, because theirs has been going on basically since the inception of Memorial Day. Even during COVID, they had a Memorial Day parade, although that one was unofficial because they weren't supposed to have that. So you didn't hear me say that.
Are all these stones markers of Southern State?
All the stones?
Yeah.
There are some smaller stones that don't have a name on it. Those are the unknowns.
But we know there's unknown. The ones without a marker, those are unknowns.
Yes, with the Memorial Day. And the reason I'm bringing up the Memorial Day thing is because the people in Sharpsburg have, not only just had an impact on how the cemetery was formed, with whether it's going to be for Confederates or whether it's going to be for Union soldiers, and how it's been managed, with their interaction with the superintendents, but they've also spent a great deal of time and a great deal of care, managing and remembering the people who died here. I think, and I don't know how they thought about it way back in the 1860s, but we like to think of the end of slavery as the 13th Amendment finally being passed by the government. But Maryland, actually ended slavery themselves in 1864. They didn't have to do that. They actually passed their own constitution in the middle of 1864 by about, a 5% swing. It was 55 to 45% of the state. 55 voted in favor, 45 against. But in this county of Maryland, including Sharpsburg, they voted 2-1, almost 3-1 in favor of the new Constitution. And I like to think that that's because these people remembered what all of this battle that happened here, all the Union soldiers that were around them and dying, and potentially realized that maybe there was something else going on. But the fact that it's just these idealistic Southerners being kind of annoying, and perhaps that they realized that the point of having this entire battle, having this entire thing about emancipation and eventually forming the cemetery was more important than just a war between some guys, and had a result that was more important than that. So for this, the main point being is that this area has been taken care of by a lot of people over a long period of time, and they've all had, let's just say, differing views on how things should be run. But in the end, this cemetery has remained important. Everyone's come together and agreed that, yeah, we should probably honor these guys. And perhaps that means that there's a little bit more meaning than just some people died at this battle. People realize that. That's pretty much all I have for you. If you have any more questions, then I'd be happy to try and answer.
Thank you. Thank you. That was great.